NASCAR in Alabama must only mean one thing. NASCAR in Alabama must only mean one thing. NASCAR in Alabama must only mean one thing. NASCAR in Alabama
cars, my thoughts roll over and over and over in my mind. Tonight I'm in Talladega, boys raised up, whiskey and gold glass. My hair's to turn it up, slowing down, and cars that go real fast. We were laughing and living, drinking and wishing and thinking as that checkered flag was waving. I sure would like to stay in Talladega.
The NASCAR Cup Series heads to Alabama for 188 laps around the biggest and fastest oval in NASCAR. It's Talladega, baby, for 188 laps around the superspeedway, making up the Yellowwood 500. It's the middle race in the NASCAR Cup Series round of 8 playoffs, and it's Dega, so anything can happen. 3 race ceremonies coming up, but first, let's take a look at the playoff standings going into battle on the 33-degree banked turns.
Denny Hamlin currently leads with 1 playoff victory in the round of 8. Alongside him then would come in also with Kyle Larson on 35 points. Christopher Bell is on 20. Chase Briscoe is at the bottom of the cutoff line. He runs in now on 15. William Byron is minus 15 with Chase Elliott minus 23. Joey Logano's minus 24 and Ryan Blaney is minus 31. Well, NASCAR is awesome at Talladega. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Yellowwood 500. It's the second of the round of 8 playoffs, and this is getting into the territory because next week we will have just 2 races remaining and 1 more chance for someone to lock themselves in automatically to the grand final in Phoenix in just 3 weeks' time. This is going to be very entertaining, but to master Talladega, it's a special challenge. We're getting ready. Let's hand over to our colleagues at USON for the Yellowwood 500.
100,000 fans in attendance and millions others around the world watching. For the drivers, they've all taken a crash course in super speedway racing, hoping to ace the toughest test of the playoffs. Right on time for spooky season. Is there a place that incites more fear and fright than this one? Talladega. In your sweetest of dreams, this is still the most sinister circuit in the sport. And at this time of year, the fear factor is only magnified. Why does Talladega strike such a level of fear into the bravest of athletes?
They're 3 wide behind them. They're 4 wide further back. Everybody 4 wide. Please don't anybody make a mistake. There's a crowd. Several cars involved. Oh, there's contact.
Get out of here now.
Stewart into the middle of the pack and over. Trouble. Car hard in the wall.
Here we go. They're all wrecking, spinning to the bottom of the racetrack. Basically, the entire field comes to grief, crashing, spinning, and spiraling.
Look at how God is up in the air. Almost the entire field crashes in turn 3. Everybody's involved.
Everybody.
And they've got a spin in the middle of the pack, and everybody's involved. A huge incident heading towards turn number 3.
It's the big wreck on the final lap.
The best of drivers that have traveled the world and the 7 seas know that no track bites like this one. This track always wants to abuse you, but at the end of the tunnel, a winner. Perhaps the biggest win of their life, and an invitation to race for a championship. For everyone else, a nightmare, knowing that time is running out. Welcome to Talladega and sweet dreams.
Oh, he loses the wheel. Wow. Takes out Earnhardt and Jimmy Johnson. Here's Tony Stewart putting a punctuation mark.
Contact Gordon and Keselowski.
Newman's beside the 42.
Ryan Newman is going to get in on the last lap.
Matt Kenseth just wrecked Joey Logano. The drive for 5 is still alive.
Jimmy Johnson wins his 7th NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship.
Hell yeah, I'm 3. Family rocked it. Chastain is riding the wall. Unbelievable.
Logano's legacy is sealed.
I've always found it the safest being like controlling the race, leading, kind of making the pace what you want it to be. So hopefully we hit the strategy right, but you never know. You never know how it's going to go. You just try to bring the best speed you can, and you try to prepare the best you can through the week on plan A all the way to plan Z, and then if you have to audible through the race, I mean, that's what you have to do.
Ryan Blaney, a 3-time Talladega winner, his thoughts on what lies ahead today. 500 frightening miles at the Talladega Superspeedway for Blaney and his teammate at Team Penske, Joey Logano. 2 of the 4 drivers that start the day below the playoff elimination line coming in to this wild card race. USRN welcomes you to the Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama for Race 8 of the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series playoffs today. It's the Yellowwood Alabama 500, the middle race in the round of 8 of the playoffs. And hello one and all, I'm Matthew Owens. Our USRN and JBM Racing family welcomes you to Talladega. Thanks for having us in for the race. Seth Eves and Matt White come up in just a moment. There have been some form of a NASCAR postseason every year since 2004. And in every one of those prior editions, they've had 9 races and 1 wild card. Talladega, representing the wildest of wild cards in all of sports. At this track, the rules dictate the race. Because teams are required to run tapered spacers on their carburetor, robbing the cars of horsepower, the cars run around here in huge, bunched up, fast packs. It is thrilling to watch and experience, but often for drivers, it is unpredictable and frustrating. Now, for the first time, this dynamic but dangerous track has been slotted into the semifinal round of the playoffs, meaning today could be one of the most intense Talladega races we've ever seen. Here's how the championship standings stack up coming to Alabama. Denny Hamlin scored his 6th win of the season and 60th of his career last Sunday night in Las Vegas, punching his ticket to the championship race in Phoenix. No matter what happens today or next week in Martinsville, he will compete for a championship. That means over the next 2 weeks, it's 7 drivers fighting for 3 spots. Kyle Larson sits at the top of the points heap, 35 points above the cut line. Christopher Bell is third at plus 20, and Chase Briscoe is at fourth, 15 points above the cut line. Below that line is William Byron, minus 15, looking good before clambering into the back of Ty Dillon late last weekend. Chase Elliott sits sixth. He's 23 points below the cut line. Joey Logano is minus 24 in seventh, and Ryan Blaney is 31 points below the cut line in eighth. The 4 drivers below the cut line have a combined 17 wins at Talladega and Martinsville, the last 2 races of the round. The 3 drivers above the cut line have a combined 2 wins at those racetracks. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the standings throughout the race today and, of course, next week. But remember, 1 point on the 1 position on the racetrack is equal to 1 point in the standings. Also, 1 championship point will be given to the driver that ends the race with the fastest lap, meaning maximum point gain possible in 1 race is 60. Last week, 22 points separated first to 7th. Now 66 points separate second to 8th, illustrating how quickly and easily the points can change. And that was at an intermediate 1.5-mile oval. So, Seth, who knows how drastically they could change today?
Yeah, it's going to change like a tight election cycle. He's going to... The ESPN win probability, the Sickos committee that does college football, when there's a game that there's a big comeback, they take a screenshot of what the ESPN win probability was, and they have a thing that says, "Wee!" Well, that's what the odds of drivers advancing and what the points are going to look like today. Wee! Up and down we go. This is going to be, I think you hit it. You and I were talking off air earlier in the week, talking about how that 2014, the first year we had this playoff elimination style format, about how this was the most intense race. That was the most intense race in Talladega history. And I hit you back and said, I think Sunday is going to rival it. And guess what? I stand by that. In fact, it might even exceed it in terms of intensity. You are going to see some aggressive moves. Let's just hope everybody's going to be A-okay.
The reason for all of the anxiety and volatility is because of the racetrack on which these drivers compete on today. We know we are on a radio medium here, but all you have to do is watch with your eyes 1 lap of racing around this Talladega track. And when you come away from watching that 1 lap, Matt White, you wonder how they do it 188 times.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Seth. Hello, everyone. Yeah, yes, indeed so. And even when they are, quote-unquote, fuel-saving, they're still doing 180 miles an hour plus 3 wide, 10 deep, and doing it bumper to bumper. So all of the playoff ramifications, which, as you've mentioned, we'll cover off as and when they happen throughout the day. The Alabama fuse is set to be lit in not too long. When will it go pop? Because it will at some stage this afternoon.
Yeah, we know it will. Now, the shape of the race today, with it being the first time Talladega has been in this round map, 8 playoff drivers left, only 7 that have not clinched their spot in the championship. For those 7 drivers today, there's pretty large point gaps between these guys. So, today, are we going to talk about a lot or all of these 7 just riding at the back and taking it easy, looking to avoid trouble to the end? Or, and I think I know the answer to this, aggressive guys like Logano and Blaney well below the cut line, are they going to try to get to the front and control the field like we just heard Ryan talk about a moment ago in the open?
The only person I think, apart from Denny Hamlin, as you mentioned, that goes into today with some kind of safety net is Kyle Larson at plus 35. And if you look at the 8, and you include Denny Hamlin in that list, he's probably the worst super speedway driver on the list, but he comes into the day of the people not locked in with the best position. And if it wasn't for the controversial kind of thing that spelt the ending last week at Las Vegas, he was probably going to win that race. before the Byron Dillon thing happened with 30 odd to go. So he could have been the man locked in, and he wouldn't have had to worry at all. So he is fairly safe. He can pick up a few stage points as well. That would pad him slightly, and there'll be Cliff Daniels and the 5 team would be very happy to see that happen. It's at the bottom of the list where it gets a bit more different, because we know how good the 2 Penske cars are going to be today, because they always are here at Talladega, at Daytona, and latterly at Atlanta over the last couple of years. But of the 2 of them, only one of them seems to pick up a result, and that's the man that's at the bottom of the list, Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano does all the work, it seems, in these races, and never seems to come away with anything. The debate all week has been, are these guys in a must-win position or not going into today? I say yes.
Well, you say Joey Logano does all of it, so that's some will tell you that's the reverse of how the championship format's been. Everybody else does all the work, and Logano wins the title.
There you go. Very good, Seth. Now, Seth, also today, we know we're going to be everyone will be paying a ton of attention throughout this race to those 7 drivers trying to make their way into the championship round. But as we always try our best to do in these playoff races, we try to pay attention to everyone, including the non-playoff drivers. This race, those non-playoff drivers probably play their biggest role of any other playoff race, and you're forced to pay attention to them and talk about them because they're right in your face. Because just like in the last laps yesterday in the Xfinity Series race, when Blaine Perkins, Josh Williams, Cesar Baccarella, and others were in the mix to win this race, there are going to be points today, Seth, where drivers that we rarely talk about being in position at the front and to win races, they're going to be competing for front-running positions and perhaps to win.
Can you believe it took me this long to get to my famous line? Where my favorite part about Talladega is that if you unload off the truck this morning, no matter what your budget is, you've got a puncher of winning or at least being in the mix to win at the end. And that's what makes Talladega great. Let's not forget, a non-playoff Hayek driver won last year in this race.
Yeah, that's Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who, of course, is one of the best on this style of racing. The table has been beautifully set, and we're ready to feast upon Talladega, the final drafting track superspeedway race of the year. It's the middle race in the semifinal round of the NASCAR playoffs. It's coming up next on USRN and JB Motorsports.
Grid Network is your home for all the latest news, highlights, and analysis in the world of motorsports. Tune in to Grid Tonight, your weekly motorsports news program, every Wednesday evening. Then watch Grid Live pre-race, wrap-up, and encore every Saturday, Sunday, and Monday as we discuss each weekend's races. Subscribe to Grid Network on YouTube to watch all our live programming and catch up on past episodes.
Home to the Premier League, Bundesliga, the UEFA Champions League, USA Soccer, the 2024 UEFA European Championships, the 2024 Copa America, the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup, and the 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup. Soccer's biggest events live on USRN.
Hey guys, it's Blake Henley, better known as H-Town Blake to some of you. Happy to announce that Faces Loaded is back in full force. We'll be bringing that high heat every Tuesday night here on IE Sports Radio. So come home, get ready, dig into that batter's box, and see if you can chase that high heat, baby. So we'll be coming to you live with all the stats, all the rundowns, all the division rivalries, and every team that's going to make the playoff push to get to that one and only October and get to the pinnacle of what baseball is, to hoist that Commissioner's Trophy when it's all said and done.
Lopan, They didn't even want you. Heck, they didn't even.
The intensity level could not be higher at the Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama. Today, it's the middle race in the round of 8 of the NASCAR playoffs. It is all to play for. Denny Hamlin is through to the championship 4, no matter what happens. But for 7 other drivers, this is the wildest of the wild cards to try to get through and avoid, to make sure that you don't have to go to Martinsville next week and make something magical happen. But as ever, when we come to Talladega, the anxiety level is high. The intensity level will be peaked lap after lap. 3 and 4 wide racing at 190 plus miles per hour. There's nothing like Talladega Superspeedway except for Talladega Superspeedway in the playoffs. Once again, hello one and all, Matthew Owens, Matt White, Seth Eves here with you and ready to go here in Talladega for one of the most anticipated races of every season, no doubt about it. It's one of our favorite trips every season as well. We love coming to this racetrack. We love the racing and the competition that this track puts on each and every time we come here. But there's no doubt, the spring race and the playoff race feel like 2 totally different events. Early morning rain has pushed out of the central Alabama area, and that is what we love to hear, because after some really threatening storms that swept through the Midwest yesterday that made its way to Alabama late last night, and we hope everyone in the Midwest is okay and safe, the skies are blue, a few clouds hovering overhead, and, of course, an enormous crowd ready to go for the playoff race at Talladega. There's nothing else like it.
Of the races in the round of 8 and the championship race at Phoenix, Team Penske drivers Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano were considered favourites at 3 of those 4 circuits. But the one race that wasn't expected to perform well for the dynamic duo was Las Vegas last weekend, and that indeed was the case. A flat tyre for Ryan Blaney in stage 1 caused him to finish last, and that means he's well below the cut line going into today. Joey Logano's 2-tyre gamble towards the end of the race got him a 6th place finish, which was fine, but he's still below the cut line too. Now the teammates come here to Alabama, where they've both won 3 times. Both of them today need to have a similar result and avoid the big one. Here's Seth Eves.
Of all the types of racetracks on the NASCAR calendar, drafting track superspeedways has always been considered the worst for Kyle Larson. The driver that has dominated at so many places has still never won a superspeedway race. But he's getting closer. He's finished 2nd and 4th in the last 2 Talladega races. He was 3rd in the spring Atlanta race, and a part of the mix, and 6th in the regular season finale at Daytona. Perhaps, at the perfect time for the 5 team, the tides are turning for Larson, Daniels, and crew.
Underdog stories and upset winners have long been a part of the unique fabric of racing at Talladega. Perhaps a non-playoff underdog driver will be the overwhelming story at the end of the day, like Eric Jones, who rides a 112-race winless drought but has finished in the top 10 in 7 of the last 11 Talladega races. Or Cole Custer, the guy who nearly turned the playoff field upside down at Daytona, who hasn't won in 5 years. Or will we get a first-time winner? 12 drivers have scored their first career Cup win at this racetrack, and maybe Riley Herbst, who was in the lead pack late in this race 2 years ago, can become lucky number 13. This is the most exciting time of the year.
There will be bruised sheet metal and bruised egos by the time this day is done.
It's time to drop the hammer in the NASCAR playoffs.
They are 3x3x3.
4 wide. The big bold move. It was a bit rude.
Now contact! Trouble!
Oh my
goodness!
5, 6, 7, 8 cars collide. Wow!
He tumbled like crazy.
Oh, everybody's involved.
This is fantastic.
This is tremendous.
Side by side, wheel to wheel.
They are dead even!
Whoa!
And they all sink it! Oh my goodness, how physical is it gonna get for the win?
If you're not on the edge of your seat, make sure you get there.
One final final frantic lap for the win!
Side right side for the win!
It's 3 wide to the lead, heading towards the checkers.
With one final shot!
Here they come to the flag! At the line! It's a photo finish!
Unbelievable!
I don't believe it!
Wow!
Cinema! Pure cinema! The Super Speedway racing for the NASCAR Cup Series in 2025 has been absolutely thrilling, and this is the 6th and final drafting track race of the season. And it's the most important. It's the middle race in the round of 8 of the NASCAR playoffs. Today from Talladega Super Speedway, the Yellowwood, Alabama 500. Ready to go at this behemoth of a racetrack that's been around since the late 1960s. And if you know the story of Talladega, it has been full of madness, chaos, and controversy for many years, for many decades, basically since its inception. That's why everybody loves the place, no doubt about that. We get ready to roll here this afternoon for a race, as we talked about in the open, as anticipated as any every season, but especially this year with its new placement on the calendar.
Time now for the starting lineup.
We just had what looked to be about 1 million people give the command to fire the engine simultaneously. I have no idea who those people were, God love them, but it was a ton of people giving the command to fire the engines. But engines are fired, and here's how the starting grid looks after yesterday's qualifying. Casey Mears makes his 492nd career Cup Series start from the 40th position on the grid. B.J. McLeod led laps in this race a couple of years ago. He'll start 39th. Anthony Alfredo. Now listen to these two sponsors I want you to. Anthony Alfredo is in the Lil Dude White's Bubble Bum Chevrolet starting 38th alongside Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s Jack Link's non-vegan Chevrolet. I have never heard anything described as non-vegan in my life, but I am most certainly not a vegan. Noah Gregson starts 36th. Cody Ware's Arby's Steak Nuggets Ford, speaking of non-vegan, starts
That's definitely
35th.
not vegan.
No, it's not. A.J. Allmendinger makes his 23rd career Talladega start from 34th on the grid, flanked by yesterday's Xfinity Series winner Austin Hill from Winston, Georgia. Carson Hocevar starts 32nd, and the 31st starter is Shane Van Gisbergen in the WeatherTech Chevrolet for Trackhouse Racing.
Eric Jones qualified 30th in the Dollar Tree Toyota for Legacy Motor Club. He has 4 top 10s in the 7 next-gen Talladega races, and he'll need to come back for another one because he's going to the rear this afternoon. Ty Dillon was involved in the controversy late in the race at Las Vegas last week. He's 29th on the grid. John Hunter Nemechek in the other LMC Toyota qualified 28th, but he also will go to the rear. Todd Gilliland could see the front of the field today. He's really good at these drafting tracks. Starts 27th and he loves travel stops Ford. Daniel Suarez is 26th, only 3 more races for him as part of Trackhouse Racing. Chase Elliott, the lowest qualified playoff contender, is 25th in the Napa Auto Parts number 9, just behind Ross Chastain, another of the Trackhouse cars in the Busch Light Hunting Chevrolet. Zane Smith is 23rd. Justin Haley, who's been announced this week that he'll be leaving Spire at the end of the season, is 22nd. And Austin Dillon starts 21st. He is winless in 24 starts here at Talladega. Could today be the day, Seth?
6-time Talladega winner Brad Keselowski rolls off 20th for the BuildSubmarines.com Ford. Career start number 400 for California's Kyle Larson. He rolls off 19th. 18th is Ty Gibbs, the Monster Energy Toyota. 17th is Denny Hamlin in that Ambassador Jack Abbott National Debt Relief Toyota. Starting 16th is Joey Logano in the Shell Pennzoil Ford, who's finished outside the top 10 in 11 of his last 12 Talladega races. Tyler Reddick in the Beast Toyota starts 15th. Chris Buescher starts 14th in the Kroger Ford. 13th is William Byron in the Raptor Chevy, be better than Toronto Raptors. Cole Custer starts 12th. That's Cole Custer. And 11th is Alex Bowman in the Ally Chevrolet. Save me, Matthew.
We got to get it all out because the racing won't allow us to do it today, so we get it all out in the grid. Darrell Wallace Jr. from Alabama starts 10th on the grid. The 9th starter, one of our ones to watch, Riley Herbst in the Monster Energy Zero Sugar Toyota. Starting 8th, 3-time Talladega winner Ryan Blaney from High Point, North Carolina, alongside the DeWalt Toyota of Christopher Bell. He won at a drafting track this season early in the year in Atlanta. Josh Berry for the Wood Brothers starts 6th, alongside Ryan Preece, who was 2nd to the checkered flag here in the spring before a disqualification. Starting 4th is Austin Cindric, the winner of that spring race. He's led 125 laps on the super speedways this year. Kyle Busch makes his 41st career Talladega start from 3rd on the grid. His lone win here was in 2008. On the front row, starting 2nd, is Chase Briscoe in the Bass Pro Shops Toyota. He's been the qualifying king this year. It's his 12th front row start of the year. And on the pole for the 8th time in his career and for the 3rd time at Talladega, Michael McDowell from Arizona in the Carolina Handling Chevrolet for Spire Motorsports. That's the starting grid for the 113th NASCAR Cup Series race at Talladega, the Yellowwood, Alabama 500. Cars are on the racetrack. Parade and pace laps are underway. That starting grid of 40 cars includes 18 Chevrolets, 13 Fords, and 9 Toyotas. This will be a 188-lap race to make up a distance of 500 miles, 805 kilometers. The first 2 stages will go 60 laps each. The final stage will go 68 laps here for this 500-mile race here at Talladega. And now let's take a swing around the racetrack and get a look at the accents of the track. This is brought to you by Accents by Samantha, available on Etsy. Get your fall and holiday home decor before it's holiday time. 2.66 miles around this super speedway tri-oval. And if you didn't know already, the start-finish line is not in the center of the tri-oval as it is at Daytona. It's 1,000 feet further from the tri-oval past pit exit towards Turn 1. And when they race to turns 1 and 2, 33 degrees of banking, gravity-defying 33 degrees of banking. Wait for them in turns 1 and 2, where we find Matt White.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. We are really getting them out before the race begins today, aren't we? Down here in turns 1 and 2, it is wide open, it is wide, it is fast. Not particularly bumpy as it is at Daytona on its sister track. So it is going to be a wide and fast day down here in turns 1 and 2, 3 and 4 wide potentially throughout the afternoon. Onto the Alabama super stretch, heading into the view of Mr. Seth Eves in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, don't I just love seeing that after last night? This schedule could not have been more ill-timed, by the way. Talk about something that wasn't properly timed. Anyway, they'll head down that long back straightaway, and that's where all the action is at the Talladega Super Speedway. They'll head down the back stretch. You can go 3 wide. You can get a big push, but if you get too big a push, the guy that's getting pushed could lose control going into turn number 3. And that could lead to, well, chaos, just as it did in the fall race of 2012. A bad block could also lead to that. That's what led to it that day. You just never know sometimes. Then you get through 3 and 4, and then you want to start backing off a little bit and start to formulate a run when you come out of turn 4, because when you come out of turn 4, the race is just beginning. Contrary to what some might think, if you make a move out of turn 4, it's not considered too early. It's considered the right time. Of all the action for the back half of the Talladega Super Speedway on this sunny afternoon.
Yes, because when the field comes out of turn number 4, they still have about 4,000 feet to go until they reach the start-finish line. The front stretch, 4,300 feet. It's connected by 2 short straightaways with a tri-oval in the middle. The tri-oval is perhaps the trickiest part of this racetrack. It is a full left turn at full speed, but with only half the banking that you have in the corners. 33 degrees in the corners, 17 degrees in the tri-oval. That's where we saw a huge crash yesterday for that very reason. And, of course, through the tri-oval, past pit exit, and then to the start-finish line. That swing around the racetrack brought to you by Accents by Samantha, available on Etsy. The link to the Etsy page is now in the chat section on Mixlr. And we'd like to welcome everyone listening and watching along on YouTube, on JBM. Huge day with Formula One also stateside for the United States Grand Prix. Is that the USGP Midwest in Austin, Texas today? Anyway, that's coming
or
up.
Maybe Southwest.
Southwest, there you go.
I guess it's Midwest because I guess Miami would be East, and then Vegas is West, and then Midwest is Austin. Okay, yeah, you're right the first time. I'm a big dope.
It's coming up in about an hour on JBM and on the Deuce. But for now, our attention is on Talladega, Seth. It's the playoff race at Talladega, and for the first time, it's in the semifinal round.
Everybody, get your nitroglycerin pills and buckle the heck up, Buttercup, for the start of one of the more intense races in NASCAR history, the pride of Walnut Cove, North Carolina, Mr. Mateo Owens. Matthew, take it away, my man.
There are over 100,000 people inside this racetrack and in the infield today. They represent all 50 states of the Union and 12 different countries. They're all here to watch the playoff race at Talladega, which takes the green flag. It's time to drop the hammer. In Sweet Home, Alabama, Michael McDowell and Chase Briscoe lead the field into the first turn of the day.
Dowell the nose in front. There's a bit of a break in the field about halfway back. It'll all come back together as they get up to speed here through turns 1 and 2. McDowell with his nose in the wind as they come out of 2. Briscoe continuing to lead that inside line. They'll all get themselves sorted in the back half of the field, heading towards Youssef for the first time.
First time at full song, Michael McDowell and Chase Briscoe do. Joey Logano tries to make an extreme outside line. Nobody went with him originally. Now he's got a couple of cars lined up behind him, including Ty Gibbs. Cole Custer shoots the middle to the inside of Logano, but it's McDowell and Briscoe side by side, all four.
Darrell Wallace Jr. jumps up to that top lane in front of Joey Logano. Josh Berry will do the same, and it took about 2.5 miles in less than 1 lap to get 3 wide. At the line to complete lap 1, a dead heat between McDowell and Briscoe.
Josh Berry continuing his run up on the high side. He'll take it 3 wide at the front and try and swing around the top of McDowell with help from Wallace and Logano. They're the 3 in the line on the top. McDowell has Cindric and I think Blaney up behind him. Briscoe continuing to be on the inside line with Kyle Busch up underneath his Camry spoiler.
Did not take long to go 3 wide. And that was a rather aggressive move by Berry to go 3 wide. And Berry's going to take the lead. So Josh Berry goes to the top spot through turns 3 and 4. 3 by 3 from second on back. It's a full-speed Indy 500 pace lap.
Super Speedway racing has always been a bit of a chess match, but in the next-gen era, even more so. As Josh Berry goes to the lead mat, the chess match is try to spend as little time on pit road as possible. That means, in green flag running like this, saving fuel.
Yeah, we'll see if we can talk some whiteboard stuff if we get a chance later on, as Berry is now been passed for the lead by Darrell Wallace Jr. on rushing from second in the queue. He went to the middle and will try and get past Berry, but sits in line. McDowell has fallen behind Briscoe, who's already gone from the lowest line to the middle as well.
Berry, Logano, then Wallace, and now here's Kyle Busch leading the extreme inside line. But topside, it is Berry who has the lead. Then it's Logano second. Then the 3 wide hootenanny begins at third on back. But Berry and Logano run 1-2.
Josh Berry in that blue number 21 Ford Dark Horse Mustang. Joey Logano behind him up the top of the racetrack through the tri-oval. They will lead lap number 3. Berry from Logano, then 3 wide stacked up behind.
Much talk all week about the 2 Penske guys that are in the playoff hunt, Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney. Do not count out their teammate Austin Cindric for one, and their quasi-teammate at the Wood Brothers, Josh Berry, who leads early doors. He will be the leader as they come out of turn number 2 on this lap with Logano right up behind him.
This guy's always great on these types of racetracks. Inside line trying to work with Kyle Busch leading it. Behind him is the Ryan Preece automobile. Busch going way to the inside. Berry on the top side. Now Busch way down to the bottom of the elevator. Berry and Busch are side by side for the lead.
With a new spotter, and after a controversial crash last week, Ty Dillon's the first to go 4 wide. He is pushing and pulling cars on the extreme outside through the tri-oval. Berry and Logano go up that way to block, but below them and taking the lead at the start-finish line is Kyle Busch.
Yeah, all sorts of moving and shaking around there, and no one getting themselves in the lines that they were, and Kyle Busch has got to the front, as you say, 3 wide for second. Priest, Wallace, and Berry up on the high side. Now they'll go a little back together, and the outside line's got the push. Ty Gibbs up behind Joey Logano.
Well, great push from Berry as the great push from Logano on the high side of the racetrack as they go through turns 3 and 4. Up to the middle of the race. Now 3x3 once again. Brad Keselowski, he's always in the mixer here at these racetracks, expecting to do so again today.
Back to the tri-oval the leaders come. Darrell Wallace Jr. ripping it around the outside of Kyle Busch. Top side, Josh Berry charges back. They are 3 wide for the first 3 rows. Then they are 4 wide with Ross Chastain with a head of steam.
Trying to make something work. Darrell Wallace Jr. had led that lap. It's now 2 wide at the front, 4 wide in about the 4th row, with Justin Haley still trying to make something happen up there. At the front, though, Wallace with a nose in front on Kyle Busch, and Briscoe's going to come and pick up the bumper of his Toyota teammate and give him a shove down the back straightaway.
As they move down the back straightaway, here is, as they head into 3, Bubba Wallace now clear to the lead. Kyle Busch second. Berry goes backwards. Briscoe and Priest the first side-by-side battle. That is for third. Behind the race leader, Bubba Wallace in second place, Kyle Busch.
There are hash marks on this racetrack, Matt, as if to give you lanes like on your normal interstate. And this is like trying to keep a car in your lane on the interstate, driving nearly 200 miles an hour, and 3 cars beside you at the same time.
Yeah, you don't want to be keeping right all the time today to let the faster cars coming behind you get by, which is what you should be doing on the highway, because it is going to be a free-for-all, especially when we get to the end of the race, and the end of stages as well. I've often seen accidents and mayhem, but so far through 6.5 laps, all clean and all good.
Yep, good aggressive move from inside to middle lane for Bubba Wallace, so he maintains the lead. Now Briscoe to second with Kyle Busch on the inside. 3x3 from 4th on back. The leader is still Bubba Wallace.
Back to the main straightaway. Wallace splitting the difference on the racetrack, running right in the middle in front of Chase Briscoe. Now he'll go to the bottom next to that double yellow line to cover off Kyle Busch. And Matt, you cannot go below that double yellow line and advance your position, or you will be penalized. That is out of bounds.
Yeah, all the way through from lap 1 to 188. And we include the last lap in that as well. But Wallace is we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. Wallace is the leader as they come out of turn number 2. And he is now dropped to the low line to pick up Kyle Busch. Chase Briscoe continues to lead the middle line, which seems to be fading slightly. Josh Berry still leading the high line and actually goes to the lead.
Berry to the lead of the race with a push from Joey Logano on the high side, that dark blue 21. With the lead, then you've got a good battle for second between Wallace and Logano, but Josh Berry, the Tennessee native, continues to show the way.
He'll bring the field into the tri-oval with Joey Logano and Justin Haley just in behind. Matt, let's talk about some whiteboard things real quick. We'll take them one at a time, starting with the fuel saving.
Yeah, it is going to be no tyres today unless, well, I'll get to that in a second, but generally we will see no tyres today. It's all going to be about fuel saving. You want to spend as little time on pit lane as possible, and that means not putting too much fuel in the tank. If you can save some fuel on the racetrack by getting in the draft or using part throttle or either or both, then that will save your crew guys a lot of time on pit road, and that will become your advantage, especially if we get a yellow in the late running.
So, yeah, I was just about to mention, Seth, how about that 5th car on the outside lane? Who's that, Seth? Oh, yeah, that's Austin Hill.
Yeah, he's pretty good at these kind of tracks. We'll talk about what he did yesterday in the hot lap later. But what I was actually getting ready to say was 3rd place, the aforementioned on his way out the door, Justin Haley.
Yeah, Haley's moved up. Remember, he nearly won at Daytona in the regular season finale. He's up there. Austin Hill's made his way to the top 10. Anthony Alfredo has made his way up to the top 10. He drives the number 62 for Beard Motorsports, which really only runs the drafting track super speedway races because it is an underfunded team, but they always find a way to come to these drafting tracks with a ton of speed and are a contender every time we've come here. Alfredo has that car up into the top 10 here on lap 10. Josh Berry brings the field off of turn 4. I want to come back to you, Matt, because when they come to pit road, if you're only taking fuel, you better be very surgical getting to pit road and don't lock up the tires.
Yeah, do not lock up your tyres because then you will have to probably take tyres we're not going to see many tyre stops at all today, and probably what we do will be 2 tyre stops. Also coming to pit road, generally one of the most trickiest pit lanes to get to in the whole of the calendar year, especially in playoff time. Also today, there are weepers down there from the rain that you mentioned that came through overnight last night. It is not completely dry on the entrance to pit road. It's also not completely dry on the apron in the warm-up lane in turn 1 and 2, but we don't use that here. So coming to pit road is going to be even more spicy today with some water around.
And Seth, we've seen how many crashes coming to pit road at this racetrack?
Quite a bit. I saw a guy actually win a race one year despite locking up and spitting out onto the pit road. In fact, the race was so wild, he did that on Sunday and then won the race on Monday. That would be Mr. Blaney, of course.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. So, those are just some of the factors of what we're watching here today. We'll have Matt talk to us a little bit more when we get a chance about teamwork, manufacturers working together, all of that coming up as we carry on throughout the day. Just got the essentials out of the way here early. Let's pick up the leaders heading to Seth in 3 on lap 12.
And it is Josh Berry with the lead here as they continue to show the way. He continues to show Logano second. Then you've got Busch and Haley, or that's not Busch. It's Briscoe side third. Ryan Preece going backwards on the inside line.
Gets picked up by Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, and Tyler Reddick, but it is still Josh Berry in that blue 21 that leads the way. Back to the line. They are 4 wide again, about 6 or 7 rows back, Matt. This racetrack is wide enough for that, but it's not easy.
Not easy, not at these speeds, and 5 wide is absolutely horror story stuff. It's almost Halloween, don't you know, as the field come through 1 and 2. Still looking pretty safe by Talladega standards at the front end of the field, but the craziness starts from about 10th on back.
Yeah, indeed. It is Josh Berry continuing to show the way as they head into turn number 3. So it is Berry with the lead. By the way, Josh Berry and Joey Logano asked Berry, quote, to cover me a little better. I don't need him to give me air. I need him to take the air so I can draft better and more efficient.
We'll be talking about teamwork a lot today, and Josh Berry, while he does drive for the Wood Brothers, Matt, there is a connected dotted line from that team to Team Penske.
Yeah, across the workshop, basically, because the Wood Brothers team is based now out of the Penske organization with that 21. We saw Josh go to victory lane at Las Vegas in the spring to get himself into the playoffs before he had probably the most horrendous round of any playoff driver in the history of playoff land. But he's here leading at Talladega in the early stages from Logano, Justin Haley, and a shout for Shane Van Gisbergen in 4th position.
I was going to let you make the first mention of that, not me, because he is on the move. SVG up into 3rd as he goes to the inside of Justin Haley. Haley, though, surges back up, and Ryan Preece coming back on the inside after going backwards about a couple laps ago. It's like a roller coaster here. One lap you're 1st, the next lap you're 25th, and the next lap you're 5th again.
That's exactly right. Shane Van Gisbergen, last 2 ovals we've driven on, Matt, top 10 at Kansas, and a really good run at Vegas last week. Should have gotten a better finish for.
Yeah, was in the mix in the late laps before the crash into turn 1 on the restart with Ty Gibbs. But here he is challenging for 3rd place. It's still those 2 Fords out front. SVG in the middle of the 3 wide with Justin Haley and Ryan Preece as they head down the back straightaway on lap 15.
Lap 15, intense action. I don't want to hear anybody crying about they're taking it too easy today. You can't do that here. Here's Ryan Preece with a push from Christopher Bale. Preece now to the inside of Logano. Now he wants to challenge Berry for the lead. Preece, who came to the line 2nd but got DQ'd in the spring, wants a bite of the lead.
He still has not won in the Cup Series. Today presents a good chance for Ryan Preece to do that, but he backs up on that bottom lane that only has 4 cars lined up down there. Not a lot of energy there, so Preece goes backwards, Matt, as Berry holds the lead.
As they peel again into turn number 1. No 3 and 4 wide action. Well, 3 wide in the sort of 2nd and 3rd rows. No 4 wide action going on at the moment. So everybody kind of settling themselves down here now that we've got a good chunk of laps under their belt. And the 2 Fords at the front of Berry and Logano still continue to head the way.
So it's Barry with the lead. Van Gisbergen now stuck in the middle lane. Logano is going to try and come down to cover it. He couldn't. And Priest with a dart to the inside. A big push from Bell and a big dart. New leader at Talladega, Ryan Priest.
And he did it at a good time. It was a very cinematic camera shot there from NBC as Priest takes the lead in the middle of 3 and 4. And Ryan Priest, the New Englander, goes to the front of the field. He'll lead the 16th lap of 60 in Stage 1.
Only just because Kyle Busch was having a great run through the trial there in the second lane. He will now lead that second lane ahead of SVG. But it's Ryan Priest out front as they head through turn number 2. And I'm going to have to step away for a second, but I will be back. Seth, take it away.
It's Ryan Priest with the lead. He's got Christopher Bell pushing behind him. Kyle Busch leads the inside with a push from Shane Van Gisbergen. Priest continuing to show the way. Busch on the inside. And now Busch going way to the inside of Priest. Battle on. Kyle Busch. Good surge on the inside. He might have the leadoff for.
Kyle Busch won here in the spring of 2008, his only Talladega win until he joined Richard Childress Racing. He won here in his first year with RCR in 2023. Goes to the front with a push from Shane Van Gisbergen. Darrell Wallace Jr. is third in that line. The 3 and 4 wide racing that we had in the opening 10 laps or so, Seth, has filed out to 2 wide racing. That's where everyone is at their most comfortable here at this racetrack.
Indeed. Trying to get that comfortable feeling out phase, if you will. Kyle Busch to the lead with a push from Shane Van Gisbergen. The 8s have it on the inside. That's your NASCAR on the 8s with Kyle Busch and Shane Van Gisbergen in the lead on lap 18 of a 188-lap race.
Very well done out of you, Jim Cantori, as Busch brings the field back into the tri-oval with Van Gisbergen and Wallace in behind. They come to the line. This lead group now has begun to splinter away a little bit from a second line, a second pack of traffic that does include some playoff drivers. Denny Hamlin for one, William Byron's back there. That's not uncommon, Seth, early in the race here for some guys to just lag at the back and say, if trouble's going to happen, I want to see it happening so I can avoid.
Absolutely. Not a bad idea. Of course, Denny Hamlin can do whatever he wants because he's already into the next round of the playoffs. So he's into the championship 4. So he can do whatever he wants. At the front, it's Kyle Busch, it's Shane Van Gisbergen, it's Justin Haley, and it's Bubba Wallace, the top 4.
Some drivers in that second pack include Chase Elliott. We mentioned Hamlin. We mentioned Byron. Daniel Suarez is there. Brad Keselowski. Eric Jones. I think I see Ryan Blaney. Yep, Blaney's in there. So, yep, that second pack has kind of separated itself a little bit from the lead group going back to turn 1. We're on lap 20 of 60 in stage number 1. This is a 188-lap race. Kyle Busch is the leader. For those of you listening on JBM on YouTube, a big hello to you. We'll try to stay as we can to the comments section. Of course, this is a lot going on. Very busy commentary here. But certainly leave the comments. See Robert Perkles there. He's always here. Glad to have you here. Adam, Christopher, great to have you all with us. We have one comment. How did SVG climb up to the 15 places already? That's how quick it happens around here. Let's see. We have another commenter right now. I'm watching on Screen Variety TV. Glad to have you with us. Glad to be on your television sets as well. Does anyone say television sets anymore? Christopher Sharp.
No one says radio dial either, but we say that.
That's exactly right.
So why not?
Christopher Sharp was with us in the comments yesterday for the Xfinity Series race. Says hello, Britain and North Carolina. We got South Carolina here too. I think if I'm not too mistaken, Christopher said he's in Spokane. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. Nathan is with us as well. Huge hello to everyone joining us. Be sure to like and subscribe to JB Motorsports if you haven't already. Leave your comments. We'll try to stay up to date with them as the day goes on. It's going to be a fun day.
Thank you, Matthew, for telling me that many people have left comments. That means I actually have to do my job properly.
Yeah,
anyway.
well, we'll all pitch in. At the front of the field, it's Kyle Busch leading lap number 21. The top 6 cars are now single file, those being Busch, Van Gisbergen, Haley, Wallace, Bell, and Barry. Then it's double file racing from 7th on back. And as we were just discussing, Matt, that's basically all it is right now. You've got 2 packs of cars. The first pack running double file, second pack running mostly single file, some too wide there, but not surprising, Matt, to see some guys like Blaney, Hamlin, Byron, and Elliott just back away here, hold their horses, and get into a second pack just in case trouble breaks out.
Yeah, indeed, and of course we will have, we were talking about pit stops before, we will have a fuel stop at some point in this first stage. We're approaching the halfway point of the first stage, about to click onto lap 23 of 60. Just to your YouTube stuff before you mentioned, when you've liked and subscribed to the JB Motorsports page, if you haven't already, pull up another YouTube tab and look for the Ultimate Sports Network and do the same there, please, as well.
Yes, the Ultimate Sports Network, which will be, so for those that are not in the know, you're getting commentary right now through USRN, Ultimate Sports Radio Network. We are making the blend. We are merging into the YouTube world. We'll make that full blend at the end of this racing season. And we will be on YouTube as well. So, yes, go to the Ultimate Sports Network on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, click the bell to get notifications, all of that, and you will get, of course, NASCAR broadcast next year, along with this season's action from the National Hockey League, NBA, which that season starts Tuesday, college basketball. We'll have some football as we work it in, as we are brand new to the YouTube verse. We have Kane Hood that says he's in Alabama listening. Ty Moses says hello live from Alabama. Christopher says thanks for the shout out. You guys are my favorite. My long shot is the 77. That would be Carson Hocevar. And he says Washington State is weed legal. At least you have your priorities straightened out. Leaders in 3.
Wow. Josh Berry, Joey Logano running 1-2. We'll leave that there. Rest in peace, Bill Walton. As Kyle Busch is in 3rd. Shane Van Gisbergen in 4th. Chase Briscoe and Justin Haley side by side for 5th. Maybe he's saying it because he feels like when he's listened to us in the past, he feels like we are high. I don't know.
That's very true. Watch the race, listen to us, pop in a gummy. What could be better? 25 laps.
That's the Mad Dog way.
That is the Mad Dog way. Okay, Matt. We started with 3 and 4 wide racing. We're down to either single file or double file. What's going on inside these helmets right now? Because they're not just doing this to do it. They're doing it for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we're all going to be speaking at double speed in 160 laps time when we get towards the end to that previous comment. So watch out for that in a couple of hours. They're all doing it because they want to keep with some teammates or manufacturer mates, because we're all going to see the pit stops come together. We'll see a bunch of Fords, a bunch of Chevrolets, a bunch of Toyotas. Toyota will generally, and have done in the past, weave their pit stops around others, be they Chevrolet or Ford, because they've got the least running cars, and you don't want to end up coming through the pits on your own. To the point before, if you lock up and end up missing your pit box or something like that, then you will end up losing the draft. You want to stay with some people that will bring you back all together again once the pit stop phase is shaken out, which is probably going to come in about 15 to 20 laps or so.
And then, I love this comment from the user that it's 2 T's, TT. What you heard me do was throw it to Matt. I set up Matt. I lobbed up a softball for Matt to slam it out of the park. That's my job. I'm air traffic control, don't you know. I set up my teammates. But then TT says the real answer, Matt, they're just doing it to not wreck on lap 30.
That also. Yeah.
But see, we're not going to say that because this is the radio coochie coo that we have to do. And we have to set it up for everyone. Anyway. On with the race, please. I'm sure people are saying. Nicholas is listening to us from Alabama. He says his pick is Ross Chastain. Great to have you all with us. Leaders heading down the back straightaway, Seth, led by Josh Berry.
So it is Josh Berry with the race lead here. Still 34 laps to go in the opening stage. As Josh Berry continues to lead. Kyle Larson, currently 22nd, started 17th. Again, we focused on him earlier. His well-documented struggles on these type of racetracks.
But he has been getting better, as Seth alluded to in Ones to Watch earlier today. He's nearly won 3 of these here this year. Leaders through the tri-oval and back to the line. We're just about halfway through stage 1, Matt. You would think that we should start seeing pit stops probably within the next 10 to 15 laps.
And as we were talking and discussing what we thought might happen, it's all kind of come back together again. And we've got a second line building, again, with Chase Briscoe at the front of it, as it was at the front end of the race. So they're trying to make something happen on the inside. Is that Cody Ware up in second in the queue? Yes, it is, in the 51 on the inside.
So now here is Briscoe way down to the inside. The Steak Nuggets pushing Chase Briscoe to the front. And behind Ware, Noah Gregson and John Hunter Nemechek.
And Chase Briscoe goes to the front with that push from Ware. Then he moved up to cover off Josh Berry, and now Cody Ware is going for the lead. The driver from Greensboro, North Carolina, driving for Rick Ware Racing, battling for the lead at Talladega, Matt. That's why we love this place.
Yeah, as Seth said, anyone and everyone's got a chance of winning this thing. And now Ware goes to the front, and he leaves the inside open for Noah Gregson to slide by. So the 4-car goes to the front. Ware will go up and pick up Josh Berry. Chase Briscoe's been dropped off of them already. And now it's Noah Gregson doing the bobbing and weaving around at the front.
Oh, my goodness. So Gregson to the lead, but for how long? Because here comes John Hunter Nemechek. He goes to the inside. The legacy car looking for the lead. Gregson, though, with a good surge to the high side, wants the lead back.
And Nemechek has been pushed to the front by Denny Hamlin, who 10 laps ago we were talking about being in that second pack, riding along in the high 20s or 30s. Now he's up towards the front, pushing John Hunter Nemechek to the lead at the start-finish line.
5 cars lined up on the inside, being led by JHN in this 3-wide pack at the front. As they come through turn 1 again, Hunter Nemechek has a lane here open to him if he wants to go up. Gregson will lead the inside row. Josh Berry continues to be the lead car on the outside, as he has been pretty much since the drop of the green flag. But it's the 42 car who was sent to the rear that now leads.
But Berry comes back with a push from Logano, and he'll go to the lead, but only briefly because Nemechek fights back way on the inside of the racetrack. Now it's Nemechek and Berry side by side. Kyle Busch leads the third lane on the extreme outside.
Back to the main straightaway, 4,300 feet long, connected by 2 short straights and the tri-oval where they turn at now. Berry and Nemechek through the tri-oval into the start-finish line, halfway home in stage 1, 30 down, 30 to go.
Berry and Logano went from the top to the middle through 3 and 4 there, which is why Seth said that Kyle Busch now leads the outside line, which he does do. Those 2 Fords have gone to the middle lane. We're right on board if you're watching the pictures with Chase Briscoe. He's mired a little bit further back as they come out of turn number 2. We know we're ready to go at the moment after leading not so long ago.
Briscoe working his way to the inside. Here comes Kyle Busch now. He gets a push in the extreme outside line, but it backs off a bit. Berry gets a surge in the middle. Berry goes to the lead. Busch now to second with Denny Hamlin beside him, but Josh Berry is clear to the lead.
Cody Ware and Michael McDowell were very close to running into each other down the back straightaway. Here on the front straight, Shane Van Gisbergen makes a dive in the tri-oval to the left elbow of Kyle Busch, clears him, and Van Gisbergen now, Matt, second on the outside. Brad Keselowski wants to stack it 3 wide.
Berry's lost his wingman. Joey Logano's down in the middle lane, about 3 or 4 car lengths back. He will pick up his former teammate, Brad Keselowski, in that middle row. John Hunter Nemechek with the elevator move, bottom to top to pick up Josh Berry. Van Gisbergen behind him, and then it is Busch on that outside line.
John Hunter Nemechek now to the race lead, but Josh Berry with an aggressive dart to the inside gets the lead back. Goodbye, Nemechek. Berry goes to the race lead, getting squirrely.
Yeah, Nemechek, when he got caught out of the draft, he was bobbing and weaving amidst cars. He falls in line behind Noah Gregson in the middle. To the lead again goes Berry, followed by Van Gisbergen. Third on that inside line, Matt, Brad Keselowski, car number 6, who has 6 Talladega wins. The only driver with 4, Dale
position.
Earnhardt
Omi
Sr.
will be able to see us and then say hello and everything.
Keselowski can finally break
into
this long
double there.
losing
There we
streak
are.
here today.
Looks like
he's got a good car under him.
walking
John
as well.
on the image check, they're getting to the front, and nobody wanted to work with him. He is sunk like a stone. Bubba Wallace getting into the back of Kyle Busch halfway down the back straightaway, giving the Cheddar's car a good push.
He is now being Ginsburg, and something happened here, and he blew there, kind of stalled that top lane. Not sure what happened there. At the front, though, Josh Berry continues to show the way.
Everything happened. We said this. Everything happened that could have possibly happened. And yeah, it was just pure drama, but that's what this is about.
Jumps up to the middle. Barry's going to jump up there to cover.
No, I haven't. So be kind.
Very leading down to the bottom to pick up Frank Keselowski. Logano will lead the middle line. Van Gisbergen's been left out all on his own on the outside. Will eventually get picked up by Noah Gregson. And that third line is going backwards at the moment. Logano leading the second line, about 3 or 4 car lengths back of Berry at the front. Here comes Denny Hamlin to pop out to take up the bumper of Joey Logano in the middle. Berry still leading.
Berry still the race leader. Here's Denny Hamlin now. Good surge to the outside. He'll use a side draft to get his way to the front in turn number 3. Berry, though, will try to fight back to the inside, and he's going to have the lead back. Berry back to the lead.
6 rows of double file racing.
As we come through,
3 wide
clock
in the middle
strikes
of the pack.
2
Field
here
to the
in Kota.
trioval. Berry down at the bottom. Hamlin to his right elbow. Side by side across the line. Berry runs over a weeper on the bottom of the track. That sprays water onto the windshield of Keselowski's car.
One right down on the start-finish line there, so that'll be everyone's being mindful of that right down on the inside. Those two continue to lead. Hamlin actually led that lap across the line, but only by the smallest of margins, and that continues to be the case on the back straightaway in the middle of the line. SVG continues to lead the outside line, but that has really, it's got the least cars in it, so they are not making any moves forward.
This race as well, are we going to expecting to see
go into turn number 3, side by side. It's Hamlin and Berry for the lead. You got 3 wide further back. Ty Gibbs goes down there bottom to top. Now Justin Haley will follow him.
Back up, wouldn't he? Again, that'd be lovely to see. Well,
to try to pull it along.
Yeah, he does have form. But it'd also be really good to see Hamilton get podium as well. Who knows? Who knows? It is. It really is.
Huge mix-up in the championship standings if they put the flag out now, but we'll cover all that off when we get to the end of the stage, when we know where places are. And Hamlin continues to lead as they go through turns 1 and 2, and he's now taken the reverse elevator move from the top to the bottom to pick up Josh Berry. They're on board with Ty Gibbs in about 10th position, and the outside line is building momentum, being led by Justin Haley.
In 21, 22,
and they've got a lot of momentum on that high side, surging at high speed. It's Hamlin the leader.
Can we talk about next year as well with Bottas coming back?
Logano third.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. I can't wait to see.
On back, that's where all the action is.
This 3 wide spread begins with Keselowski on the bottom, Busch in the middle, and Haley up top. And so to set the match point,
he's American for him.
Gibbs is giving some aggressive pushes to back to Justin Haley.
No,
and that's why they're moving up at the top of the racetrack. 36 laps
up on the theme well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's the mullet.
Quite getting all the way to the front, but it is happening for them to some degree. Denny Hamlin is the front of the field. Last week's winner continues to show the way here with Josh Berry up behind him. Brad Kay leading that inside line as they peel their way out of turn number 2 again, and down the back straightaway, the furthest point away from the spotters, who are the busiest people in the place this afternoon.
What are you expecting?
Better believe that. They make their money on days like these.
Absolute carnage. It's going to be so interesting. Looking forward to it.
Side draft with his former teammate Hamlin and Brad Keselowski on the bottom. Keselowski and Busch, we've seen them battle a time or 2, haven't we? Throwback battle for the lead.
What's it like for Marshall then? You've got the green flag signal on the back. What are you looking for as they come to line up on the grid?
You've got to make sure that everyone is in the correct position naturally, and there's no false starts, and that it's just everything is safe and good to go, because we want some clean racing. We don't want anything
faster than we are as the field goes through turn number 1 again. And now we are about to get into the sort-out phase of who's going to be wanting to come. They'll be trying to get themselves all lined up with the guys that they want to come with and in the right row and all that kind of thing, and what they want to come down. It's all about to get a little bit nutty, and that's when the time for the bell to start ringing at Talladega
always goes back to race control.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of action about that. As if this has been
so yeah,
an event.
we're on the track running
and Kyle Busch aiming to show the way.
One side dirtier than the other. On the run end towards turn number 1, towards the pit wall, popping rubber in, and that's where we'll see Lando Norris trying to attack Max Verstappen. 56 laps ahead of us there, 14% chance of a safety car, 43 for virtual. 2, 3, 4, 5, pause. Action
and
in
keep the
Austin.
car
It's a better getaway this time. It's a strong getaway from Lewis
with other
Hamilton.
cars around
3
you
cars at
on
least,
worn
not 3 down
tyres
towards
with
turn
weepers
1.
coming
Max
through.
covers the inside
They
line on
run the
Lando.
smallest
Look at
brake
Charlotte
package available
Leclerc
here
around the
because they do it
outside.
for
Everyone gets through turn 1
friction
today.
reasons. They don't
Hamilton
want
side
the
by
car
side
being
with
slowed
Piastri and
by
Russell
having
as
the
they
big
go
brakes on, so
downhill
they run
through
the
turn
smallest
2.
brakes
It's
allowable
Bortoletto has dropped out.
at
And
these
look at
super speedway
Leclerc.
tracks,
He's
and
already
that's why we
gone
have so
through
much
on
trouble
Lando
coming to
Norris.
pit lane. And
He's
it looks like I've
attacking
got a
the
feeling we
back of
might see
Max
some cars coming
Verstappen,
this time
who
in
takes a
4th.
wide line coming to the second phase.
Survey
Up towards turn 8. And we've got Lando
not at the front,
Norris
at
attacking the
least.
slow,
Right.
better getaway from Lewis Hamilton in the second phase.
nobody at the front
Bortoletto's
feeling the
being
pit road,
mugged.
and to
So
Matt's point,
Noda's
too,
looking around the
you
outside.
run the
And if I
smallest
was
brake
Gabriel
package available,
Bortoletto, I'd
and
go
you
over
put
and
a
try
lot
again,
of the
Megan.
brake in the rear of the
So
car,
would I.
Matt,
I hope
so a
they
lot of
fix that
times
problem he
guys
had.
will get
Also,
hard on
I
the brakes and
noticed
they'll
that
lose the rear
Sonoda
of the
almost
car
caused
and
a crash. Here's
spin
a
coming
Nova
to pit
taking
road by
I think
locking
that's
up the
Oscar
rear.
Piastri.
Yeah, he's trying to go
Because
around
they
the
don't want to
outside
lock
of
up the
Russell.
front
He's
and
got the
damage
traction to
those,
Noda's
trying to
having
slow the car down, so they wind the brake guys backwards, and then they grab, and we have cars spinning left, right, centre in the concrete, in the grass, etc., etc. Let's see what happens when we get there. At the moment, all is square at the front with Keselowski out in the lead.
Can't get through. Also to
Depending on where they
contact. She
spin, that
does
can
link
cause
the
a
back aside.
caution, which
Bowman's
could
up
throw
to
everything
8th.
in disarray
That
too.
was Sonoda clipping
lot going on here.
right,
Double yellow
Brad
again. Yeah, you're right.
Keselowski is
Alexander
still the
Albon's
race
turned
leader.
round. He's gone round in a 360 down at turn 12.
Not good
It is
Double yellows
as
out
hard
as it comes
here,
through. Fernando
harder
Alonso in a
here
bit of trouble.
than
Green
anywhere
flags
else.
back
And I
out.
say that,
Albon
Matt,
has
knowing that
continued
last week
on.
we had a
And
playoff
Alonso
driver
does get ahead of
tattoo
Lawson. That's an
someone
awesome
coming to
start.
pit road
Lap one
under green.
complete. Verstappen leads. Leclerc,
Yeah, who
Norris,
was going
Hamilton, Piastri,
fairly
Russell,
slowly
Antonelli,
in the
Bowman,
line of
Sainz,
fire in
Tsunoda
Ty Dillon,
in the top
which
10
ruined
on
William
3
Byron's
places from
day,
where he started.
because he was looking like he was on for a great result last week at Las Vegas. Meanwhile, in turn 2, Keselowski still leading the way. Kyle Busch, the leader of the middle row, that outside lane we were talking about has faded. Now that Justin Haley and Ty Gibbs have gone out of it, Noah Gragson leads, but they're a long way back off the front of the field.
Side by side for the race lead now at the front once again. Keselowski has the advantage on the inside as we look at a high-protein burger sponsored on board in the middle of the pack for some reason.
Field back towards the main straightaway, 2/3 of the way home here in stage number 1. Brad Keselowski still leading. Getting some comments about some about some audio issues, and I've just poked my head in. Yeah, I will send a message to the folks at JBM to get that rectified. We have over the top of us 3 calling the race, we have JB calling some Formula 1 something. I'm not sure if that's the sprint from yesterday or what's going on, but anyway, we'll get it rectified. Leaders in 3.
Grand Prix started 10 minutes ago, or 5 minutes ago, the actual Grand Prix, so that'll probably be why.
Brad Keselowski still the leader as they go through turns 3 and 4. And let's see, does anybody pit this time? Does it look like it?
So, back to the main straightaway come the leaders. It's still Keselowski at the front from Kyle Busch, who leads the middle lane. 2 by 2 for 3 rows, Matt, then 3 wide, about 4 rows back.
It all got a bit split up at the front before. That's why I was excited about perhaps all pit stops beginning, but premature shout there from my end. 15 laps or so to go here in this first stage. Keselowski continued to lead. Hands out the window this time I saw. I think that was Chase Briscoe, 3rd in line. He had his hand out the window, so we're definitely going to get some stops this time.
Yep, and so now we'll see who comes to pit road. It's Kyle Busch. It's Brad Keselowski. Full speed pace lap at the front of the field. Who's going to come down pit road? Briscoe and a bunch of others. Take it away, Big Mo.
Chase Briscoe is in. Also, Josh Berry is there. Michael McDowell, Ty Gibbs, about 8 or 9 cars. Let's go to pit road.
You see very quick stops, Kim.
NBC.
Kim fantasizing about
Chase Briscoe just complaining a little bit about a ride quality out of turn number 4, very bouncy, and so he's going to get just fuel only here. Also, Josh Berry, the leader of the most laps so far in his Mustang on and off of pit road.
As these guys leave, we're going to see another wave. Normally, this will come in 3 late. There you go, 8 car. Kyle Busch, hand out the window. So that black and bluish car leading the bottom lane, we expect him to peel off. I imagine everyone behind him on the bottom will get left. There you go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, call it 10 cars, including the 9 of Chase Elliott in a scary situation, pitting from the top lane of that white car in the back.
That was Denny Hamlin nearly got tattooed Ty Dillon style coming from top to bottom to get to pit road.
Team car.
Oh, no.
Chase Briscoe too fast on entry.
2 weeks in a row, there's something that's going to hamper the 19. Here's Kim.
You see Denny Hamlin making his fuel-only stop, nothing to lose. They told him to take it easy. Also fuel-only, his teammate Christopher Bell.
Clean and away, you see that.
So Chase Briscoe, as you just heard, speeding too fast coming into pit road. We talked about going about 185 miles an hour and having to get it woed up to 55. It's so difficult, and Briscoe didn't do it. There was some moving and shaking, Seth, on the second group coming to pit road. That's what caught Denny Hamlin out at the very top, and then he came down right in front of somebody. That was a mess.
Yep, looks like B.J. McLeod and Kyle Busch have also been decked for speeding.
Oh.
Wow. And Hamlin, Matt, all over the place. And that nearly turned into a real disaster. To Seth's point, Kyle Busch has been caught too fast exiting on pit road. We're still waiting for about a dozen to come to pit road. Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Noah Gragson, Austin Cindric, William Byron, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, among the cars that have still not made it to pit road. Will they come this time is the question. Yes, they will. Keselowski, Logano, and Gragson at least will come to pit road together. Also, Chris Buescher is with them. About 5 or 6 on pit road here.
Get on and off pit road. Marty.
See Joey Logano coming to pit road. He has been shuffled out 3 times, worked his way back to the front each time. Here's the problem. He did that with Josh Berry helping him. Berry is already pitted. His other teammate, Ryan Blaney, still on the track.
And Poon evidently talking about Miami.
As the Fords leave, here is the lead.
Chase Briscoe comes to pit road. We do have the audio issues straightened out on JBM. Quick work by JB as he calls the Grand Prix and fixes audio issues.
Only he.
What these people can't do, I don't know. They'll soon be sending a rocket to the moon, I'm sure. Anyway, William Byron comes to pit road this time with Bowman, Elliott, Austin Dillon, Daniel Suarez, and Kyle Larson. 7 Chevrolets.
How organized they are, Marty.
You see William Byron coming to pit road. He spent most of that run in the back, going to be fuel only for him, and Ross Chastain had to make a hard left to make his pit stall.
Same story for Chase Elliott in the 9. Marty ran at the back of the top 20 most of the stint, but Alan Gustafson said mileage was good there, short fuel only stop, Cam.
And Kyle Larson, you see there, already done 3 seconds of fuel he took on that stop.
And we'd like to welcome Kim Kuhn back to the lead lap as we work with 13 laps to go here in Stage 1 at Talladega. We'll watch the blend. All of these groups, about 4 of them coming to pit road. Now they'll all blend in together, and we'll reset the running order for you once they do. Joey Logano and Noah Gragson lead a pack of cars that are up to full speed. They're coming to the back straightaway. We are going to have some cars hitting pit road this lap too. Austin Cindric, along with Todd Gilliland, Zane Smith, and Ryan Blaney.
Keep his wingman, Austin Cindric. Meanwhile, his teammate Joey Logano lost his wingman, as we mentioned, in Josh Berry.
And just to confirm that Ross Chastain was also too fast on pit road along with Kyle Busch and Chase Briscoe. So we're just about to get all of these pit stops cycled through. In fact, I think that's everybody, that group of 4 that just came to pit road. That should complete the first cycle of stops. Noah Gragson leads the up-to-speed pack across the line. Question will be, where will they fall in with the 4 Fords that just came off of pit road? This is kind of like a waiting game, waiting to play the game of telephone here to communicate with you who's where on the merge. They're coming to you, Seth, and this is, the Ford's coming up in front of a full pack, Seth!
Oh, they're going to split Cindric. They split Blaney. Looks like everybody's going to be okay, at least the front. Oh, boy, that could have been Harry. Look out! 1 car to the inside, passing Gragson. It's A.J. Allmendinger made an aggressive move. 1 car way out of shape on the extreme outside line. That's Carson Hocevar.
Hocevar off the pace, went to the top. Everyone was able to avoid him. He's got an issue, brings his Moto Casino Chevrolet to pit road. The stops have cycled out, Matt, and through the merge and the blending, A.J. Allmendinger has gone to the lead of this motor race.
Certainly has. And he is ahead of Joey Logano on the inside. Noah Gragson leads the outside train. with Chris Buescher up behind him in the 17. Ryan Blaney is up to speed, and he's trying to get something going on the extreme outside, but he's just picked up the bumper of Justin Haley.
Man.
3 wide in the middle of the pack.
And a moment ago, Brad Keselowski on pit road overshooting his pit box. Had to reverse it back into his box, and we mentioned 3 cars were caught speeding. Briscoe, Busch. Who was the other one? I've already forgotten.
Chastain.
Chastain, there we go. Leaders in the tri-oval, A.J. Allmendinger cutting from the middle to the bottom, and roaring to his outside is Noah Gragson. This is for the lead with 10 to go in stage 1.
Yeah, here we go. And now these guys are going to be racing for stage points like Logano. This could get very, very interesting. Although no other playoff drivers in the top 10 right now, so who knows how the battle for stage points really will go. But it is Talladega. It is Noah Gragson with the race lead. Then he's got Eric Jones second. Here comes Allmendinger, a big dart to the inside with a push from Logano. A.J. Allmendinger showing speed this afternoon. He gets a push, and it's Allmendinger back to the number 1 position through turn 4.
So they come back towards the main straightaway. Allmendinger looking to work the draft as best he can. Gragson and Eric Jones up the outside. And Matt, who's that on the extreme outside leading that line? Ricky Stenhouse Jr., twice a Talladega winner.
Yeah, we knew we'd see him at the front at some point throughout the day. He normally comes to play late in the afternoon, but here he is in prime time trying to make something happen. Chase Briscoe getting back up to speed after his speeding penalty. Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain have also served theirs, as has BJ McLeod. Down the back straightaway, Noah Gragson has his nose in the wind, being pushed by Chris Buescher. In fact, no, it's not Chris Buescher. Sorry, it's Eric Jones in the 43. Allmendinger still continuing to lead the inside.
Yeah, they go around. Oh, no, one car. Hard into the wall goes A.J. Allmendinger. Justin Haley takes a sledgehammer shot. More cars involved. Chase Elliott is in the crash. So too is Austin Cindric. Eric Jones slides through. Noah Gragson's involved. Is that Ricky Stenhouse Jr.? Looks like yes. Stenhouse in the wreck. That happened so fast, it was hard to tell how it really began. But the big loser in the wreck is Chase Elliott.
Playoff driver Chase Elliott started the day below the cut line. He's heavily damaged, trying to limp his Royal Blue number 9 back to pit road. Even if they do get it back on the racetrack today to run some laps and pick up positions, his chances for a competitive day is done. He will have to win at Martinsville next Sunday afternoon. A.J. Allmendinger, who was just leading, involved in the crash. His car on fire underneath the hood. The fire trying to extinguish itself. There is mechanisms inside the car to extinguish the fire automatically, Matt. And he's out of the car as AJ lying on his back.
Yeah. I think he took a shot. He's winded, perhaps. Let's hope that's only it, because he's got out of the car and he's laying in the racetrack down towards pit in. The safety crews are all there as quickly as they can be. And the smoke has kind of extinguished itself, to your point. That was just at an NBC camera cut, so we didn't quite catch the beginning of it to Seth's point that it happened so fast. So we'll get replays shortly. But for the main point of Chase Elliott, and main point B, is let's hope that A.J. Allmendinger is okay.
And as Seth called it, A.J. took a hard shot up across the track and into the outside wall. We'll look to make sure that everyone else is okay, and we'll try to follow up on A.J. Allmendinger. Among the cars involved also Noah Gragson, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Those two, Seth, at your feet, look to have climbed out of their race cars.
Indeed, both of them have climbed out of their race cars as the safety crew arrives on the scene. So Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will not repeat in the fall race, and Noah Gragson, who was having a good start to the day, he's done. And you mentioned Eric Jones at the start of the race, Matthew. A lot of damage to that Dollar Tree car.
And Chase Elliott on pit road, and now here's A.J. Allmendinger clambering up to his feet, limping just a bit. Now let's go back to Seth Eves at the base of turns 3 and 4. Seth, you mentioned it happened quickly. It often does here. What happened?
So Noah Gragson and A.J. Allmendinger. Eric Jones gave Noah Gragson too big of a push. Gragson then shot up the track, hit Allmendinger, hit the wall at a very, very hellacious angle, and then it took out, and I can already see everybody complaining because Joey Logano missed it.
And also,
he just finds a way, doesn't he?
And also cars in the middle of the pack getting involved. Austin Cindric came down to try to avoid. He was the one that blindsided Chase Elliott. Austin Dillon got involved in that move. Justin Haley, I'm not sure. How did Haley get involved? He was at the top, and he just tried to turn hard left to avoid and lost his car and went up into the wall.
Jeez.
Trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle to what else happened to A.J. Allmendinger.
Yeah, because he's come to rest, as I mentioned, right by pit in. So, he was travelling. I think he was trying to get down the track as far as he could, or have no control or steering or whatever. Here's the on-board from Chase Elliott's view. He was right up behind Alex Bowman, smoke in front, and Austin Cindric turning left, trying to avoid. And that's a real shame for Chase Elliott because he had nothing to do with that. And he ends up getting involved, and as you mentioned, that probably ends his day.
Well, and it certainly ends his chances of being competitive and picking up many positions. So, for Chase Elliott, who has gone to the playoff race at Martinsville needing to win and won it, will need to win at Martinsville next Sunday. As the first playoff driver of the day, with major trouble. I know Chase Briscoe got caught for speeding, but Chase Elliott is the first playoff driver with major trouble. And now we're going to, with the folks at NBC, we're going to figure out what else has happened to A.J. Allmendinger here. His car caught fire underneath. I think he was just trying to drive it to pit road. And he has not taken on another impact, Matt. Perhaps what we saw was just the wind getting knocked out from under him with the hit and then taking in all the smoke that he did.
Yeah, some huge hits going on in there. AJ was one, Justin Haley another, after he got turned. Stenhouse being sandwiched between Gregson and someone else. I can't even remember who it was now. Oh, Jones. And what a shame for AJ, because that would have been cool to see him up the front fighting, and he was fighting, to try and get perhaps a stage victory. But his day is going to end up just short of the entry to pit road. Alan Gustafson and his crew are attending the number 9 crew in pit lane to see what they can do. Here's the list. Cindric, Dillon, Gregson, Haley, Elliott, Allmendinger, Jones and Stenhouse involved in the lap 52 crash.
7 cars involved in the crash. Now, we have stayed yellow. Yesterday we saw 2 really hard crashes that led to red flags. That was to repair the safer barrier where the impacts happened yesterday. No red flag here, so the teams are still allowed to try to fix the car. Stay with me here, guys, as we get additional help in here. As wow, what a large accident here. 7 cars and some really heavy hits. Wow.
Yeah, it happens fast, and sheesh.
So,
couple of our sort of outside shot contenders all ended up in that. Eric Jones, we mentioned earlier on in the day, Austin Cindric, Stenhouse, as we've just spoken about, and then he ends up in that as well. So, as we talked about it earlier on, a non-playoff driver winning this race has been, quite common. A good chunk of the people that we have on our sort of short list out of the race early.
So, first caution of the day, and of course normally we get those kinds of crashes on the last couple of laps of the stage. We didn't get as far as we normally get before stage points becomes a conversation. But we are under yellow here. USRN and JBM at the Talladega Superspeedway for the Yellowwood, Alabama 500, the anti-penultimate race of the season. Speaking of the radio coochie coo that we talked about, I'm going to rely on Seth and Matt to talk for me here for just a minute to give me time to do something. But Seth, it's always amazing, isn't it, how long the season is. It kind of sprawls out, but then you get to the end and you're like, how in the hell did we get to the end so quickly?
What's like I always tell you, Matthew, it's weird that a sport that has this many races and lasts this long flies by as fast as it does. Time flies when you're having fun is the saying, and well, I would say that That's most definitely the case here.
They are taking the 9 to the garage per David Siegel on X. So.
Oh wait, this. Oh, so go ahead. Sorry.
Not enough time or manpower to activate repairs on that car on pit lane.
Matthew, this would be a you thing, and nobody say anything when I say this because there's a reason. Matthew, Norvell has been fired.
Oh.
Jay Norvell at Colorado State, that is.
Oh, okay. While we are under this caution, if you are new to the fold here on the USRN side, very good. I was thinking, how in the hell are we going to get him in here? I'd done everything I'd thought of. Anyway, for those of you that are new to the USRN side of things, under caution, we do try to keep you updated with what's going on elsewhere in the sports world, and we have not yet gotten one to go, Seth, so how about we do that now with another full Sunday slate of NFL action?
I'm glad you asked, Matthew. You're always there to ask the important questions, and I'm always there to help you out, at least most of the time. In the Mike Vrabel revenge game, New England leads Tennessee 31-13 in the fourth quarter.
Wow, I was hoping you would say it was a big margin, and you know why.
Indeed. Chicago 23-14 over New Orleans. That game, all these games are in the fourth now. Cleveland all over Miami. You might as well leave Mike McDaniel standing in the rain in Cleveland. 24-6, the Browns lead the Dolphins. In a game where neither quarterback can stay healthy, Carolina leads the Jets 13-3. Justin Fields was knocked out of the game for a bit, then returned. Bryce Young has now been knocked out to the locker room. Andy Dalton in at quarterback for the Panthers against the woebegone Jets. Eagles lead the Vikings 21-16, 11 minutes to go. God help Eagles fans if Carson Wentz leads the Vikings to a win against them today.
Oh, my Lord. Philadelphia will riot the streets.
Chiefs over the Raiders 31-0 in the fourth quarter.
That's a great game for Nancy and Romo, baby, to be on. Oh, my God.
Earlier today, the Rams routed the Jaguars, and one-fourth of this chat most appreciative of that as the Rams win 35-7 over Jacksonville in the final London game. Matt, you're finally free of crap teams coming to that other side of the Atlantic.
For this October, anyway.
Yeah, well, NHL action, Vancouver. Since apparently they're not going back green this time either, does it look like, because they're still stuff on the track. One early NHL game, Vancouver beat Washington 4-3.
Oh,
that might have been.
That's also good for 1/4 of this chat.
And indeed it is. Snaps the 4-game winning streak. Edmonton and Detroit just underway, no score, with 9.5 to play in the first. Formula One. Who is? I guess that's Max Verstappen in the lead at the.
They're gonna give Verstappen this championship.
Yeah. Say it with me, ladies and gentlemen. At the Grand Prix.
Didn't get to see it, Matt, because many things going on. How the hell did that happen?
Well, the United scored after about 90 seconds from Mbeumo, but McAllister was on the floor and needing attention, so the contention over that goal took until 12 minutes to go for Cody Gakpo to level. 2 minutes later, Harry Maguire pops up, because, of course he does, to put United back in front. And then 90 seconds after the restart, Gakpo should have equalised again in front of the Kop. One of the biggest sitters ever missed at Anfield would have made it 2-2. It finishes 2-1. And talking of 2-1s, Aston Villa came back from a goal behind against Tottenham at Tottenham, while they were having, which also made me laugh, because they were promoting the Tottenham third kit on the advertising boards around the ground with "It's classic Tottenham," and they were in the lead and lost at home. So it's certainly classic Tottenham.
That's very good.
Yeah,
oh, that's very good. Now, Seth, I think after that heartbreaking loss, Tottenham should get a new manager. I hear Ange Postecoglou is free.
That's big if true. Real Madrid had Tafe goalless after 28 minutes. Sociedad and Celta Vigo drew 1-1. Bilbao and Elche 0-0. And Rayo Vallecano beat Levante 3-0. In the Bundesliga, Freiburg and Eintracht Frankfurt 2-2. Hoffenheim beat St. Pauli 3-0. In Serie A, not Serie B, but Serie A, Perry Como, it is the holiday season, don't you know? Beat Juventus, almost, I should say. Beat Juventus 2-0. Genoa and Parma 0-0. Bologna beat Cagliari 2-0. Finally, Milan and Fiorentina goalless late first half. Atalanta and Lazio finished goalless. All right, we're doubled up. Oh, a 2-lap dash to end the stage. What could possibly go wrong?
I hear that CBS, with their partnership with TNT Sports, loaned Dale Earnhardt Jr. to be a part of the Serie A coverage, but they quickly fired him when he came on the air saying, "Welcome to Serie A." Anyway, here comes the field.
Playing instead of Bologna.
Yes, Bologna is there. All right, 2-lap dash to end stage 1. Joey Logano and Ty Gibbs on the front row. Green flag up in the air. How crazy is it going to get over these 3 miles and change, Matt? Here we go.
Logano with the big shove on the inside row. Ty Gibbs trying to stay with him on the outside. He's got John Hunter Nemechek, 2 Toyotas lined up together. Logano has McDowell under the back of him, the pole sitter, as they head out of turn number 2. A lap and a half to go for the first pad of points. Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney in the top 10 at the moment. They'll be looking for some stage points if they can.
Logano gets a shove from Michael McDowell, but at the front, it is Ty Gibbs leading. John Hunter Nemechek second. Tyler Reddick in the third position. Reddick, that was a bold block to the inside. Everybody keeps it pointed in the right direction. Everybody else goes to the bottom. Now Reddick back to the high lane. Battling Nemechek for second. Gibbs the leader.
Stage points up for grabs here over the next 2.5 miles. Here comes the field of the line. 1 lap to go in stage 1. The leader is Ty Gibbs, followed by Tyler Reddick. Ryan Blaney lines up third.
2 monster cars bumper to bumper as they head towards turn number 1. Gibbs ahead of Reddick in the second lane, with Blaney up behind them. It is John Hunter Nemechek trying to keep the inside run going. He's ahead of Logano. Blaney could really pick up a great chunk of points here. That would help him out for the afternoon. Reddick diving down. Gibbs goes with him. Sells in the dummy. Reddick back to the high side.
It's a monster party at the front of the field with Reddick on the outside, Gibbs on the inside, Blaney just shoving Reddick, trying to get as many stage points as he can. It's a full-speed pace lap coming off turn 4 for the end of stage 1.
And the monster Toyota Camrys are door handle to door handle, nose to nose through the tri-oval. Will anyone break out behind them? Doesn't look like it. Green and white checkered flag is waving at the line. Ty Gibbs by a nose scores his second stage win of the season. From Tyler Reddick second, John Hunter Nemechek third. Ryan Blaney comes home fourth. That's 7 stage points for him. Darrell Wallace Jr. is fifth. Then comes Logano, McDowell, Smith, Bell, and Hocevar rebounding somehow to get up there. But it's Ty Gibbs who wins stage 1 here at the Talladega Superspeedway. And Matt, on a day where Chase Elliott is already in the garage and more chaos could be coming, 7 stage points for Ryan Blaney, 5 for Joey Logano, could prove to be huge for 2 drivers who everyone thought were in must-wins, maybe not quite.
Yeah, I still think they are, but that is certainly going to help them out throughout the rest of today and next week, with only Christopher Bell picking up 1 solitary point for 10th position. He was just behind Carson Hocevar there, coming to the green and white checkered flag, which was won by the width of a splitter by Ty Gibbs.
So, the margin of victory, which always seems to be so tight here at Talladega at the finish, super tight at the end of stage 1 here today between the teammates Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick. But it's, well, you know what I mean. Not teammates. Gibbs and 2311, they might as well be.
Teammate.
That's right. All right, stage 1 is done, and as you're about to hear, if you're new to the fold on USRN and soon to be Ultimate Sports Network, at the end of stage 1 of these races, we hit the Wayback Machine. Matt White's going to tell us what's happened on this day.
Stage 1 is done, and it's time for On This Day in Racing History on the Ultimate Sports Radio Network.
And of course, Matt, with the changing of this race on the calendar, probably not a lot of Talladega to speak of. I'm going to guess a good amount of Atlanta, Texas, and Martinsville.
Well, you say that, but we'll get to the races in a minute, because we always start with the birthdays, and that is who has had birthdays today on October the 19th. Happy birthday to Kyle Kirkwood of the IndyCar paddock. It's his birthday today. one of the winning crew from the last WEC race in Fuji, Paul-Loup Chatin, the Alpine driver. It's his birthday today. One-time Formula One race winner Heikki Kovalainen's birthday today.
What a throwback.
The 2008 Hungarian Grand Prix. And Enrique Bernaldi, another former Formula One driver, most remembered for holding up David Coulthard at Monaco all those years ago in his Arrows. His birthday today as well. Races on this day, as you mentioned, not so many at Talladega, but the last time the Cup Series was in action on the 19th of October, it was the Geico 500 of 2014 right here at Talladega Super Speedway.
Oh boy.
Won by Brad Keselowski.
Yes, it sure was. Oh my gosh. I will again say what Seth said earlier, because we were just talking about it earlier this week. One of the most intense races in the history of this sport. We'll press the pause button for a moment. Let's go to pit road.
Lane is getting busy, and Marty Snyder is there.
Lee, what a terrific back half of stage one for Ryan Blaney. He gets seven stage points, I should say. They've had some radio issues on the 12. Meanwhile, 22 of Joey Logano said he's loose in traffic. Way different when he's out front, Dylan.
Good first stage for Ty Gibbs. 4 tires bottom left of the screen, and Tyler Reddick's service already down and complete.
Yeah, Tyler quiet about the car. Didn't ask for anything except for a tear-off. You saw those 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They waited on fuel.
7 cars stayed out. We'll reset the running order for you in a moment. Anthony Alfredo was turned around backwards in his pit box. I think we're about to see why. Yes, he got turned around by Riley Herbst. Those two had a coming together. Alfredo had it parked perfectly in his box, except he was the wrong way. Sounds like something Murray Walker would have said once upon a time ago. But anyway, Matt, we'll get you the last lap call of that 2014 race if there's time, because that was an Alan Bestwick masterclass. But anyway, that's not important at the moment. Carry on the list.
Certainly was one of, I think, collectively our favourite Talladega races. Carrying on the list. So Brad Keselowski was winning on that day in 2014. His now teammate was also winning on that day in 2014 in the Sunoco World Series 150 at Thompson Speedway in the NASCAR Wheeler Modified Tour, that being Ryan Preece. The year before, in 2013, the Petit Le Mans race was won by the Rebellion team of Nick Heidfeld, Neil Yarny and Nicholas Frost. 2013 also IndyCar race at Auto Club, Fontana Speedway, the MAV TV 500 won by Will Power. Jimmy Johnson was a winner in 2008 at Martinsville, the Tums Quick Pack 500. On that same day, Lewis Hamilton won the Chinese Grand Prix in Shanghai. Another Cup win on this day at Martinsville for a Hendrick car, that being Jeff Gordon in 2003, the Subway 500. Other notables on the list today, the 1997 Bathurst 1000 being run and won by the Ford duo of Russell Ingall and Larry Perkins in the Castrol colours. Michael Andretti won the Marlboro Challenge exhibition IndyCar race at Laguna Seca on this day in 1991. And he also won at Phoenix on this day in 1986. That was a championship race, the Circle K Fiesta Bowl 200.
Wow, that might actually be the name of an actual Fiesta Bowl here in the near future. It'll be Boise State and Abu Dhabi Tech.
The year before,
can I just say,
in
once again, my favorite part of this is Matt reading some of the race names.
Absolutely.
In 1985, the Southern Suns Hotels Grand Prix of South Africa was won at Kyalami by Nigel Mansell. 2 Cup wins at the same racetrack with the same race name in different years for Cale Yarborough, 1980 and 1975, American 500 at Rockingham. Denny Holm won the Mexican Grand Prix in 1969, and Sterling Moss, if I can get my words out, won the Moroccan Grand Prix of 1958 on this day, October the 19th.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Matt. The Moroccan Grand Prix, which was... It hadn't been held in a long time. Maybe it needs to go back here soon. I mean, Morocco's becoming a world power in football, making it to a World Cup semifinal. And didn't they make the semifinals of the under whatever World Cup that we were just having?
I think they reached the final. They got the final of that.
They may have. Let's quickly hear from AJ Allmendinger, checked and released, thankfully.
After a hard crash just a few laps ago, how are you feeling now, and ultimately what was your view of everything that went down over there?
I feel all right. It knocked the breath out of me, and then As I stopped it, I felt like the car was catching on fire, so got out and tried to get my breath back. Feel okay now. I'll probably be sore. Hard hit from my old body, but yeah, I mean, was proud of our guys. Black Tire Chevy got it up front there, and you know, I kind of make these decisions on after the pit stop, and you get to the front, and maybe we'll go run to the end of the stage, and hell, I think we're leading there. So Joey was doing a really good job pushing me in the right areas, and I felt like we could kind of direct both lines. Obviously, I had Noah next to me, and looked like Noah got turned getting in the corner, and it turned me straight up in the fence. So disappointing. That's why I hate this place, but it's part of this racing, and at least we were up front for a little bit there. Sucks to have it happen so early, but end of the day, I get to kiss Tara and Arrow, and I'll be a little sore. It'll be my excuse when I play Trent on my golf game. Why he's got to give me strokes now. But other than that, just disappointing. But always expect the worst here and hope for the best. And today we got the worst.
AJ Allmendinger loves himself from some golf, and does not love himself some super speedway racing. Oh, look at there, Matt. Marty Snyder off doing a pit report, now doing a report from the Peacock pit box. It's almost as if we talked about that earlier this week.
Yes, indeed so. From Vegas, nice to see him not doing the med center report there. It was Dylan Welch asking the questions of AJ. Just quickly before we get all shuffled back to racing again, and to use the line already used today, 2/4 of this chat, an 8-folder yesterday, Mr. Owens. Thank you, Newcastle, letting me down.
Aye, heavens to that.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
14 quid out of P would have been the result, but hey ho, thank you, Newcastle.
Allow me to do a redux of a quote that was made famous this summer by USRN famous at least. Damn Saudi bastards!
I do like how you put the you editorialize there the USRN famous, yes, because we are trendsetters over here. That is for sure.
Well, have you not seen our rosters?
Oh my God! Stenhouse, by the way, at Auburn last night, supporting Hugh Freeze. He's going to do that somewhere else next year. He was out there, and Colt Bublick was talking to him during the game.
Well, that did not go well for them or him. Anyway, field doubled up, and we are ready to go back racing to get stage 2 under the green flag. We'll reset the running order for you. Ty Dillon and Chris Buescher on the front row. Dillon, the leader, is the control car. Row 2 is Josh Berry and Kyle Busch. Row 3 is Cole Custer and Ryan Preece. The 4th row is Cody Ware and Chase Briscoe. Rounding out the top 10 is Riley Herbst and Denny Hamlin. Green flag goes back over the field, and we get stage 2 under green here in Talladega, Alabama.
And Buescher and Dillon, as you mentioned, leading the field then. Down towards turn number 1 as they get back up to speed here in stage number 2. Berry giving the push to Dillon. Busch giving the push to Buescher as they peel their way round turn 2. They've splintered themselves slightly from the rest of the pack. Josh Berry goes up to take up the high side and lead Ty Dillon on his own.
Now here comes Cole Custer to the inside, but Chris Buescher shows the way with a push from Kyle Busch. Josh Berry in the 3rd position as the field gets back to full speed, but it is Chris Buescher at the front of the field in car 17.
Very much a fall, autumn, Halloween-looking livery from Chris Buescher. The black nose with the orange accents, and of course you can get fall home accents at Accents by Samantha, available at Etsy, and it is Buescher that leads the way to the corner.
Don't like segues, fell off one once as Buescher continues to lead the field for turn number 1. From Busch and Berry, they have now splintered themselves slightly, but it all coming back together. A 3rd lane is building a little bit further back in the field, being led by Brad Keselowski. QNBC's on board as he tries to peel their way down the back straight. Denny Hamlin switches sides and picks up the front of the 6.
Matthew, we really have brainwashed Matt, haven't we? Chris Buescher is at the front of the field. Denny Hamlin got a little bit squirrely out the bumper of Brad Keselowski. Kept it pointed in the right direction. Riley Herbst stuck in the middle.
The golf clap from JT when I mentioned that, too, was very heroic. That was superhero stuff. It is Buescher through the triangle leading. Kyle Busch right underneath the spoiler 2nd. Single file for the first, Matt, 4 or 5?
Yeah, not even as that outside line continues to build some momentum. Denny Hamlin leading it now. As I mentioned, getting in front of Keselowski on the back straightaway. They're up alongside Chase Briscoe, who is the 4th car back in the, let's call it the leading lane, but it is in the middle. Briscoe, in fact, goes up to pick up his teammate on the outside. Now ducks back down again because he didn't quite get across the front of the 11.
So, battle continuing on as Chris Buescher continues to show the way in turns 3 and 4. It is Buescher with Kyle Busch, Josh Berry, and Ryan Preece. The first 4. Buescher, the leader.
Back to the main straightaway, and now moving up from that inside lane to the top is Josh Berry. He was 3rd on the low side, goes to now lead the top lane, covering off Denny Hamlin, Matt, and here comes Berry looking to contest the lead again.
Yeah, if we know anything from the beginning of stage 1, we know that 21 car likes some clean air on its nose. It led a lot of that outside lane with Joey Logano, the pusher of it, in stage 1, and here it is leading the outside lane at the opening of stage 2. And they've already gone past both the Bushes, as in Busch and Buescher, on the outside with Hamlin giving the push.
So it's Buescher so it's Josh Berry now at the lead, heading into turns 3 and 4. Chris Buescher way down to the inside of the racetrack, and it's Buescher to the inside of Berry. Side by side they go through 4.
One of Berry's best races of the season was in the second race of the year, the spring Atlanta race. Of course, he did go on to win at Las Vegas in the spring and then second at New Hampshire in the playoffs. But he likes this kind of racing, Matt. And it's easy to like it when you have a good car, and we know that the Team Penske and Wood Brothers correlation is you're gonna have good super speedway cars.
Yeah, we all heard how good Josh was on the short tracks when he came in the Xfinity Series a few years ago, or was touted to be such a great short track racer, but he really has picked up this super speedway stuff very, very well in the last few years, and as you say, it helps to have a good car underneath you.
Chris Buescher now trying to move his way to the middle. Oh boy, that was a dangerous move to the top to get in front of Brad Keselowski. That could have been disastrous. Everybody pointed in the right direction, thank the good Lord. The leader is Kyle Busch.
Yeah, the RFK car is trying to get together with Buescher up there getting in front of Keselowski. Then comes Austin Hill, and then comes the other RFK car, Ryan Preece. But that was a very tight window, Matt, that Buescher squeezed that car into.
Yeah, if that had been not a teammate of Buescher, I'm not sure that gap would have been left. But Keselowski did just enough to let Buescher slide in front of him there. So he's now 3 wide at the front of the field. And it is Berry on the high side, Busch in the middle. And is that Riley Herbst? Yes, it is. Leading the very short inside run. He's got Anthony Alfredo up behind him.
Is Berry in the lead. Now Kyle Busch, though, in the middle with a push from Chase Briscoe. Riley Herbst the bottom, and that black and pink 62, Matthew mentioned it earlier, Anthony Alfredo.
Yeah, Alfredo in the mix here. By the way, I've gotten a message from JT. We're also live on the JBM Behind the Scenes channel, which is a membership-only channel. So
Hello,
for everyone listening behind the scenes, also, hello, members. Thank you for spending your hard-earned money to listen to us today.
They got a behind-the-scenes members channel. What don't they have there?
Again, they're going to shoot a rocket to the moon one day. Here come the leaders off turn 2. Riley Herbst on the bottom to make it 3 wide for the lead. Coming at you, Seth.
Coming at me indeed as Briscoe. You could say they're coming at me at a rate of knots as they go into turn number 3. Battle on. Josh Berry on the high side. Kyle Busch inside. Riley Herbst now trying to make a move. 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 at Talladega. Where else would you want to be? If NASCAR had a postcard, this would be it.
Yeah, it absolutely would, and that last line got testy last week. But we are 3 wide at the front, and we're 3 wide through most of this lead pack. Who's going to come to the line in a 3-way photo to lead this lap, Matt? I think it was Berry.
I think you might be right. Yes, it was just by the smallest of margins. So he will be the lap leader, but it's changed already by the time we get to the middle of 1 and 2. And now Riley Herbst has got his nose slightly on the inside. Herbst from Alfredo, and then Ware. That is the inside row. And then I think it's Darrell Wallace Jr. now picking up the back of those guys. So 3 by 3 throughout the field.
3 by 3 throughout the field. Josh Berry and Kyle Busch pacing the field. Riley Herbst now on the inside once again. We go 3 by 3 again. The lead, you'd get the slim edge to Kyle Busch as they thunder out of 4.
How about that inside line at the bottom of the track? The three cars at the front of it, Riley Herbst, Anthony Alfredo, and Cody Ware, all working together to try to get to the front of the field, but that inside lane fades a bit, Matt, leaving Busch and Berry to battle for the lead.
Only at Talladega and maybe Daytona would you have those three guys battling for the race lead after 75 laps, but here we are. Busch has the lead as they peel through two. Berry has the momentum coming off the high line to take it back with the help from the push from Chris Buescher. So it is all as they were at the moment, and much like in stage one, after the first few skirmishing laps, it's now sort of settled down.
Yeah, just a little, it has ever so slightly. 3x3 again. Herbst now with a little edge on the inside. Busch trying to surge the middle. Berry drops back just a bit. We're 3x3 again.
Yeah, one big pack here. No one really has lagged back and built a second pack like we did see at times in the first stage, Matt. Everyone here on the racetrack and on the lead lap in this pack. In fact, it's 30 cars strong, separated by 1.5 seconds.
Notice on the inside lane, if you're looking at the pictures, Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney are on that inside line, but they're giving the guys in front of them plenty of room to work with, just in case things were to happen, so keep an eye on them. Kyle Busch, the leader, as they come out of two, but again, that outside line will build momentum, and Berry will go back to the front.
Busch now continuing to show the lead. Riley Herbst making a try inside, gets to about 4th or 5th place. Side by side, it is Kyle Busch now with a slim edge over Josh Berry. Now he'll be clear. New leader at Talladega, Kyle Busch.
So Busch in the Cheddar Scratch Kitchen Chevrolet goes to the front and immediately starts to weave back and forth. From the middle lane, he goes to the top to cover off Josh Berry, and it's Busch to the front, 15 laps down of 60 in stage 2.
Busch goes high, now goes back to the middle to pick up Chase Briscoe after being momentally in front of Josh Berry. He's got himself a little bit out here, does Kyle. Doesn't want to get too far in front because he'll just get freight trained by the guys behind him. He goes back again to the high side to pick up Josh Berry. So Kyle Busch leaves Chase Briscoe now as the head train in the middle lane.
So now Kyle Busch, Riley Herbst, big head of momentum, big head of steam, getting pushed by Anthony Alfredo. As Herbst now wants a bite at the lead. Herbst by a scotch over Busch.
So Riley Herbst with that Toyota, only 3 cars pedaling hard on that low lane. The energy's not there on the bottom. It's all middle and top. That keeps Kyle Busch in front. He'll now go up again, Matt, from the middle to the very top.
Yeah, this is he's been watching the Brad Keselowski school of Super Speedway driving at the front of the field, or maybe Joey Logano, by just picking your lane depending on where you are on the racetrack. We've seen those two guys do it ever so often down the years. And the veteran at the front here, Kyle Busch, has got into that same vein. He's just bobbing and weaving between the top and the middle.
So Kyle Busch continuing to show the way as he now climbs the top side of the racetrack. It's Busch with a push from Josh Berry as they work their way through turns out of turn number 4. All right, back in the good screen. Battle on.
And Busch drops back to the middle to pick up Briscoe. Here comes that bottom lane. Head of steam for Riley Herbst again, Matt. He got a good push from Tony Pasta.
Yep. And with Ware in there, it's these 3 sort of outcasty, kind of not regular guys, as we mentioned, running at the front, all in that queue on the inside. And they're trying to make things happen. And I think Riley Herbst did, actually, coming out of turn number 2. We'll get another shot of it in a moment, but someone went elevator move style, bottom to top.
Work their way down the back straightaway, heading into turns 3 and 4. They work their way through. Again, got a few cars. That extreme outside line is almost up to the wall, up against the wall as they battle through 4.
Anthony Alfredo trying to make his way back to the front. Riley Herbst did cut to the lead. NBC is in side-by-side, so obviously all they can show in side-by-side is on-board shots, because that's what I want to look at on the side-by-side. But now, Matt, it is a well and true battle between Alfredo and Herbst for the lead.
They both got across the front there. Cody Ware's been dropped right to the foot of the pack here. He's lost touch with these guys. So Herbst on the outside, Alfredo on the inside of the 2x2. High-speed pace lap, as Seth would say, heading down the back straight away.
as they work down that back straightaway again. Alfredo and Herbst battling for the lead. We said it at the start, what you love about these races, as we are still a ways away from halfway, but action is hot and heavy, as it is a battle on in turns 3 and 4.
Alfredo ran the Xfinity Series race yesterday. What a wild race that turned out to be. From Ridgefield, Connecticut, making his 43rd career start in the Cup Series, Matt. And across the line, he leads this lap, but the challenge is on to his left elbow from Chase Briscoe.
So Alfredo's got to the front of the outside queue in front now of Riley Herbst, and Chase Briscoe has picked up the mantle again as the inside leader, and he's got Denny Hamlin, his teammate, right behind him. Then it is McDowell, third car back, and then Ty Dillon, who of course started this green flag run on the front row on the restart. He's now finding himself fourth on the inside line.
Briscoe getting a shove from Hamlin, and he'll take the lead going into turn number 3. So Chase Briscoe back to the top spot, side by side, second on back. But Chase Briscoe now shows the way out of turn 4.
So Briscoe back to the front, the Bass Pro Shops Toyota Camry that started on the outside of the front row. Teammate Denny Hamlin pushing back to the line. 40 laps to go in stage number 2, 80 laps complete in the race.
Talked about Denny Hamlin now booked himself into the Phoenix race in a couple of weeks' time and doesn't really need to worry, but he can be a very key helper to his two playoff contending teammates of Christopher Bell, who's a bit mired in the pack at the moment, and Chase Briscoe, who he's stuck to the bumper of heading down the back straightaway. Joey Logano trying to make a third line work, Seth.
Indeed he does, but at the front it is still Briscoe and Alfredo side by side for the lead. Briscoe has the edge, but here comes Logano, and Michael McDowell knew it. He goes to the inside to shut off that run.
Yeah, this is really aggressive here at the front as Michael McDowell, former Daytona 500 winner, gets to the front of this field. The pole sitter goes to the front. JT, you got something for us?
Yep, we've got issues on the radio for Ryan Blaney. He's shouting, "Can you guys hear me?" The pit box replying with very sporadically, not what you want when you're going 200 miles per hour.
No, not at all. We'll try to keep you abreast to that situation. He is right behind his teammate Joey Logano. Anthony Alfredo roaring up the outside, Seth, to try to reclaim the lead. He led 19 laps earlier this year in the spring race here. He's leading here in 3.
He is as Kyle Busch gives him a shove. Alfredo, oh my God almighty, that was a dangerous as hell block.
Wow!
God almighty, how did that not take out 25? Sorry to use that language, but that scared the bejesus out of me.
McDowell was on the apron, Matt. Alfredo, who doesn't race every week, remember now, in these cars, coming from, the very top to the very bottom, and McDowell, to use a Rick Allen line, turned left to not run into him and ended up turning onto the apron. It's 33 degrees of banking he went from to the apron. Incredible that they didn't wreck.
Yeah, crazy move and not clear. Anthony Alfredo there. He was clear to the middle lane, but not clear of Michael McDowell. That would have been the big one, because that would have taken out everybody behind it. But thankfully, they all survive to tell the tale for the moment anyway, and that's put Kyle Busch back in front. Back to you.
Our guy Vinny P in the comments section on YouTube says he's been to Talladega 32 times. The worst wreck he ever saw in person was Elliott Sadler in 2003. Happened right in front of me on the backstretch. I prayed that he survived. Well, we just about saw an almighty pile up there, Matt. We're 3 wide at the front again.
Yeah, that would have been huge coming out of turn number 4. But we are, briefly we were 3 wide. We're back to 2 wide now at the front with Kyle Busch and McDowell. But here comes an outside line, still as it was before. Berry, with the 2 RFK cars behind him of Buescher and Keselowski. Kyle Busch goes up to pick those guys up on the back straight.
The leader is still Kyle Busch as they head down the back straightaway. Michael McDowell also in the mix. He's on the inside. 3 wide, a little bit further back. McDowell and Busch continue their side-by-side battle through 4. And, hey, Matt mentioned, look at the 34. Matt mentioned Todd Gilliland in the starting grid. There he is.
Yep, Todd Gilliland, really good at this stuff. Need JT to work his magic. That triple whoa sounded like the IndyCar guys of the past. We need that clipped from a few laps ago. That was an incredible moment. Leaders swing back to 1.
Gal now with his nose in the clear, with Logano up behind him, and then Blaney in the third car in that row. Kyle Busch still leading the outside running as they head down the back straightaway. Cody Ware back in the mix. He's now leading in another inside run with Cole Custer up behind him.
As Michael McDowell is there, Cody Ware wants to show off his new sponsor, Arby's. Eat the steak nuggets, witch. Michael McDowell shows the way out of turn 4.
Saw a great tweet about that earlier this week, how Arby's has just come out with steak nuggets, Matt. And ironically or not, I haven't seen any raccoons around the neighborhood lately. But anyway, McDowell leads back to the line, 35 to go in the stage.
What the hell are you talking about? Is there a joke am I unaware of about Arby's?
Yeah, it might just be that some people think Arby's might not be using cows to make those steak nuggets.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Anyway, we'll pick up the action again, coming to Seth at the north end.
I got you. All right. Well, I just ate Arby's a few weeks ago, so thanks for making me regret that decision. Then again, I made many regrettable food decisions in my life, so what's new? 3x3x3 at the front of the field.
So back to the main straightaway come the leaders through all this tantalizing conversation while great racing is going on. Cody Ware and Michael McDowell nose to nose in the tri-oval for the lead. At the stripe, it will be the Steak Nuggets car who leads by a splitter's width.
This is what you're going to get all year on the Ultimate Sports Network on YouTube, folks. During this next season, if you can, as it is continuing to be free wide at the front of the field, with Ware now out in front by a nugget, perhaps, with his nose in the wind. McDowell continues to lead that in middle row. Kyle Busch and Josh Berry still stuck together on the outside.
Stop it! Kyle Busch leads. Michael McDowell in second. Here comes Cody Ware in third. Partner of the Steak Nuggets battling inside as McDowell and Busch and Ware continue to go 3x3x3x3. Cole Custer back in the mix with Logano and Berry in there too.
And I tell you, that inside line is punching well above their weight. Now, I know people are probably going to say there's fuel saving and all that going on, but Matt, there's only 4 cars on that bottom lane. Not a lot of energy, but they are still competing with the upper 2 lines.
Yeah, and again, like we talked about before, it's some of the lesser known, perhaps, people down there. Ware from Custer, from Darrell Wallace Jr. in the 23 car, and then Ty Dillon. They're the 4 cars on that inside, and Ware, again, is the leader as they come out of turn number 2 by about a car's length, but the more momentum and more field lines will get back through on him down the back straightaway. And, yeah, real good stuff happening for those guys on the inside row.
Battle continuing on here as Cody Ware, Michael McDowell, and Kyle Busch 3x3 for the number 1 position. Ware's got the slim edge.
I'll use that later today, Matt, in my call if we get a photo finish. It's Chase Briscoe by a steak nugget at the line. Anyway, let's quickly move on. We press on like a Lee nail. 32 to go in stage 2, Matt. That means pit stops aren't too far away. Maybe 10 to 15 more laps.
Yeah, and we got through the first round of pit stops without much carnage. There was a couple of scary rejoins and a couple of people that got caught for speeding, but generally that was a clean run of pit stops on the first stage, so hopefully we can get through the stage 2 green flag stops if we get there, of course, without a yellow coming up shortly, again without too much drama.
They work their way through turn number 3. The battle continuing on here. Michael McDowell, Cody Ware, Kyle Busch. The race continues on in turn 4. Great 3x3 action.
Yeah, the action has been really good throughout the entirety of these first 90 laps. Michael McDowell from the pole leading, but Kyle Busch is trying to take it to him, and he does on the outside.
Yeah, he will be the leader as they head back to 1. Josh Berry continuing to sit in the line there with Buescher and Keselowski, as we mentioned. No one changing lane at the front end of the field from the high side. It's all happening below those guys, although the middle lane has kind of stayed as it was. Ty Dillon has popped himself into that middle lane now, with Anthony Alfredo about 4 or 5 cars back. Busch still the leader.
Busch still the leader. Again, he's on that well-documented dry spell. Has not won since Gateway in June of 2023. Hard to believe that one of the greatest drivers this sport's ever seen has been on a winless drought this long.
So the field motors again up out of turn 4, and we're still 3 wide at the front of the pack, and we're still racing hard throughout this entire pack. at the line, 90 laps down, 4 shy of halfway.
By 3 at the front, as we've talked about, and Cody Ware again with his car slightly ahead as they peel into one, this time on the inside run. McDowell pressuring back from the middle, and Kyle Busch on the top side, 3 by 3 throughout the front end of the field.
So it's Kyle Busch with the race lead. Josh Berry about here comes Michael McDowell trying to shoot up the middle. He's got Joey Logano behind him, but it's going to be Busch with the lead going into turn number 3. It is Kyle Busch with the advantage, 3 wide from second on back as Cody Ware makes an aggressive move on the inside.
Chase Elliott in the infield.
Simple, right? I don't know about the crash. I haven't seen it back, but, you know, I saw someone get turned sideways. Was trying to get slowed up, you know, like normal, and I ended up getting turned sideways and slid into some people, and then they slid back into me. So I'm not really sure about that, but yeah, I hate it. You know, I felt like we had ourselves in a good spot before the cycle. I didn't feel like we executed the cycle very well. That put us back in the back again. I'm not sure if that would have helped us miss the wreck or not. Obviously, all that's very circumstantial, but you know, nonetheless, it is what it is. I can't change it now, so just all eyes on Martinsville and try to go up there and get a win.
Well, he's one up.
Well, he is officially out of the race, so Elliott will finish 40th and last here today at Talladega. Second race to start this semifinal round of the playoffs with a playoff driver finishing last. Last position gets you 1 championship point, Matt, in the standings. In the live standings, Elliott is minus 41. Might as well throw all numbers out from him. He'll be in must-win mode next week.
Yeah, absolutely will. And as you said, he's had to go there and do that before, and did. So he'll try and repeat that feat next weekend at Martinsville. One of course, Hendrick Motorsports' best tracks on the calendar. A quick hello to Alex the Goat in the comments, who says, ain't no way Ware is leading. This is Talladega, my friend. Anyone can lead at Talladega.
Real quick, and if Josh had this on deck, my apologies, but apparently Joey Logano is reporting a gear oil temperature issue.
Oh.
Ooh.
So that's a radio issue for Blaney, and now perhaps a gear issue for Logano, the 2 Penske teammates, both below the cut line, who are by the way, running nose to tail in this lead group in the middle of the pack as the leaders cross the line and rumble back to 1.
Head towards the halfway point. NBC on board with Ty Gibbs. He's in the low lane behind Darrell Wallace Jr., about 4 or 5 cars back off the lead. Kyle Busch still continues to bob and weave between the high and middle lanes to protect the lead that he has led for pretty much the bulk of this second stage, Seth.
Indeed he has, as they work their way through turn number 3 as Kyle Busch. And Kyle Busch continuing to show the way. Josh Berry on the outside trying to get around the Michael McDowell automobile.
And Busch comes right up in front of Berry, who gives him a nudge heading towards the tri-oval. Busch will stay in front as the leaders come to the start-finish line. 94 laps complete, 94 to go. We are officially halfway home in the Yellowwood Alabama 500. Normally around this time of the race, we'd give you a full mid-race report with, you know, with content in the background that was created by our great JT, but there's no time on a super speedway race to give you a full mid-race report, so we'll just tell you that at the halfway point, Kyle Busch leads. We have 26 to go in Stage 2. You currently only have 2 playoff drivers in the top 10 as we speak. We've had 2 cautions, 1 for incident, and already at the halfway point of this race, 37 lead changes among 20 different drivers. And we're only halfway home. Half the field has already led this race. And that 1 caution for incident that we spoke of, a 7-car accident that took out many drivers like A.J. Allmendinger, Noah Gragson, but most importantly, as far as the playoffs are concerned, Chase Elliott, who is out of the race and will finish last and will be in must-win territory when we go to Martinsville next weekend. That was your very abbreviated mid-race report. Seth, let's pick up the leaders at the north end of the speedway.
Kyle Busch still the race leader as he now tucks to the bottom of the racetrack. And he will battle with the Michael McDowell machine. So it's Kyle Busch with the lead, Josh Berry in the second position. Kyle Busch to the leader through the trioval.
Busch from Barry, and then double file racing from third on back. Starts with Michael McDowell and Chris Buescher, Matt. They're across the line.
Certainly are. So Busch leading with Berry, and then for Buescher at the front there on the high side. And the Fords all lined up in that middle lane, being headed by Michael McDowell, the Spire Chevrolet. Out of turn number 2 they come. Busch still with the lead with Berry. Those two guys are clear of the double file stuff, which is Buescher and McDowell. Berry giving the push to Kyle Busch down the back straightaway.
McDowell with the push from Joey Logano, and he's going to try to use that as far up as he can. He'll get up to second. He'll try to get to the side of Busch, and he might be side by side with him. Busch and McDowell for the lead.
And it's Busch with the push from the top of the racetrack. That inside lane starting to lose cars. Anthony Alfredo just went from the middle to the top there. So that's now only 4 cars on that line downstairs, Matt. Not a lot of energy.
Yeah, we're getting towards pit stops as we talked about. So I think everyone's trying to get themselves organised here. The longer this stage runs through, although McDowell's still trying to really race up hard here with Busch as they come out of 2 this time. Ty Dillon is a little bit fragmented back on this inside row. So more cars coming from behind though, but it is heading towards pit stop time.
Leader is Kyle Busch as he climbs the banking on the outside in turn number 3. Josh Berry is second. Third is the first side-by-side battle between Chris Buescher and Michael McDowell.
And again, we are anticipating pit stops here fairly shortly, probably within the next 5 to 8 laps. You would expect as Josh Berry in the trioval where the car is at its lightest makes a big dive, Matt, top to bottom, underneath and through Kyle Busch.
Yeah, big move going on there to get out from behind where he sat for quite a long time, Josh Berry. So he's now got back to some clean air on the nose of the 21. And you know why he's done that? Because he's got Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney lined up on the inside, heading towards pit stop. So Berry is going to come with Logano this time. They got separated in the pit stop in stage 1. It looks like this time they're trying to get themselves organised much better.
Indeed, as Busch now goes to the top side and Berry on the inside. So side by side for the lead once again, Josh Berry and Kyle Busch. And Berry gets a big push from McDowell. Berry to the lead.
So Berry reclaims the lead, and all kinds of Fords, as Matt mentioned, starting to populate that inside line. 4 of them, along with the Chevrolet of Michael McDowell. That's the order back to 1 on lap 100.
Of 188, Berry continuing to be forced to the front by McDowell, it seems. We're right on board with Chris Buescher. He's now up behind Kyle Busch on the outside. So 4 Fords and 1 Chevy on the inside. A bunch of Chevys and some Fords as well, sprinkled in the top end of the outside row.
Josh Berry, the leader, going into turn number 3. He keeps the advantage with Michael McDowell behind him. Here is Berry on the inside, and Berry keeps the lead with McDowell staying right behind him in second.
And it doesn't look like any of the leaders are coming to pit road this lap either. You can always tell when NBC's in side by side because we're on pointless onboards. Michael McDowell tried to come up, Matt, to get in front of Kyle Busch. Busch had too big of a head of steam. McDowell stuck in the middle with no help. We'll go backwards.
I think McDowell was trying to get past Berry, and Berry chased McDowell up the racetrack between turns 4 and the trioval, and that has dropped McDowell back to the back of the inside queue, although he's not latched on to his former teammate, Todd Gilliland. He should get back there as Logano tries to go upstairs in front of Kyle Busch and does it successfully, but only just.
Boy, Berry, Logano, and Busch all very, very close. They nearly made contact, all 3 of them there. That could have been a little bit hairy. And again, as Matthew has mentioned, pit stops will be coming soon enough.
Yeah, I would have expected them by now, honestly, but we haven't had any of the leaders. I do think we've had a few of the guys towards the back of this pack. In fact, yes, 3 of them coming off pit road just as we speak. Some stragglers from the back coming onto the racetrack, one of those being Casey Mears, another being BJ McLeod.
Yeah, of course, we had the caution where people came, and then some of those people came back at the end of the stage as well. So a full tank to start the second stage. So perhaps they're getting a little bit more fuel mileage on this run. Berry and Logano stretching out front though.
Yeah, no, Kyle Busch slicing 3 wide, going through the middle to the top. What a move by Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch, future Hall of Famer, 2-time champion of the series. He has 63 career wins, all that was made during the week of Denny Hamlin getting number 60. Busch has 63, Matt. But you know the last time he won? Too long, if you ask him. 90 race winless drought now for Kyle Busch.
Yes, I've mentioned it before. Gateway 2 summers ago. A very, very long time between drinks for Kyle Busch, and of the season he's had, what a great day it would be if he can pull out a victory here this afternoon. He's in the mix as we pass the halfway stage. But he is the leader of the middle row. Chase Briscoe's trying to make something happen with Christopher Bell up high. Perhaps it is going to be this time for a bunch of Fords to come from the inside run.
Josh Berry on the inside as he goes down to the inside. And Berry continues to show the way as they continue to get all bunched up yet again.
And still, leaders not coming to pit road this lap either. We're coming to 17 to go in stage 2, led by Kyle Busch.
It'll be a very short run to the end of the stage once we get through this cycle, because as we saw from the first stage, this cycle will last for about 4 laps, depending on when you come with what packs. On board with William Byron, who's right in the middle of the pack behind Ryan Preece. He's got Chase Briscoe and Ross Chastain up in front of him, and Christopher Bell to pick up the back of Chase Briscoe in the outside run. It's still Berry versus Busch at the front.
So it's Berry and Busch side by side for the lead, approaching turn number 3. The pack is all bunched up again as we are at 17 to go in stage number 2.
Well, and to your point that you just mentioned, Matt, because it's going to be such a short run to the end of the stage, that means it will quite literally be a splash and dash. Some cars might not even come to a complete stop in the box because they'll only need about 2 seconds of fuel to get to the end of the stage, and then you can just pit again at the stage caution.
Yeah, I noticed on that first round of pit stops, Joey Logano's fuel man was basically walking alongside the car as he rolled through the pit stop box. So that will happen again for him and probably most others once we get to the pit stops here. Daniel Suarez making an appearance towards the front of the field for the first time today in the 99, third car back on the outside.
Berry continues to show the way, and now they're 3 by 3 again on the approach to turn number 3. Now Briscoe backs off just a little bit. It's Busch and Berry for the lead. Busch goes way high to shut off the advance of Briscoe.
Busch riding the rim will go back to the lead. He's got 2 Toyotas straight behind him and Chase Briscoe and Christopher Bell. Downstairs is where Josh Berry digs out a lane to get to the inside of Busch, and up the middle RFK cars led by Chris Buescher.
But not for long, because Kyle Busch jumps back to the middle from the outside in front of Chase Briscoe and re-picks up Buescher. Of course, those two have been nose to tail for quite a lot of this second stage, but now they find themselves in the middle for the first time. Busch goes back up high again to pick up Briscoe. Berry continues to lead the inside row. Busch continues to dodge and weave. Down towards turn 3 they come.
Kyle Busch has the lead. Josh Berry on the inside of the racetrack. 3 by 3 as they go through turns 3 and 4. An absolute mess once again here at Talladega.
Back to the main straightaway come the leaders, and 2 cars are going to come to pit road this lap towards the back of the pack. Ty Dillon and Anthony Alfredo. 14 to go in the stage as they cross the stripe, flashing back to turn 1.
Kyle Busch, the leader from the middle lane. He now goes to the inside to pick up Josh Berry through turn 1. Briscoe, Buescher and Berry and Busch at the front of the field, and Christopher Bell's in there. It's the B show again. We've seen this a lot all year, with all the surname B cars at the front, and Kyle Busch is waving his hand out the left-hand window. It is pit stop time at the front of the field, coming towards Seth this time.
Yeah, Josh Berry was squirming around too. I thought I saw his hand too, to be perfectly honest with you. At the front, it's Briscoe and Buescher now side by side for the number 1 position, as Busch, Berry, and who knows who else will come to pit road.
So here they come, having to get their cars from 190 miles an hour down to 55. Kyle Busch comes to pit road. Josh Berry, Austin Hill, Michael McDowell, and Cody Ware, a very organized 5-car group to pit road.
It's odd to me that they pitted on a different lap, Dylan.
Kyle Busch is in. They were a lap later than they wanted to pit. Came on the radio and said, we have to pit this lap. They made it in, Dave.
Josh Berry and Michael McDowell coming to the end of pit lane, looking for about 3 seconds of fuel in each one of the cars. 2003 for the 21 leaving, and then the 71's gone.
Dave Burns sighting on NBC hasn't happened much this year as the leaders head back towards turn 3. We'll wait to see if any others come to pit road this lap. You heard the conversation there with Kyle Busch coming to pit road earlier than they wanted to. If you are an IndyCar fan, particularly an Indianapolis 500 fan, think of the leader of the pack using more fuel at the 500 versus the cars behind in the draft. Same goes for NASCAR here, Matt, on these drafting tracks.
Yep, USRN bingo card tick for an Indy 500 reference during a NASCAR race. As the leaders come through turns 1 and 2, it is Buescher and Briscoe now side by side at the head of the field. Brad Keselowski continues to sit in behind his teammate. Christopher Bell continues to sit in behind his teammate Briscoe. Are we going to have another pack of cars come to the pit lane this time?
Well, it said high-protein burgers. It's high-protein bagels on that Christmas car, but okay. I was like, burgers already have protein, stupid, but okay. Buescher with the lead. Briscoe at second, and behind Buescher's his teammate, Keselowski. He's looking at 2 cars by themselves for some reason.
And again, none of the leaders come to pit road this lap either. They are trying to make it as short of a pit stop as physically possible to end this stage. 11 to go in the stage. The leader still the orange cars, Matt. Black and orange versus camouflage and orange.
Yeah, it must be Halloween, as we mentioned before. The 2 cars that are sort of similar-ish paint schemes at the front of the field in terms of colour palette. Out of turn at number 2 they come. Briscoe with a slight edge, this time on Bell. We've seen some more hands out the window from the Fords. Yes, we are. Ryan Preece, Brad Keselowski, and Chris Buescher are all waving. They're all RFK cars.
You know you're at Talladega in the playoffs when you see Halloween cars and pink cars.
Yes.
You could say the same with Charlotte too, in the fall. That's how you know you're there. All right, looks like 3 Fords coming pit road. At least 3 Fords. Anybody else? Nope.
Yep, just like Matt said, 3 RFK cars together. Good teamwork from Buescher, Keselowski, and Preece.
Synchronized teamwork, Marty.
You see the Roush, Fenway, Keselowski cars coming down pit road. Going to be fuel only for all of them. But you guys mentioned it, Dylan. Just 3 cars coming down pit road. I expect the other Fords coming soon.
And they did tell Brad Keselowski on the radio, get in line here. We need to save something to try to make this as short of a fill as we can, Dave.
Fuel in the Mustang and gone for the 17 of Chris Buescher.
Expect all of the Fords to come soon. Boy, he's really gone on a limb there to come up with that.
Work, guys.
And Chris Buescher has been too fast on pit road. Too fast entering is Buescher, so that will take out one of the cars towards the lead pack. Here come more onto pit road this lap, including Christopher Bell, Shane Van Gisbergen spinning around, coming into the face of traffic to pit road. He's trying to drift that car to pit road without crashing. He's into the grass. What a job by Shane! Oh, he saved it from clambering into many cars coming to pit road, but he's stuck in the grass.
He's stuck.
24 away. Remember, these cars won't lose a lap, so these pit stops are vitally important. I believe the 88 may bring out a yellow. I think NASCAR's trying to give them a chance.
Remember how much it rained here last night. He's not going to get unstuck from that grass. Everyone completes their stop, but the caution's going to have to come out for Shane Van Gisbergen's stalled car in the grass. Waiting for the yellow. Surely it has to come soon, and it does.
Go.
He tried like he was trying his best, man. He wrecked for a mile, but somehow found a way not to wreck anyone else.
Here we go in replay. He was the 5th car back on the inside coming to pit lane. He lost it very early in the braking phase, and he almost wipes out 2 playoff cars in terms of Byron and Bell. He actually hit both of them while completely broadside. The Shane Van Gisbergen move if ever I've seen it, and he comes to rest on top of the NASCAR Xfinity painted bit of grass. But what a job from not just him, but everybody else behind him to assess the situation and stay away from a very sideways big W.
We said earlier, Matt, the rear brakes an issue getting to pit road here, but I also wonder if maybe he hit one of those weepers and some water got underneath those rear tires under braking. No, I don't think so.
May well have done it. And or he was on the yellow line under braking, which is also never good, even when it's dry.
How did that
a remarkable job from Gibbs, Larson, and Hocevar particularly, who were right behind that, and good also awareness from Christopher Bell, because he would have been looking in his mirror seeing the 88 coming towards him, and I don't mean the car, I mean the numbers.
The numbers. Seth, that's incredible.
I mean, he's a wheelman. That is what was that? What was it I said in Atlanta when he did something similar?
Yeah.
Consider the source, but that's one hell of a drive from one hell of a wheel man.
That's right.
Find that clip and just replace that. I mean, just play that. I mean, what a freaking save that was. Bubba penalized for a safety violation. Suarez too fast.
All right, so we're under caution for Van Gisbergen, and the unfortunate part of all that, Matt, he made great driving from him and everyone else, as you mentioned, but getting stuck in that very wet grass, he could not get out without assistance, so that's the reason for the yellow. JT, what you got for us?
Matt White, I like what you did there. A big W with everything on the front of his car with that as well. Yeah, amazing.
He's got his push. He's done plenty of rallying in his time as SVG, and he's ripped it out of the grass there. Big old 11 left behind him. The Talladega groundsman would not take kindly to what Shane Van Gisbergen's just done to his grass. But he is back
same
on
for
the
his
screen.
dog. Look in the racing chat and the message I just sent.
Yeah, SVG, oh boy. His dog Ronald, as it were.
Ronald.
Wow.
I did not expect his name to be called Ronald. I gotta be honest with you.
No, I did not either. That's wow. Catching up on some comments here that we've missed. Draft King X asking what happened to Cindric. Yes, so Cindric was involved in the Stage 1 accident, and on the driver tracker on the YouTube screen that you can see, there's a dot for the 2 car that's just not moving at all. I don't know why the driver tracker is picking him up. That's why he's not moving. He's not stuck on the track, and he hasn't been stuck on the track for 50 laps. He's just out of the race with an accident. Bob also mentioning that. Good to see Bob here, who's always in the comments here on JBM. Great to have you with us.
Bob
Nathan. No, it's not Bob Baccaris.
Do these comments have lights?
Nathan Troxel, who's also often in the comments, he says, wow, oh wow, how did SVG keep from not hitting anyone else? That's amazing.
Magic.
Clayton, magic, yes. Clayton Nelson goes on to say, Keelan Harvick will win a NASCAR championship soon. Okay. We got a ways to go, I think, on that. And Bob says, howdy. And howdy to you.
NBC have found Shane Van Gisbergen's weeper.
Oh, so he did hit it.
There was some dampness there rolling off the yellow line down low, the double yellow line here at Talladega, and that's what got the 88 there. Be interesting to see if there was any damage to the back of the 20 where he clambered into the back of Christopher Bell. I was going to say there were some people that stayed out there, which that caution will not help them, and Joey Logano was one of them.
Right. Logano and Tyler Reddick had not yet come to pit road.
He's in now.
And they are on pit road now and actually changing tires on the 22.
Not much, and you got to wonder, taking tires here, if that puts Paul Wolf in a position in just 7 laps when stage 2 is over, if they go fuel only, taking their time on the stop, Kim, to make sure everything's right.
Well, Marty, Tyler Reddick also got shuffled like Logano, so Billy Scott kept him out an extra lap. That yellow, though, did not help them. He told his driver, so they are flipping the stage, put on 4 fresh Goodyear tires, and took a pack full of Sunoco fuel on that car.
It's going to hurt Joey and his goal of finishing top 5 in the stage as he finished.
Oh, that was some music. Wow.
Been through the water, snaps one way, snaps.
Pink Pony Club going to break at Talladega. Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
Keep dancing.
Now, here is a moment where I have actually done something. I've done JT's job for once. Hello. Can you believe? Here we go. This is from 82, it would seem. So here we go from earlier.
He ends as Kyle Busch gives him a shove Alfredo. Oh my God almighty, that was a dangerous as hell block.
So there's our triple whoa.
Okay.
There's our Diffie, Hinch, and
right.
Townsend.
CT. Impersonation.
I did hear that, but I didn't realize that was what I was looking for.
Yes, that's What is that, Seth? Our triple woe, is that like the double bang from Mike Breen?
Potentially. Synchronized woeing is what I call it. But, by the way, I have some good news. Well, okay, it's not 100% good news because they didn't completely finish the job of it. By that I mean not making the extra point. Colts drove right down the field and scored on their opening drive. Chargers have answered with a field goal. 6-3 Indianapolis leads. The other 3 late games, no score in any of them.
Very good. Now, this, as Matt told us earlier, this was on this day 11 years ago. One of the most intense races, I say, in NASCAR history. It was the first time we had the elimination playoffs at Talladega. And with this being brand new, this style being brand new, no one knew what to expect. And I mean, we got a hell of a race with a hell of a finish and a hell of a call from Alan Bestwick, who put on a freaking masterclass at the end.
Kenseth was pushing him. Logano to block. Has left his teammate out there all alone, though. To the white flag, Ryan Newman to the outside of Keselowski. Newman leads at that line. Who leads at the next one? But you got to get back to the front because a caution can happen and you can be out of luck.
And I've got my eyes on the second screen in case we get one to go. This block, attempted block, Keselowski to Newman, Seth, reminded me of Bobby Labonte and Bobby Hamilton in 2001, just without the result.
Thank the good Lord for that. And Alan with that line, which I said, as I told you earlier in the week, Alan, I don't think they're getting back to this line. I think it's 2012 all over again.
I mean, and the silence of the broadcast crew here to hear just the natural noise, this is iconic. How much silence in this broadcast. It's just glorious.
Keselowski really doesn't have the help that he's going to need to win this race. And he must win it. But he's in good shape now because Newman has no push. Here comes Landon Castle behind Matt Kenseth, behind Brad Keselowski. But watch Kenseth, he can still make a move. Landon Castle to the outside, tri-oval, sprint to the checkered flag. Who wins? Brad Keselowski wins it at Talladega.
Oh my God, just so great. Just so great.
Well timed.
And well-timed indeed. We have a 4-lap dash to the end of Stage 2. Chase Briscoe, the leader in the control car. On the outside of row 1, to his left elbow, Carson Hocevar, green flag up in the air. Important stage points on the line again, Matt, to be decided over the next 4 laps.
And for a bunch of people at the head of the field in playoff land, through turn 1 they come. Chase Briscoe, who's been up front quite often this afternoon, is the leader. He goes top to bottom to pick up Hocevar. And now we'll sort of double lane it as they come through too. Kyle Larson is the leader of that outside lane, but he's got William Byron, his good teammate for company. And the further back in the pack we've got action. Is that back Keselowski? It is, sticking his nose out to the outside.
Chase Briscoe, the race leader, and would you look at who's up to second? Kyle Larson with William Byron behind him. We've said those guys nada since they waved the green flag. And there they are in the mix for a stage win.
Now, since the starting grid that we gave you, we have mentioned Larson and Byron's names, 0, zilch, none. But here they are, needing points up towards the front with 3 to go in Stage 2.
Briscoe the leader with Hocevar tucked up behind him. They're on the inside heading through turn 1. Christopher Bell in the mix in third on the inside run. He's got Ryan Blaney tucked up behind him. 4 playoff cars under a very small blanket. 2 wide on both counts. But it's Briscoe leading down the back straightaway with Hocevar behind him, Seb.
Briscoe with the race lead. He now slides up a little bit. Now goes back to the bottom to shut off the Hocevar advance. Having to play good defense. Briscoe doing just that at the present time. Hocevar now inside of Larson for second. They're 3 wide further back as Kyle Busch goes backwards.
Including the first stage earlier today, Kyle Larson has won 3 of the last 8 stages on drafting tracks. He roars it around the outside of Chase Briscoe in the tri-oval. With a push from teammate William Byron, Larson goes to the lead at the line by a nose.
Towards turn 1 again, Briscoe with the lead. Just with the Hocevar push. The 2 Hendrick cars off on the outside have got Ty Gibbs behind them. And Alex Bowman is trying to make himself as helpful as he can be. The 3rd Hendrick car in the race. his fourth car back on the outside. Briscoe continuing to dodge and weave at the front of the field.
Indeed. Great time for an onboard, guys. Briscoe now to the bottom to shut off Hocevar. He has done a great job of playing defense here, Chase Briscoe. Now tries to go back to the top side of the racetrack to shut off Kyle Larson's advance, and Briscoe has done the job so far.
Coming to the last lap of stage number 1, Larson gonna give a big shove to Briscoe, too big! Briscoe turns sideways, makes a great save. Larson comes to his right elbow. They're side by side at the line for the last lap of the stage. Blaney trying to wedge it to the bottom, but can't.
Yeah, he won't fit in through there. What a hell of a save that was from Briscoe. That car was almost completely sideways in the tri-oval, but he's still pointing straight for now, and he's still in the lead, with Hocevar pushing him. Larson being pushed by Byron. Christopher Bell could be in a great position here. Third car back on the inside. Logano and company still trying to make something happen. Third lane on the outside line.
Bush and Larson and Briscoe side by side for the lead going into turn 3. Larson has a slight advantage, but Briscoe fights back. Side by side, dead even. Briscoe battling inside. He and Larson side by side, all 4.
Byron gives a big shove to Larson, but that knocked Larson up the track. He loses speed, loses the lead, and Chase Briscoe is going to get to the green and white checkered flag to win stage number 2. His 6th stage win of the season. And great saves in that tricky tri-oval that we were talking about earlier on back-to-back laps. One by Briscoe, one by Larson. Briscoe wins this stage. 10 points plus a playoff point, which in this round of the playoffs basically just means 11 points for Briscoe for winning the stage. 9 points to Larson for finishing 2nd. Carson Hocevar 3rd. Byron 4th. Bell 5th. Gibbs, Blaney, Gilliland, Nemechek, and Bowman the rest of the points-paying positions. It did get edgy in those last 2 laps, Matt, but we got to the green and white flag just about cleanly.
Yeah, there was a couple of moments there where it all could have gone very much wrong, especially Chase Briscoe turning right in a left-hand corner, which the tri-oval certainly is here, off the front bumper of the 5 car. Big points haul there for the man that was just above the cut line coming in, Chase Briscoe.
And we catch our breath after a very dramatic ending to stage number 2 here at the Talladega Superspeedway. So Chase Briscoe with the stage win. As I mentioned, basically at this point of the year, that means 11 points. Normally that would mean 10 points plus a playoff point, but playoff points don't carry on beyond this round. We'll carry on to next week, but not beyond this round. So basically, 11 points for Briscoe. Huge for him.
All right, folks. Stage 2 is in the books. So let's get right to it and go for a USRN hot lap.
And if you are new to the fold here at USRN, soon to become the Ultimate Sports Network on YouTube, the hot lap is when he is present here with us. Seth gives us a look at all that's happened this weekend in the motorsports world. Seth, I don't know, quantity of motorsports going on this week is maybe a bit low, but a lot of quality, especially stateside.
It's about quality, but
I heard that chuckle. I heard that chuckle from you too, Matt. You're the one that watches everything.
All right. I try. And mostly succeed. Yesterday, NASCAR's Xfinity Series ran here. Matthew and JT were hanging on to the edge of their seats for every waking lap of the 100 laps. But in the end, all the drama, all the excitement, one thing remained the same. To use the Gary Lineker line about the Germans winning on penalties. They raced at Talladega. What was it? 38 Grand National cars took the green flag. They crashed. They raced, they made bold moves, they made pit stops, and Austin Hill won.
It's so perfect.
He won with Carson Kvapil 2nd, Justin Allgaier, Christian Eckes, and Cesar Baccarella, your top 5. Underdog watch, we always like to do that at Talladega. Blaine Perkins was 6th, Parker Retzloff was 7th, Leland Honeyman was 8th. Good run for those guys. As far as the championship, Connor Zilic and Justin Allgaier have already booked their tickets to the championship 4. So there's only going to be 2 spots up for grabs when we go to Martinsville next week. It would appear as if Jesse Lovett and Carson Kvapil are in the best positions to make the championship 4. Well, play along with me here, Matthew. The Craftsman Truck Series ran a race. It was 36 trucks. They raced for 90 laps. There was some crashing. There was some pit stops. And Corey Heim did not win. Gio Ruggiero got the victory in Friday's Love's RV Stock 225. He held off Corey Heim, Ty Majeski, Dawson Sutton, and Lane Riggs with an almighty day. Finishes in 5th. He went through the ringer and got 5th. If he were to somehow steal this championship, and it would be a steal, remember this day, because that was an unbelievable effort by Lane Riggs and the team. Formula One going on right now. I have no idea who's winning because, well, we're busy with this race, and I have NFL Red Zone on the screen. Shame on me. Cars Tour finished yesterday, their championship weekend. Among the winners, Aiden Quapple won the final race at North Wilkesboro. That was a thrilling finish they had there. Also, I don't know who the winners were, but we had the Indianapolis 8 Hours. I believe that was this weekend. And also, how about this? Yep. A first-time winner in MotoGP for Trackhouse Racing, Spaniard Raul Fernandez won at Phillip Island. Remarkable weekend of racing, as it always seems to be. There's always something going on in the racing world. Yes, Matthew?
Now, hold on a minute, Seth. This is the first time ever. Shall we do a live hot lap update?
Count for you. Japan, Emilia-Romagna, back-to-back in Monza and Azerbaijan, and now it'll be his 5th win of the season, his 68th career win, and it will be his 4th win at the Circuit of the Americas to go alongside 21, 22 and 23. Max Verstappen is making a bid for the World Championship. The 4-time champion needed a good weekend here at a circuit where he runs well, and he's got it. He won the F1 sprint. He dominates the Grand Prix for the 60th time, the 5th time this year, and for the 4th time at COTA. Max Verstappen wins the United States Grand Prix and moves within 40 points of the championship leaders.
They're going to fool around and give Max this championship, but that was a rare live hot lap update, Seth.
Well, there you go. That's awesome. Carson Hocevar busted for speeding.
Oh.
Unbelievable stuff. Real quick, while we're still doing other stuff going, or we're still doing other races, and excuse me, I'll tell you what. Play Screaming Dan, and then I'll get to the non-racing hot lap news that I have.
Before you do that, you mentioned MotoGP, Ralph Fernandez getting his win for Trackhouse, and that was brilliant. There was another MotoGP-related winner. The 2008 Indianapolis MotoGP race winner won the Indianapolis 8 Hour. Valentino Rossi was part of the winning team at Indy yesterday, along with Kelvin van der Linde and Charles Weerts in the IGTC Indianapolis 8 Hour. So Rossi, his 2nd Indy win.
How about that?
This has been a USRN Hot Lap. Now back to the booth. And Matthew Owens.
And I'm running inside.
Gracias, Screaming Danny Boy. But anyway.
Yes, Matt, thank you. Yes, Seth, carry on. NFL update, surely we've got.
Yeah, and a couple other new house cleaning news items to get to. We do have points in the other late games now. Colts still lead 6-3. Giants lead the Broncos 7. I think I was just thinking Kevin Harlan's going to have a time calling Cam Scatterboo today. Jackson Dart to Daniel Bellinger, 44-yard touchdown. Cowboys lead the Commanders 7-2. Washington just got a safety about 25 seconds ago. So Dallas's defense gives up points, but it was actually their offense that gave up points. So it'll be credit against the defense, but really not. And Arizona has a field goal. They lead Green Bay 3-0. Rams beat Jacksonville in the London game 35-7. Patriots win Mike Vrabel's return to Nashville 31-13. The Bears win 26-14 over the Saints. Cleveland all over hapless Miami 31-6. And real quick, Matthew, we have to interrupt. Josh Berry is going behind the wall.
He is. Berry, who's led so many laps today. JT, I know you have something for us. Was that it?
No. Is my mic going to want to work? Yes, it is. It wasn't. It was a JT hot lap if you wanted it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Here, Seth, finish up.
Carolina beat the Jets 13-6. Eagles 28-22. Winner of the Vikings. Chiefs beat the Raiders 31-0. And the college football coaching silly season continues. Less than 24 hours after his team actually won a game yesterday, although it was gift wrapped to him, let's be honest. The University of Florida has decided to part ways with head coach Billy Napier. Napier was in the midst of his 4th season in Gainesville and had an overall losing record. Also, Jay Norvell axed from Colorado State today.
Busy sports day. All that we're hearing about Josh Berry, it is a mechanical issue of some kind, but Josh Berry, who's had a bunch of laps today, has gone behind the wall. JT, real quick.
Brisker Formula One stock cars were busy this weekend, and it was it was the end of their shootout round 2, which, think about it, as the round of 8 in the playoffs, but for the Brisker F1s. Heat 1 was won by 1-2-4 Carl Gray. Heat 2, 3-4-5 Jake Carey. 97 Ryan Harrison won Heat 3. Consolation was won by 1-5-7 Adam Joyce, and the final was won by 97 Ryan Harrison. The the Grand National 55 Craig Finnegan. We will continue, as I believe we've got cars coming down pit road.
Yeah, we do have cars on pit road. NBC just coming back from break, updating us that Josh Berry has gone behind the wall. Talked about how many laps he's led. 27 laps. It's the most of anyone today that Berry has led.
Each one, you see the 5 coming to pit road there to top off with fuel. Ryan Blaney as well. But we talk about the issues with a 22 car. Joey Logano continues to mention the gear oil issues. They just lost Josh Berry, who just went to the garage area, by the way, an important wingman for both of them. Could this be kind of falling apart here for Team Penske?
Yeah, it really is, because the 21 had the speed to make things happen for them. Whether he was pulling them along or then could get behind them and really push. So that's going to be detrimental. And keep an eye on a lot of the playoff drivers that we are seeing, the non-playoff drivers that we're seeing up front that could impact the finishes and the outcome of this race.
Hey, Lee, you hear all that noise behind us? That's everyone coming to pit road to top.
Yeah, a bunch of cars to pit road to top off. We just got one to go. Real quick, JT, carry on.
Carl Hawkins was eliminated from Group A, and Matt Newsom was eliminated from Group B. So your final 6 was Tom Harris, Callum Thornton, Lee Fairhouse, Finn Sargent, Danny Wayman, and Frankie Wayman Jr. And Matt might know where this is, and if there's any dirt still in my hair, well, it's because I was there. They went to Northampton for the start of round 3 at the Sherway, and Heat 1 was won by Tom Harris, Heat 2 Matt Newson, Consolation Frankie Wayman Jr. The final was won by Joe Booth 446 for his first final win since 2011, and the Grand National was won by Dutch driver 418 Niels Tesla, and they head to Bradford on the 25th of October, Hendersford the Sunday the 2nd of November, and Bradford for the shootout final on the 8th of November. Back to you guys, because we are going green on lap 127 of 188.
Well, allow me to interject real quick. Denny Hamlin was on, while Josh was finishing up that report, Denny Hamlin was stalled on pit road. He told his radio, quote, "It's just like Kansas here without the clutch."
So we got Penske cars reporting issues, Denny Hamlin reporting issues, John Hunter Nemechek is the leader, Josh Berry, who's led the most laps behind the wall, Matt, as we're about to get the final stage underway. Nemechek and Kyle Busch on the front row, green flag up in the air here at Talladega. The final stage is green with 62 laps to go.
Do too much in these stage breaks. I had another stat bomb to throw at you, but I'll save it for the, I'm sure, coming next caution as we get back underway in this race at the beginning of the third and final stage, with John Hunter Nemechek, as you said, getting away at the front of the field on the outside line, being pushed by Tyler Reddick. Kyle Busch is on the inside in that Cheddar's number 8, still up front as he's been for most of the day.
Yeah, but John Hunter Nemechek has that middle lane working, and he's going to go to the lead. Busch now might be losing second to the Tyler Reddick automobile. Side by side for second behind race leader John Hunter Nemechek.
So John Hunter Nemechek at the front of this field. His father Joe won some Busch races here at this track in the past. Nemechek leads. He's got them 2 by 2 at the back door. I know what you're going to say.
And he was second one time where the spotters took over the ABC feed.
Right, back to 1.
His son is leading now, and he is in the middle lane with Kyle Busch up on the inside, being tracked by Anthony Alfredo. Nemechek has Reddick behind him. Here comes Joey Logano trying to make the outside work. He's got the most cars in it, just needs to get a bit further forward. And Logano has Ryan Preece up behind him.
So it's Nemechek with the lead. Reddick in second. Logano now on the high side of the racetrack trying to make a move. He fell back a little bit with 5 playoff drivers outpointed him stage point-wise today, minus 29 of the cut. As they were heading to the break, at the front, it's still Nemechek.
Michael McDowell has been drop-kicked to the bottom lane, and there's no one with him, so McDowell is losing 2 positions seemingly every 100 feet, Matt. They are railroading the pole sitter.
Yeah, there was guys down there on the back straightaway, but they all pulled up and left McDowell on his lonesome down there, so he is free-falling. We've got 6 cars clear at the front of the field here, being led by JHN, Reddick second, Busch third. They are about to catch the up-to-speeding Josh Berry, who's back on the racetrack but a couple of laps down as they head towards Seth in turn 3.
Okay, see, this is what's going to happen here is he's going to mess around and draft with some of these other cars, and I'm going to be confused thinking he's in the lead pack. I mean, it's going to be a mess for everybody. Nemechek leads as they all ride at the top.
Free pass during that last caution went to Shane Van Gisbergen, and he is back on the lead lap after he had fallen off the lead lap with that spin coming to pit road late in stage 2. Leaders coming to the line, still led by John Hunter Nemechek with under 60 laps to go.
I feel like we've had a race, must have been here, probably in a playoff race some stage in the last few years, where there was a lapped car in the head pack coming to the end of the race, and if it hadn't been there, things may have changed around in playoff land, I seem to remember. I can't pinpoint exactly when it was. Josh Berry might be falling back into that trap here as the field catches him here with JHN still in the front.
Let's hear Joey Logano radio.
It's not even remotely close. Okay, but it smells. So, and it feels draggy.
So, Jeff, the temperature has come down, but if you're in Joey Logano's seat right now, what do you trust? Because gear oil is a very distinctive smell. Logano saying he smells it. Paul Wolf is saying the gauge is wrong. Do you trust your nose or do you trust your crew chief?
I try to trust both, but they're conflicting information. Joey Logano has enough experience to understand the senses that he has and what the result of those experiences has created. And so when he smells that gear oil, that is unusual. And he knows it. So he also has this gauge that's saying, I'm a little hot, and he's smelling gear oil. Those 2 things collectively are telling him that he could have a problem because he's experienced that once before, at least in his career.
And it would seem as if something is up with that 22 car today. We're so used to seeing Logano at the front here at Talladega. In fact, he's led 533 laps at this track, which is the most among active drivers coming into today, but he's only led 7 laps today, and a lot of those came under yellow, Matt. In fact, Logano and Blaney have only combined for 8 laps led, stage point implications.
Yeah, indeed so.
Somebody forgot to play that game. You're so down in the dumps about the football game. My bad. Can I still play it yet and take a wild guess at the winners without looking at results?
We were so expecting both of those guys to be up front all day, and Logano's most of those laps came under the caution that came in stage 1 for the Allmendinger inspired accident. So really has not shown the speed that we thought. It's been Josh Berry that's been the kind of the lead forward all afternoon, and now he's out of the picture. At the front, Tyler Reddick is the leader.
Ty Gibbs has just been pushed to the lead, actually, by those monster cars. That's one other thing we got to worry about, Seth. All the monster cars are together at the front. Gibbs, Reddick, and Herbst are all in the top half dozen. To the line, Ty Gibbs, who won stage 1, Matt, is in position 1.
He is, but only for a moment, because here comes Darrell Wallace Jr. on the inside now to take up the inside track with his teammate Riley Hubbs behind him. Then it's Daniel Suarez. Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney have got tied back up together again, so watch out for them. And they've got their old teammate right behind them, Brad Keselowski. And he's got his actual teammates behind him in Chris Buescher and Ryan Preece.
The one positive thing that'll help us from a Reddick angle is at least Reddick's car has Beast on the front of it, so that helps just a little bit. Herbst inside of Wallace. I think that, and there I go. I think that's Gibbs. I don't know. Wallace is side by side with a monster car. That's all I do know.
Yeah, you got Ty Gibbs listed as the Monster Energy Toyota. You've got Riley Herbst entered as the Monster Energy Zero Sugar Toyota, but yet both of those cars look the exact same when you look at the nose of it. The only difference is quite literally the number. Thank you very much. Herbst is the leader. Daniel Suarez trying to take it from him this time, Matt.
Riley Herbst has got the green flashes by the grille on the front of the 35. Yeah. That's your ID. So he's on the outside. Suarez to the inside. Wallace and Logano now side by side in the second row. We have an absolute string of 2 rows going down the back straightaway with those unlikely duo at the front in Herbst and Suarez.
Here comes Daniel Suarez to the inside. How about the man from Monterrey, Mexico? Bottom to top. Suarez with the lead. But he left the bottom open for Logano and Blaney. That's dangerous.
Well, we were just talking about how those two hadn't been at the front all day as Blaney gives a big shove to Logano. Logano hangs on to it, and all of a sudden, they are at the front, Matt, when it matters the most. Final stage of the day, Jolo and YRB are at the front.
Yeah, maybe they heard us talking them down, their stocks down, and they've come to play here as we get towards money time. Still quite a long way to go, though, in this race. Logano leading from Blaney. Keselowski's third on the inside row. Then it is Buescher and Priest, as I mentioned. Herb's giving the punt back to Suarez down the back straight away. Logano, he's back to his old self, covering both lanes.
And I'll tell you, when Joey Logano plays defense, Ryan Blaney, that's bad news for the rest of the pack. Throw Brad Keselowski in the mixer, too. He runs in third. The rest of the pack now knows how the Xfinity pack felt with Austin Hill at the front yesterday.
We spend all this time when we come to Talladega, Matt, talking about how dangerous Joey Logano is, but in reality, he has won here 3 times, but in the 7 next-gen era races at this track, an average finish of 29th with not a single top 10.
To my point at the very top of the show, he runs brilliantly here, but he never comes up with the finishes. Now, clear air on the nose of that 22 could help whatever gear oil issue he has. Stuck in the pack, it's going to be a bit of a heat soak. But if he can get out front, if there is a problem, which we just heard about, then having the clean air on the front of that car would be best for it.
No question, as Blaney is right behind him. Now Suarez trying to make a run on the top side with Riley Herbst. Keselowski to third, the first side-by-side battle. Fourth between Suarez and Buescher.
And, of course, Keselowski works so very well with those two in front of him, Logano and Blaney, because he was teammates with them for such a long time. Then right behind Brad are his teammates of today, Buescher and Priest. So, Matt, that's a fearsome 5-some at the front on that bottom lane.
And 6, because they've got Todd Gilliland in another Ford lined up behind them in the front row car. So 6 Mustangs down there on the inside row. And at the moment, they will all play fairly. When there's 2 laps to go, that might be a different story when RFK are trying to search for a victory. But there's plenty of time for that to change around, and pit stops still to come. Riley Herbst jumps to the outside to try and make a move on Suarez on the outside.
Yeah, Suarez now goes completely backwards in the middle lane with nobody behind him. So single file for the first handful of positions, with the pack being led by the 3-time champion from Connecticut, Joey Logano.
And a free pass to defend his championship at Phoenix if he can win here today. Same can be said for Ryan Blaney, who was the champion 2 years ago. They both started the day below the cut line, Matt. 1 race to go in the round. They could both just not care about Martinsville if they win today.
Yeah, absolutely right. Much like we saw with Reddick last year, he was through and didn't need to worry and just ran around at the back of the field all day. And that would be the ultimate goal for anyone here that can get themselves through to do exactly the same as I'm sure Denny Hamlin will do next week, because he's advanced as well.
Logano continuing to lead as he goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. Blaney right behind him. 3 wide now, maybe starting to form with Tyler Reddick leading the extreme outside line. A minute ago, Matt, down the back straightaway.
Oh, yeah. Tyler Reddick not getting the clear push there from Kyle Busch in the outside row. Shot him out to driver's right, but Reddick was wise to it and just about kept that Camry off the wall.
Tell you a group we're going to have to watch out for coming to the end of this race is Anthony Alfredo and Austin Hill. That's a third Richard Childress Racing entry for Hill, and then that's the 62 of Alfredo, who has for Beard Motorsports, who has an alliance with RCR. Those two cars are really good, Seth, and speaking of, Alfredo leads the top line heading to 3.
He does. It is Joey Logano, though, continues to lead with Ryan Blaney second, Keselowski third, side-by-side for fourth. Alfredo, first car on that extreme outside line.
For Austin Hill, he is in this lead pack, but at the very back of it, last time across the line, he was scored 29th. Oh, that's only 2 seconds off the lead. The leader is Logano across the line. We're inside the final 50.
Josh Berry, by the way, came back out. We mentioned that. He's now gone back behind the wall again. So whatever trouble plagues the 21 car, they didn't manage to fix it, and he is at the moment off the racetrack. His quasi-teammates, though, continue to lead, though. Logano and Blaney. Alfredo continues to lead the outside running as we ride on board with his kind of quasi-teammate, Kyle Busch.
So they continue to move on. They continue to move forward here. Laps wind down. As the laps wind down, the intensity will rise up as Joey Logano continuing to show the way. You know they're going to want to try and steal it from him. The last thing they want to do is have to deal with a 22 car at Phoenix.
A lot of the playoff field this year, more than any other year I can remember, Matt, the other drivers talking about preventing a certain driver or team from getting to the championship, and they've been doing that with Logano and Blaney and Penske throughout these playoffs.
Yeah, certainly since the sort of midsummer, that's been a lot of the chat. He's trying to keep these guys away from advancing themselves to Phoenix. And if they don't get themselves locked in today, then perhaps that might cause some controversy next week. We'll see. Well, let's get today out of the way first. Logano continues to lead the way.
Logano the leader, Blaney second, then 3 wide for third. Keselowski now on the inside has the slim advantage over both Reddick and Alfredo.
Logano and Blaney, they are very content to just ride where they are for a number of laps. Let's hear Blaney radio.
First thing get bailed on by the fucking Fords. I know. We're lined up in the fucking second lane going to triangle, and he goes back down to the bottom.
So, Jeff, it brings up a very interesting dilemma. If you are a non-playoff car and your manufacturer tells you, hey, help the playoff cars when you can, what's your reaction? Do you do it or not?
I just love Ryan Blaney. He's so calm, cool, and collected, but boy, he gets on the radio, and when he's upset, he's upset. Oh, Riley Herbst, Seth, falling off the pace in the middle of the pack. Did everyone avoid him? NBC needs to see it.
Well, they're just about, I believe everybody's going to avoid, but Riley Herbst with a major problem, way off the pace. A shame for Herbst, who is having an unbelievable day and had a legit chance to maybe win this race. He's way off the pace. Can he make it back to pit road?
Well, surely he's not out of fuel, Matt. We haven't run that many laps since the stage caution.
Trying to see if all the tyres are up on that Camry. They look to be. This might be a mechanical issue for the 35, and as Seth mentioned, he's had a great afternoon so far. He was right in front of the other monster, well, one of the other monster cars, Ty Gibbs, who had to make a smart move to avoid.
Was right, driving in a straight line, right in the middle of the straightaway, and car just almost came to a stop. So we'll try to follow up there. He has made it to his pit box, and the team are doing absolutely nothing. I don't know why they're having a committee meeting about it. Get over and open up the hood of the car. Come on. We're just standing there, guys. A major mismount communication there.
Yeah, looks like he's serving a penalty.
Well, anyhow, we'll catch up on Herbst, but he's done for the day. Logano leads Matt, but he's got a visitor to his right elbow. Anthony Alfredo again flexing muscle.
The Italian muscle comes to the front with Anthony Alfredo, and he's now leading the outside run with Reddick behind him and then Kyle Busch. Michael McDowell's got himself back in the mix here, and he's trying to get the third line going about 4 or 5 rows back. But he's still Joey Logano leading with Blaney tucked up on his boot lid.
Don't you know Wallace and Reddick have to be a bit concerned because apparently engine failure. Well, Josh probably had that. Josh, go ahead.
It was about the 21, actually. We found out what was wrong with that 21 car. Transaxle.
Wow, okay. So, As the leaders come back to the front straightaway, Michael McDowell swings it wide out of turn 4, gets alongside Joey Logano at the line. Logano leads the lap only just, and for the first time all day towards the front, Matt, is car number 1.
Yeah, big weekend, as we've mentioned already, for Trackhouse. And Chastain getting into the mix. We've already seen Suarez up there, but now it's Chastain's turn. And to Josh's point about Josh Berry falling out with a transaxle problem, and Joey Logano can on the radio saying he's got gear issues.
Yeah.
Problems at Ford, perhaps.
Problems indeed. Oh, what a pretty deep ball by Daniel Jones. Joey Logano leads with Ryan Blaney in second. Michael McDowell now to the outside of Blaney, wants that number 2 position.
Joey Logano holding on to the top spot. Mentioned Ross Chastain leading the upper lane up next to the wall. Behind him, he's got Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, and Shane Van Gisbergen. But at the front, holding on to the lead like a Rottweiler with a rump roast, is Joey Logano.
He'll want to get through the next 43 laps in the exact position he's in. His teammate would like it to be reversed, because he's stuck in second position at the moment with Keselowski up behind him. McDowell and Alfredo have got themselves splintered away slightly in the outside row here from the rest of the field. Chastain trying to make a third lane go with Christopher Bell behind him.
We've heard zero, zilch, nada from Ross Chastain all day, and yet here he is in the extreme outside line trying to make a move as the laps wind down. It's still Logano at the front of the field as he leads in that yellow and red number 22.
Joseph in the comments section saying that Preece or Brad Kay will win this thing. They are towards the front. Keselowski 3rd, Preece 5th as they cross the line. We have 42 laps to go at Talladega. Whether you're on YouTube with JBM or on Mixer on USRN, if you're just twisting us in after watching Max Verstappen win the Formula One United States Southwest Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, thank you. We're glad to have you. You've missed a hell of a race to this point, and the next 42 laps are going to be absolutely massive. Matthew Owens here with you alongside Matt White in turns 1 and 2. Seth Eves in turns 3 and 4. JT contributing throughout the day as well. We're glad to have you with us here on USRN and JBM. We've got 41 laps to go when they get to the line. Still 1 pit stop for fuel to be made by all of these leaders. It's anyone's race. If you're on the track and you're on the lead lap, you can still win this thing today at Talladega. Let's go to turns 1 and 2. Matt White has the coverage there where the lead is up for grabs.
It is Michael McDowell getting a big push from Anthony Alfredo to get his nose slightly ahead of Joey Logano. And to add to your point, if you just bringing us in, the one major storyline so far from the day, Chase Elliott involved in a crash in stage 1. He's the only playoff contender that's had an issue so far. Everybody else is still in play, and Joey Logano is the race leader.
I'm Seth Eves at the back end of the racetrack. Joey Logano leads with Ryan Blaney 2nd, Brad Keselowski 3rd. Chris Buescher now to the inside of Michael McDowell to try and take the 4th position. Preece, Alfredo 6th and 7th, and Ty Dillon like a cockroach in the top 10.
That's exactly right. He just pops up on these things every now and again. And if you are enjoying what you've heard throughout the day or enjoying what you've heard here since you've twisted us in, be sure to like and subscribe here to the JB Motorsports channel if you haven't already. Also, click over, search up the Ultimate Sports Network. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. I think we hit it at the same time, didn't we? Our brain widths are right there together. That's scary.
That's not the first time.
Yeah, we don't have many brain cells between the two of us. But yes, if you haven't already, search up here on YouTube, the Ultimate Sports Network. Like and subscribe that channel. Hit the bell to get notified when we go live, because we have much more coming over on USN. Almost did it there. On USN, like this. Next season, all of our NASCAR and IndyCar coverage and Formula One coverage will be on that channel here on YouTube, along with many other sports, which includes this week, the NBA season getting started. Tuesday night is tip-off night. The champion Thunder hosting Kevin Durant and the Rockets. That's just hilarious to think about. That's at 7:30 on Ultimate Sports Network on YouTube, followed by Steph and the Warriors taking on the Lakers. We've also got Cooper Flagg's league debut against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. That's Wednesday night at 9:30. And we're going to have basketball for you every Friday night of this season, both NBA and college basketball, a part of USN's Full Court Friday. And Full Court Friday gets started this Friday night with the Celtics and the Knicks. We've got Tuesday night hockey throughout the season, which this week is Stars and Blue Jackets. And as the calendar year goes on, we'll have football, both of the professional and college variety. We'll have plenty of hockey, plenty of basketball, and then by the time we get to the new calendar year, NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, all kinds of sports on the Ultimate Sports Network on YouTube. So definitely be sure, if you're a fan of all of that, to like and subscribe. And of course, next summer, the FIFA World Cup in North America. All right.
We're not going anywhere. We're just changing things up.
That's exactly right. Now, all of that is out of the way. We can focus on the racing. The promo is finished. I'm sure JBM will send us a bill for that. I will pay it proudly for spending.
As long as you all subscribe, we'll pay the bill.
We'll pay the bill. Indeed. And if you'd like to help pay the bill, you can always donate on Venmo on the link on USN's channel. But anyway, let's pick up the leaders across the start-finish line with 37 laps to go, and it's getting busy at the front.
It is, but you haven't really missed anything in terms of the scoring pylon, because Joey Logano is still out front with Ryan Blaney behind him on the inside. Ross Chastain has found a hole in the middle to lead the inside row with McDowell behind him. Christopher Bell and Shane Van Gisbergen close together again. Not as close as they were in pit entry lots of long ago, but those two are on the outside line, and the SVG giving a big shove to Bell down the back straightaway.
He was stuck in the mud literally about a few laps ago. Now here he is back at the front and giving Bell a shove to Logano. Chastain right in the mix, looking for a spoiler win again. It is Logano the leader. Blaney with a good surge should get back to second.
So Logano still has the nose of his golden red number 22 in the wind out front through the 16.5 degrees of banking in the tri-oval. It's Logano leading the bottom, Christopher Bell leading the middle, and leading the top is the New Zealander Shane Van Gisbergen.
Getting kind of ish towards pit stops. There'll be still a few laps to go until we get there. And to a conversation we had earlier about being out front, Joey Logano has pretty much led this whole stage so far, so he's probably going to be one of the first to peel to pit road, but all those Fords are lined up nicely on the inside when it comes to time. The two Penske's out front.
So it's Joey Logano who continues to lead. Ryan Blaney running now in the number 2 position as they work their way to the corner. They continue to squeeze through, but it's Logano at the front.
And to Matt's point about the upcoming pit stop, if it stays green, these guys are going to want to go as long as they possibly can without running it out of fuel, Matt. So that pit stop, again, if it's under green, very important for that stop to be as short as possible.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier on in the day. You want the smallest time on pit road you can get here, and there'll be no tyres as long as, if it's a green flag pit stop, it'll be a fuel splash and dash only, and that will come, well, soon, but not too soon, because we've still got 35 laps to go.
Logano still leads, heading into turn number 3 with Blaney right behind him and a big pack further back. 3 wide from 6th on back, it's Logano, Blaney, Keselowski, Buescher, and Bell, the current top 5.
In the comments, Kelly says, go Denny. Hamlin has not been at the front at all today, and he is dealing with some kind of an issue in that car, but he could turn up before we're done. P. Carver01 says, let's go 38. Got a Zane Smith fan in the comments, and you never know when the FRM cars could pop up here in these last laps. 34 laps to go as we speak. In fact, those FRM cars are right together, 18th and 19th in the running order, Todd Gilliland and Zane Smith. And a welcome to David Everett, who has just become a JBM member. Happy to have you with us as well. Let's pick up the leaders with Seth in turn 3.
3 wide, middle of the pack. It's still Joey Logano at the front of the field. He hugs the bottom line with Ryan Blaney right behind. 3 wide action. That starts at about 5th place.
Leaders back to the tri-oval, heading into the shade underneath the grandstands here on the front straight. Logano from Blaney from Keselowski. Then side-to-side action at 4th, Matt. That's Shane Van Gisbergen ripping it around the top.
Yeah, he's the leader of the outside run. Christopher Bell behind him. then Chastain and McDowell. There's a third line trying to get going, being led by Daniel Suarez and Denny Hamlin, who we said a little while ago was having his issues, and we haven't really talked about him much today. Well, here he is, charging back towards the front of the field, being helped out by Justin Haley. It's Logano still out front with Blaney on his tail.
Indeed, that is the case. Logano leading, Blaney second. Here comes Suarez trying to make a move on the high side with help from Denny Hamlin. Suarez now alongside Keselowski for third, but it's still Logano, the race leader.
Daniel Suarez, for as long as he's been in this series, he runs really well on these super speedways, but often he'll be towards the front in the latter laps to the race, Matt, and he can't get anyone to help him. Maybe today he can. Remember, he did win at Atlanta last year.
By the smallest of margins. He just got dumped a little bit there and fell back through the field. I mis-ID'd the guy pushing Denny Hamlin. I said it was Justin Haley. Well, Justin's out of the race. It's William Byron in a very similarly yellow and black car. The old Raptor colours back on the 24 today. And it is Hamlin, of course, who is booked into Phoenix. Does not have to worry, but here he is trying to take the lead away.
Indeed, Denny Hamlin. Hey, racers want to go for race wins. It is just absolute. That's their DNA. And Hamlin trying to add to his list of race wins. He'd like to have a championship to add to it in a couple weeks.
Boy, we were talking about the FRM cars just lurking. Well, one just came roaring around the outside. That's Todd Gilliland, pushed by Ross Chastain. That's the leader of the top lane, going for the lead of the race.
Shot out of the canyon, some might say, for Todd Gilliland being pushed by Ross Chastain up there on the high side. They've got no one to help them behind, so they're going to try and clear Denny Hamlin and get across him. Gilliland perhaps has done it. Ross will not have the running room to get clear. He's going to get picked up here by Chase Briscoe. Gilliland has fallen into the middle lane in front of Hamlin.
Now Briscoe trying to get to the bumper of the Ross Chastain machine now. Things are starting to really pick up. Logano with the lead, but another yellow and red car. Gilliland really starting to flirt. Chastain goes a little bit squirrely high side. Logano by a scotch over Gilliland.
When they get to the line this time, it'll be 30 laps to go. Chastain forces his way back in line. Move Chase Briscoe down to do so. Tom Tomlinson in the comments says, let's go Kyle Busch. Nathan says, let's go SVG. TT responds by saying, it'd be funny if SVG won. He'd have the weirdest 6-win season in NASCAR history, Matt.
And he'd be punting a rugby ball into the Talladega Super Speedway grandstand at the end of the day. Let's hope that comes to fruition. Anyway, Todd Gilliland at the front on the outside.
We don't play favourites here, remember?
Yeah, we don't play favourites, just storylines. It would also be cool to see Zane Smith winning to that comment from earlier on.
Oh, my goodness. Logano leader and Alex Bowman off the pace. Alex Bowman way off the pace. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, sorry, we hadn't spoken much about the 48 car today, and now we might not speak of him anymore. He is very much off the pace. He's lost the draft, and Bowman in that violet 48 looks to be going away from contention. Leaders at the line, and dead even at the front between a couple of yellow and red Fords. JT, what you got for us?
Possible misfiring engine for the 48 car.
Boy, we have talked a lot about mechanical issues today, more than we're used to. And it's been all across the board, Fords, Toyotas, and Chevrolets. Let's pick up the leaders heading to Seth in 3.
Michael McDowell with a big push from, it looks like that's Chris Buescher. Yep, who's giving Todd Gilliland a big push. That's Denny Hamlin, actually. I'm all over the place. Logano, the leader, side by side for second between Blaney and Gilliland. Logano, the leader.
Logano clear of the pack, and again, just to remind you, coming to 28 laps to go between now and the checkered flag, these guys will have to stop for fuel. Here they are at the line, dead even again, Gilliland and Logano for the lead.
It's exactly like it did the last time around between these two at the front. That's a worry for Hendrick if they've got a perhaps issue with Bowman, both of their other guys that are still in the race, Byron and Larson, up inside this top 10 pack and running nose to tail in the outside line. Gilliland trying to muscle his way on the outside with help from Hamlin to get in front of Logano. He hasn't made it work quite yet.
Logano continuing to lead. Blaney right behind him in the second position. It's Joey Logano with the lead. Ryan Blaney there, and now Gilliland losing a little bit of ground. He'll fall back to maybe third, although here comes Denny Hamlin to maybe give him a push.
Josh?
And if Gilliland leads this lap, it'll be a new NASCAR Next Gen record. Matthew, and let's see.
He does.
He does. That is now, and a stat from Seth Eggert, he's the 25th different driver to lead a lap today. That's a new NASCAR Next Gen record. Overall record is 29, set in the 2010 Talladega Spring Race.
And it's also our 57th lead change of the day. It is the 7th straight Cup Series race at Talladega with more than 50 lead changes. We've had more than 60 in 4 straight. We're only 3 away from that, and we'll probably get that in the cycle of pit stops if the pit stops do come under green. Gilliland and Logano still jousting for the lead here. Logano has been pushed to the front by Blaney. Gilliland is backed up a bit on that top lane, just as he did last lap. Hamlin to try to push him. Byron and Larson are on that top lane as well. Leaders to 1.
Interesting, isn't it, with Todd Gilliland? He was at the back of that Ford train that we mentioned when they all got hooked together with Logano, Blaney, and the 3 RFK cars. He's popped himself out and gone to the head of that outside. Front Row Motorsports, if you worry, keeping across the news off the track, I don't think Front Row Motorsports care if they help playoff guys. They're in it for themselves, and he's at the front of the outside being pushed by, that's right, Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, it's funny how this works, isn't it? Logano now building an oh-so-slight buffer ahead of Gilliland and Blaney, who are side by side for second. Logano, though, still the leader out of turn 4.
We have AXXO Moon saying hi from Australia. We also have a hi from Italy. Great. Yeah, good morning to you in Australia. Good evening to you in Italy, where it's closing in on midnight. Great to have all of you with us. And it's getting down to the wire, Matt, with 25 laps to go.
No changes at the front. Those yellow and red cars still side by side as they peel their way at almost 200 miles an hour through turns 1 and 2. Everyone keeping in 2 solid lines at the moment. No one trying to chop out lanes. There's a few people that have dropped off the back of this, but it is the main pack heading to 3.
Side by side, Gilliland and Logano heading into the number 3 corner. Here is Logano. He has a slight advantage. Gilliland right beside him. Side by side, Blaney and Hamlin not too far back. Gilliland on the surge.
Absolutely thrilled to see everyone in the comments. At some point, we will have to turn off the comment section, at least from being able to see it, because we will have to call the race in the late laps. But keep the comments coming. Absolutely love it. Michelle says, come on, Larson. You'll love this one, Matt. Axo Moon. I'm guessing you probably pronounce the letters and say Axo Moon. You'll love this comment, Matt. He said, Holden versus Ford, LOL.
It's a bit of a throwback, isn't it? We talked about an old Bathurst race earlier on. This is, Ford versus General Motors at the front of the field.
Roxy says Ford all the way. Graham says come on SVG. Braden says come on Logano. Rose says come on Gilliland. Great to have everyone with us, Seth, as the leaders have to avoid the slow car of Bowman in 4.
And the leaders get by him. Let's see if everybody else gets by him. Looks like, yes, dead even. You can't tell the leaders apart.
And how will the pit stops jumble up the running order? Because we know in the last few races here at Talladega, Matt, the way you come off of pit road and that running order goes a long way in determining the race if you can't make a third lane happen and you're stuck in the 2x2 train.
Often, the group that's pitted first, as long as they get themselves organised and get down a pit road and do it all nice and smoothly, have the advantage by getting back up to speed. We'll have to wait and see what happens. No one waving yet out of the window on the back straight. That's when we normally see people waving. Oh, Cody Ware is spinning. Forget your green flag pit stops. We're up to yellow because Cody Ware has come to a stop underneath my feet in turns 1 and 2. The Nugget Mobile has brought out the caution.
And as Matt said, everything that we've been talking about with green flag pit stops and how to get to pit road safely and how short your stop can be to get you on the track in good track position. Yep, throw it all in the blender and pour it down the sink. The caution is out with 22 laps to go. And things are about to change massively again here in Alabama. Cody Ware with a single car spin at the bottom of turns 1 and 2. We'll figure out what happened to the Arby's mobile. But the caution is out.
AMR safety crew with Cody. I think he's
all
trying
by
to get
himself. All by himself on the apron, Matt. I wonder if he had just come to pit road and just gotten a lot of that water.
most of the upper lane in turns 1 and 2 in the warm-up lane is clear, and the replay picks it. Well, it is clear. But if you're driving through most of the wet stuff, that's what's going to happen to you, I'm afraid, Cody. Because that's what it looks like to me. The lower lane off the banking, or the partial banking, is still weepery from the huge storm that blew through last evening and most of the night. And yeah, that's not a good sign for Cody Ware.
That was driving in the wet for dummies with Matt White. Hamlin, my throttle's stuck. If I push the clutch, it just goes. This is effing unbelievable.
Boy, they've had a lot of throttle issues here lately with the 11. Wait for that to happen in Phoenix, and that's how he loses the championship. Oh, Lord. Josh?
I'm hearing multiple sources from people around the circuit, including Bob Pockfast, saying that the engine expired on the 51 and he spun on his own fluid.
Oh.
66 degree
maybe.
pass.
All right.
Maybe he was slowing out of the racetrack because he knew there was an issue, and then. But we'll see.
Spec 4 Army says, go Hamlin. My goodness, we've gotten a lot of comments. People coming over from the F1 and just tuning in because it's the end of the race. Got a bunch of people coming in. TT says, because Cody Ware can't drive. You said it, not us.
Casey Mears free pass.
Casey Mears making career cup start 492 today. Like what I did there, Matt. That's all you and the Brits over there. Let's see. Axo Moon says Ford work well together. The other two are hit and miss. Bill Stegman says go Blaney. Let's see. What else do we have? Braden Reed says there goes my DraftKings bet. Listen, I've had a good day in the betting universe. Not in racing, but over on the gridiron. Thank you, New England. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, what other team that was. I can't even remember now. Kansas City. Oh, my God. I should have taken Kansas City on the number. Jesus, they annihilated Oakland. Yes, that is Oakland.
Las Vegas, please.
Yeah, there you go. Jono Marco, I hope I'm saying that right, says SVG should assist Hamlin after all said and done. After all said and done, Hamlin and SVG are the premier drivers who have won races than the other wannabes. Okay.
Jono Marco.
Thank you. Rose says it's going to be a free-for-all. You can bet on that. Yes, you can. TT says if SVG helps anyone, it'll be a Chevrolet most likely. Bill says 10-lap shootout. Yeah, probably will be just a little bit over 10, I would think. Daniel says Larson, let's go, with a lot of O's. Norman Danner also says go. Now that's a name I could have a lot of fun with, doing that in a hockey or a football game. The pass is caught by Norman Danner. He says go Kyle Larson. Norman Danner touchdown. These people that don't know who, these people that have never heard of us don't know who the hell we are, never tuning in again probably. There pops up JT's Rate This Race poll, bad, meh, good, or epic. So make sure to vote on that here in the final laps.
I'm voting good with a chance of epic still to be in the mix.
Still Joe says, I predict a half flip. Tico says, be cool to see SVG miss the big one and win it. Pit road is busy.
The most important thing. Pit lane comes alive, and Marty Snyder's there.
Lee, both of the Team Penske cars in the playoffs came in below the cut line, but now they're in a position to win. Fuel only for Ryan Blaney. For the 22 of Joey Logano, fuel only as well. William Byron, fuel only to Kim.
And Blaney, yeah, Hamlin hood up. Blaney has beaten Logano off pit road. Blaney's beaten everyone off pit road. Blaney wins the race off from Logano. And there was contact between a couple of cars. It was William Byron and somebody. The race off,
Yeah,
it's Blaney, Logano, Gilliland, Larson, and Keselowski. Two drivers did stay out. It was Byron and who? Wallace.
Bubba.
And it was just slight contact.
Yeah, Wallace didn't get to his box because of the contact. He was trying to get in around Byron on the exit and was kind of shepherded out of it, let's say, to use a footballing term. So Wallace did not make his pit box at all.
So, under yellow and getting set for the final, well, we think, the final dash to the finish here at Talladega
in this middle race in the round of 8.
What happens with a Talladega race, we get 3/4 plus the way through in good time, and the last 20 laps takes an hour and a half. We could be having that happen again here.
Right. Now, JT, if you...
10 in the UK.
Now, JT, if you would here, cue up the mic and tell us on the air, because I'm just asking out loud because I do not know. I'm just assuming. Next Sunday at Martinsville, we'll be here on USRN for the round of 8 elimination race. I'm assuming we'll also be on JBM as JB covers Mexico. Is that right?
You put me on the spot. I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
I was like, he's got to get his big spreadsheet out, so hold on. Which, hell, his spreadsheet's probably already gone to 2029 at this rate.
Oh, my God, no kidding. Also, another poll thrown up by the legendary JT in the chat, so get the votes in. Will there be a big one? Your options: yes with a flip, yes but no flip, no but there will be a yellow, no more yellows in this race. So... get your votes in there. Yes.
This race will return, don't worry.
Well Done 12 Crew says, and I don't want to mispronounce anyone's names in YouTube, but I also know that YouTube usernames could also be just different. But anyway, Well Done 12 Crew, there's a comment. Mad Dash gonna get a wreck, says TP. Bob says Byron had right of way, crew didn't communicate it. No one has right of way at Talladega. You just take what you get. Real quick, as
the closest yield sign in Talladega is not inside the racetrack.
No, it's not. Real quick, while we're still under yellow here and we have a little bit of time to burn before we go back green, and for all the people...
penalty.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
wow. Bowman penalty, 62 penalty.
Bowman penalty? For what? He was off the pace by 20 miles an hour. That should be the penalty.
Hit it too soon.
Hit it too soon.
Whatever. Okay, while we're still under the yellow, real quick, you've heard us a lot talk about it. If you're a regular on JBM, maybe you've heard us throughout the season do Xfinity or a cup race here or there. But if you aren't used to us at USRN, again, we, at the end of this racing season, once the final Formula One race of the year is done, we are transitioning to YouTube. We're becoming the Ultimate Sports Network on YouTube. If you haven't already, like and subscribe to the channel. What you can expect on that channel when you do hit the subscribe button: all kinds of sports spanning every part of the globe, and you can hear commentary from the three of us. Matthew Owens here. Say hi, Matt. Matt White.
Hello.
No, that's Matt White. And Seth Eves. Say hi, Seth.
Howdy, partners.
And you'll hear commentary from us three and others that will join in for the likes of football. That goes for both footballs, in case anyone's listening. Football, basketball, hockey, all kinds of motorsports, everything you can imagine. Tennis will be in there too, you best believe. And real quick, as we're coming to one to go, so we'll have about 3.5 minutes here, Matt. Your view and just your general thoughts on what people can expect when they tune in to the Ultimate Sports Network in the near future.
If you've liked what you've heard today in this sort of radio style that we do things, we will be doing that, but for all the sports that Matthew has mentioned. Football, NFL, college football, college basketball, the NBA, hockey, it's already begun, and the NBA starts, of course, on Tuesday night. The World Cup next summer is going to be massive in terms of its scale and our coverage throughout the tournament. Can't wait for that. Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, and probably some others as well, spotted from here to there. And other things too, I'm sure, once we get the ball rolling over there on the properly on YouTube in the new year. Big year for the Ultimate Sports Network in 2026.
And you will get original programming that we're also going to start putting together as we go on, with some original shows, 30-minute kind of podcast-esque shows. More on that when we get that more ironed out. Seth, tell everyone what to expect on USN.
Well, a lot of fun. Like we said, NBA starts on Tuesday night. NHL has been going on. College basketball coming back. I'll tell you what, Matthew, real quick, I'd ask you a question. Does this have the potential to be the best non-conference college basketball season ever? Or does this have the potential to be the best non-conference college basketball season ever? A lot of games, a lot of rivalries being renewed. We've got Florida and, was it Florida BYU early in the season? I believe it is on opening night, or Florida Arizona, Arkansas at Michigan State. You've got North Carolina, Kentucky, Duke, Florida, the renewal of the Kentucky-Indiana rivalry, which I'm excited about. Gonzaga, UCLA. Nothing screwy ever happens when those two get together. So many electric games. Tennessee against, and we got some good women's games, including the Pat Summit Classic game with Tennessee going to her alma mater, UT Martin. I got to think Duke going to Army's got to be on the schedule at some point. Obviously, Coach K, alma mater, West Point. College football, by the way, Matthew, this is probably no more about our chat. I've just decided for football purposes to go strictly studio, but enough of that crap because the green flag's about to come out.
You will hear from us, passionate about sports, passionate about broadcasting, and we'll bring you all of that. And we're going to be passionate about these last 17 laps at Talladega. Green flag in the air. Ryan Blaney and Todd Gilliland at the front.
So we had some guys stay out. They have since pitted, which has given us back the people at the front that we had before. But the Penske's have swapped. Blaney is now in front of Logano. Todd Gilliland now being pushed by Kyle Larson on the outside. Logano has still got Brad Keselowski and Ryan Preece tucked in behind him. Chris Bush is in the mix too on the outside behind Daniel Suarez. Gilliland leading off the bumper of Larson.
It's Gilliland leading. Larson went up a little bit. Now Ryan Blaney to the inside for second. He'll try to side draft past him. Blaney is now cleared a second, but the race leader is Sherrills Ford, North Carolina's Todd Gilliland.
We told you earlier, 12 drivers have scored their first career Cup win. Here at Talladega, Gilliland trying to be lucky number 13. Saddling the horse and cracking the whip to his outside is Kyle Larson, Matt, who's never won at a drafting track.
Bobbing and weaving about as they head towards turn one. That's both lanes as Gilliland tries to keep Blaney behind. Larson with his nose slightly in front. As you mentioned earlier on, he's come so close in the last few of these super speedway races. Can today be the breakthrough day for him? He's getting the push from Daniel Suarez, still searching for a job for next year. That could be big if he can help out a Chevrolet team here.
Good surge to the bottom, though, from those two Fords, and Blaney pushes Gilliland to the lead with 16 to go. Gilliland now with a big lead. This is one of only few tracks in these United States where having that big a lead is not a good thing.
But very imperative that he was able to get clear of Blaney and drop down to the bottom in front of the line of Fords. Kyle Larson to his outside. 15 laps to go. If you're as nervous as a worm in a hallway of hooks, there's a reason for that. You're only human.
Through turn one they come. Gilliland with a slight advantage on the inside. Larson with a couple of yards back to Suarez this time. He's not too close to give him a push, but he'll suck up to the back of him now on the straightaway. Two long line of sausages as the cars fly down the back straight towards turn three.
Side by side as they head into that number 3 corner, and Gilliland is going to pull forward and has the lead. Full speed pace lap behind him. Larson on the outside with a push from Daniel Suarez. Trying to go forward. The leader, though, is still Gilliland.
Coming to the tri-oval, Gilliland leading by about 10 feet. Kyle Larson on the outside coming at him. Matt, real quick, what can Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, and Brad Keselowski do to shake Gilliland from leading that inside line?
They need to do something, and also in the mix at the front here, we talked about Larson, and of course Blaney and Byron at the front. But Byron and Bell not too far away. They are 4th and 5th on the outside. Other playoff contenders at the front trying to win, but they could be right in the middle of a hornet's nest if this all goes wrong.
Larson has the push from Suarez. Gilliland has the push from Blaney. Here's Gilliland to the inside of Larson. Full speed pace lap all the way around the field in turns 3 and 4. Larson a little bit high. Gilliland on the low side. You can't tell them apart.
Kyle Larson perhaps has never had such a good opportunity to win one of these super speedway races. If he wins this one in so many ways, it would be significant, meaningful, and so consequential. He's even with Gilliland for the lead in turn 1.
Don't think we're going to see anybody try and make a move here for the next few laps. If something goes wrong, then that's because something's gone wrong. But I don't think anyone's going to try and do anything here until we get to maybe 3 to go, 2 to go. Who's going to be the most desperate to try and book their place in the NASCAR finale at Phoenix in 2 weeks' time?
Could someone like Gilliland spoil the party and prevent someone from locking themselves in? Gilliland with the lead. Larson to the outside of Blaney for the second position. Todd Gilliland has the lead by half a car length.
But here's Daniel Suarez pushing Kyle Larson hard down the front straightaway into the tri-oval. Massive run from Larson. He'll pull ahead of Gilliland. He'll pull clear of Gilliland. Now he'll pull down in front of Gilliland. Kyle Larson asserts himself to the lead of this race.
Huge move between the Chevrolets to get Larson in front of the Fords. That could be massive for the way this race plays out. There's a third line building. We'll talk about it if it gets to the front. But Suarez now heads the outside with Chris Buescher in behind him, and then it is Byron and Bell. Larson the leader on the inside run. It'll be 11 to go when they get back to the stripe.
Huge run up top, Seth.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Zane Smith out of Narnia on the high side of the racetrack with a push from Ross Chastain. They're 3x3 throughout the pack.
Zane Smith to the front of this field for the first time today. Pushed there by Chastain and Darrell Wallace Jr. Smith ahead of Suarez. Larson leads the middle. The Penske Fords on the bottom are starting to fade. But it's Zane Smith, the leader, into the corner.
Clear as well is Smith. Can he go down in front of Larson? There's a slow car in as well to navigate here. It's Alex Bowman. Are they all going to clear him? He stays low. It's all going to get tightened up here. They all about make it through. There's a bit of contact. Daniel Suarez is left high and dry. He's going backwards. Zane Smith to the lead, being pushed by Chastain.
Daniel Suarez has the most helpless feeling in all of sports. Going backwards despite at full speed. You're going full speed, but it feels like everybody else is going 300 miles an hour faster. Chastain and Smith get pushed out to a huge lead. Why were we just talking about that not being the best thing?
Chastain shoving Smith through the tri-oval to try to load up as much of a run for when the pack gets to them at the line. 10 laps to go. Chastain knifes his way to the bottom. Gilliland crosses over on him.
Smith.
Chastain went with Smith and Gilliland went the other way to go to the middle. Now Zane is going to try the bob and weave move at the front of the field. What did I say about people getting desperate? That time, that window was open. Zane Smith leading. Gilliland and Chastain dueling for second. Here comes Larson. He's going to push Todd Gilliland back to the front. And now on the outside line, Wallace trying to get Chris Buescher in play.
Front row has finished 1-2 here before at Talladega. Can they do it again? Gilliland and Smith side by side in 3. Extreme outside line into the mix. Watch that 33. That's Austin Hill.
Third car on the inside line and fading just a bit is Ryan Blaney, but he's the best super speedway racer in the sport. And in late lap situations here, he's as cool as the seeds inside the cucumber. But he's got to start making moves with 9 laps to go.
2 front row cars filling the front row of the pack here. And it is going to be Gilliland who swoops down in front of his teammate on the inside. Here comes the outside row. Wallace and Hill pushing Buescher. Larson is the head of the middle. He's got his teammate William Byron tucked up behind him. Gilliland goes back to the middle to pick up the 5.
Byron push now. Chris Buescher on the high side trying to make a push with Bubba Wallace behind him. They try to formulate a run, but it's Smith at the front as Chastain now goes inside of Gilliland for second.
But it's Zane Smith still at the front. Big run coming in that top lane. Kyle Larson going to push Gilliland ahead of his teammate into the lead. Gilliland takes the top spot. Hendrick Chevrolets team up behind him, and Kyle Larson and William Byron.
Wasn't enough room for Larson to go between Gilliland and Smith to get back to the bottom, so he will stay middle. Gilliland goes back to the bottom to pick up his teammate Smith. And it is Byron now behind Larson as it was. The Buescher, Wallace, third lane has gone backwards. Chase Briscoe has jumped up to try and make something happen with those guys. Gilliland still at the front.
Larson, though, is coming. Enough with the onboards, please. Larson now fades a bit as now Gilliland goes to the bottom and picks up his teammate. But Chase Briscoe had a bit of a run on the high side, although it stalled out.
The 2 orange and black Halloween-looking cars, Buescher and Briscoe, got teamed up on the outside, had a massive run, then they faded back. Now they've loaded it up again around the top. We are 3 wide for the lead and 3 wide all the way through the lead pack. With 7 laps to go, Chase Briscoe storms to the front.
Him and Buescher worked well earlier on together in this way round. It's happening again late laps here. Briscoe and Larson side by side at the front of the field. Gilliland slipped back 1 row on the inside. Here comes the outside run again. Buescher's going to get pushed to the lead here. Buescher and Briscoe, getting pushed to the lead by Wallace.
Briscoe to the lead. If he wins, he's in. Buescher now to second. Larson and Wallace now side by side for third, and the fairy tale might be ending for the front row cars as they go backwards. Chase Briscoe to the lead by a car length.
In crunch time, a lot of the Fords are fading. Gilliland, Smith, Blaney, and Logano nowhere near the front. Briscoe leads up the middle, pushed by Buescher. Topside is Kyle Larson on the assault. 6 laps to go.
The Penske cars are locked in. They can't get out of that inside row. If they've got speed, they're not able to use it at the moment. They can't figure out how to get out of that queue. Larson leading the middle row with Wallace and Bell. And then it is Tyler Reddick, fourth car back. Briscoe continues to lead the inside row with Chris Buescher, and it is Wallace pushing Larson out to the front. Here comes Briscoe.
Watch out, Austin Hill on the high side's got a push from Carson Hocevar. They're trying to make some hay in that third lane. Briscoe has the lead. Larson and Buescher side by side for second. Briscoe hugs the bottom, and he keeps the lead.
Larson came out of turn 4, turned it wide to get away from Buescher, then comes back down on him to side draft. And Larson with a big push from Wallace goes to the lead. Number 5 to the lead with 5 laps left.
Engine number 5 to the front. Chris Buescher was sideways through the tri-oval and saved it in second on the inside. That would have wiped out pretty much everybody. But it's Briscoe now back to the front. Buescher has got ahead of Larson. That opens the door for William Byron to try and make something happen on the inside. Being pushed by Todd Gilliland. Wallace is in the middle being sucked back. Here is Byron to the back of Briscoe. Larson leaves Chris Buescher to the outside. He goes back to the middle.
Aggressive dart to that middle lane by Kyle Larson. It worked somewhat. Has him beside his teammate for second. Briscoe playing all kinds of defense. He shuts Byron off. He'll shut Larson off through 4.
William Byron in the midst to try to win this race. In the live standings, he's 21 points below the cut line. He can erase all of that if he wins this race. 4 laps to go. He swings high at the start-finish line. Gets alongside Briscoe for the lead.
Joey Logano fans, he is nowhere. He's at the back of this pack, so he's out of it. Ryan Blaney's still got a chance if things open up. He's 5th car back on the inside. Byron and Briscoe side by side off for 2. Larson and Gilliland in the mix, with Wallace and Bell in there. Zane Smith is still hanging around, as is Tyler Reddick. Larson pushing his teammate down the back straightaway, defending from Bubba Wallace.
Oh, mighty Larson nearly turned his teammate. Here's Wallace inside. Home state hero suffered some heartbreak in his home state last night with his balls. He's trying to right that wrong. He wants the lead.
Darrell Wallace Jr. a nose in front of William Byron out of turn 4. He's got a Toyota behind him pushing. That's Chase Briscoe. Wallace comes to the line. He's the leader with 3 laps to go. The pin has been pulled out of the grenade.
And he's rolling down the racetrack at the moment. Larson pushing Byron into turn 1. He'll have half a nose in front. Wallace will retake the lead on the inside line. Couple of car lengths clear of Briscoe. That might be interesting to see how this comes back together. Watch how the outside is building with Buescher being pushed by Carson Hocevar. They're not out of it, but it's William Byron leading, and he's dodging and weaving in front of Larson and Wallace.
Needs to be careful. He can't defend them all, though. Buescher to the high side. He's got the advantage with a push from Hocevar. Buescher from Narnia battles Byron for the top spot.
Kyle Busch forcing his way forward in the middle, 4 wide with Joey Logano pushing. This race in the playoff standings, all shakier than cafeteria jello with 2 laps to go. Chris Buescher leads.
Down towards turn number 1. Byron's in there. Wallace is in there. Larson's in there as they head towards turns 1 and 2. Buescher leading from Byron as they come out of the corner. They're going to catch Alex Bowman here on the front straightaway if they get there because they're dodging and weaving around. Buescher trying to... Oh, he gets hooked! Chris Buescher heading towards the inside wall. He hits it square on the left-hand side. Caution is out. Single car incident. Chris Buescher in the 17, yet again on a super speedway. And breathe.
But get as much breath in the lungs as you can because we're not done. Caution comes out. Halfway through the penultimate lap, this race will go to overtime. Oh, my good gracious.
The grimace on the face of Chris Buescher, that would have knocked the wind out of him. He dropped the window net. And the bagel machine, the 17, is going to finish as a dub, I'm afraid.
Well, he'll keep the bagel in the win column for the year, but it wasn't for lack of effort. And, Matt, there's nothing to diagram here, is it? Just a big run from Byron. Buescher tried to block it. Byron wasn't lifting. Contact was made. Bumpers don't line up. Spewing out goes the 17.
Yeah, Byron got a huge hit from behind by Carson Hocevar, just one of those things in the draft, as Buescher had dodged in front, and the momentum shift just popped Chris Buescher from the high side all the way, went tumbling down the elevator and found himself flat out on his face in the floor down there against the wall. Alex Bowman has reprieved because, as I just mentioned, he was going to be absolutely swarmed by the field.
And I truthfully don't know why he's still on the racetrack. And JT is just sending me messages that NASCAR had ordered him to go to pit road. I don't know why Bowman, at such a slow speed, is still on the track with this huge pack roaring by him seemingly every other lap.
Yeah, not like he's racing for points to get home, is it, Alex Bowman? Not a playoff contender.
By the way, I know there's all sorts of people on social media, they love to be negative around here. That car leading the field got turned around from the very top of the racetrack, Matt, and spun all the way across the track. All 4 tires stayed on the ground. It never once looked like it was going airborne. Good job, NASCAR.
Yeah, absolutely. And Buescher and, to that point, Ryan Preece, his teammate, have been the pilots in this sport recently. And the eyes were wide there from Chris Buescher. We had a great shot from our NBC camera inside the car. And he took a huge hit to the inside safer barrier. Thank goodness for tarmac runoff and safer barriers on super speedways. And they just about got Chris out of the car, and Ryan Blaney's in the pits.
And I was just about to mention, overtime is not what some of these teams wanted. We talked about pit stops being as short as possible under that last caution, Matt. Not everybody thought they got full. So overtime forces Blaney, Logano, Keselowski, and McDowell to come down pit road and to top off for fuel. They give up track position. They'll restart at the back. Josh, what you got?
I can tell you that your free pass is Denny Hamlin, and he's back on the lead lap. The Penske cars came down pit road, as you saw, and I heard that that was them preparing just in case there was a second overtime.
Well, and they might as well, because they were so far back. You might as well be sure of yourself on fuel.
There might be another overtime.
Yeah, there might be multiple. And, of course, being at the back, you might avoid a big crash and pick up a bunch of spots, too. We'll see. Now, let me tell you, William Byron is being scored as the leader at the time of caution. What that has done to the playoff standings, because remember, Byron came in below the cut line. Now he would be above as the winner. Kyle Larson is plus 23. Christopher Bell is plus 3. It's not Chase Briscoe below the line by 3. And then Logano, Blaney, and Elliott all below the line with massive numbers next to their name. But, again, me telling you that was just to illustrate how quickly it can change. Because it's going to change many times over until this race is finished.
Yeah, I was going to try to squeeze in, but couldn't because of all the action going on. If Kyle Larson had finished second, he would have been at plus 45 or something like that. And he would have been looking really, really good for Martinsville next week, even if he hadn't won. He has the chance, of course, to do that again and perhaps push his teammates to a victory.
Last 10 Talladega races have had 10 different winners. We have not had a repeat Talladega winner in the last 10 races. And also, go ahead and get this out of the way. 19 Talladega Cup races have gone into overtime. That's the most of any track. Well, you can add number 20 right here. This will be the 20th Talladega race to go into overtime. As we said, that is the most all time. And we all know about close finishes and down-to-the-wire endings here. 10 of the last 17 Talladega races have been decided with a last lap pass. 10 of 17, well over half, decided by a last lap pass. We'll see if this one gets added to that as well. So we are going to overtime. And if you, well, let's hear from Cliff Daniels momentarily.
William Byron, so this is a spot in the championship 4. Never won here at a super speedway. What do you want to see from your driver in this overtime restart?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately we've had a decent day of execution. Really proud of the team, proud of Kyle, everybody on the HendrickCars.com Chevy for just keeping us in the game. Our handling and speed was off a little bit at first. Not really sure where that came from. Made a few just small adjustments on the car, and you guys know how these speedway races are. You just got to execute and be there at the end. So luckily we're in a good spot now. If we get another green-white checkered, I'm just not too sure about fuel for us or for anybody else. But if we stay clean, we got a shot. So we'll see how it goes.
It's out of your hands. So what are the nerves like for you on top of the box?
Well, I just want to make sure that in my position, I'm giving Kyle the communication we can, you know, to know how to save and all the things we're looking forward to kind of know where we are on fuel. So a little bit out of our hands, but still trying to be involved and communicate well, bring us home.
Think about how they were.
Cliff Daniels, crew chief for Kyle Larson. We have not yet got one to go. So that'll be another pace lap for these teams and more fuel to be burned. Remember, coming to the overtime restart last night in the Xfinity Series race, how many cars we saw riding around on the apron because they were low on fuel. Fuel pickup in these cars are to the right. So when you run around slowly around the 33 degrees of banking, it all rolls over to the left and the car could act like it's out of fuel. That's why you have some guys in these situations run on the apron while we're under caution. A reminder, if you were with us for the Xfinity Series race yesterday, do want to clarify one thing. Locking bumpers is not against the rules in this series. You can lock bumpers, but you still cannot go underneath the yellow line and improve your position. That sounds very black and white, Matt. Unfortunately, we have seen in the past, coming down to the end of these things, it's not quite a black and white rule.
Indeed so. They're just getting the choose. Quite I don't know, surprisingly or not surprisingly.
Yes. Oh.
Cars have not lined up together. Kyle Larson has chosen the outside. We might get the old okie dokie going on here at the beginning, but it's overtime. They're both playoff contenders, and they both could do with winning their way in. So maybe that goes out the window.
Perhaps it does. You'll have Larson and Byron on the front row, then Wallace and Hocevar, Briscoe and Bell in row 3, Gibbs and Smith in row 4, Gilliland and Suarez in row 5. Well, many, many years ago, well, a quarter of a century ago, perhaps the greatest broadcaster that this sport has ever known, Barney Hall, said famous words, "They don't race them anywhere else in the world like they do at Talladega, Seth." We have seen that already today, and we're really about to see it here over these next 2 laps.
I have no dog in the fight, and I'm nervous.
Yeah. 4 new folks joining us over the years on USRN in late race situations like this. I'll throw to Seth to set the scene for the restart, and Seth would say the words, "Hold on to the edge of your seats, folks. This is about to get wackier than Taylor Swift's Love Life." But as we have become accustomed to far too much over the NFL seasons the last couple, Taylor Swift's Love Life seems to be straightened out. A wedding is in the near future for her. So, Seth, what's the new thing that we are now saying?
I like what you did a couple of weeks ago. I think it was going to be hold on to your seats. This one's going to get crazier than Taylor Swift's fans.
As the field
overtime
comes,
number 1.
Overtime at Talladega. Everyone in the grandstands on their feet, holding their breath. If you find yourself with a lump in your throats, you're only human. Hold on for overtime at Talladega. Green flag in the air. Hendrick Chevrolets, Byron and Larson lead the field to the banking of turn 1.
Wibbling and wobbling their way towards turn number 1. The pushes weren't quite lined up, but everyone is clear for the moment. Byron Blaney was way off the back of the field. I don't know why he was that far back, but anyway, it is the 2 Hendrick cars through turn 2. Wallace up behind Larson. Carson Hocevar with a chance to snatch a win. Up behind William Byron. They're still dodging and weaving towards turn 3.
You picked this one out. Kyle Larson to the high side with a push from Bubba Wallace. William Byron beside him with a push from Hocevar. Byron now leads by a scotch. Larson and Hocevar for second. Larson fighting back on the outside of the push from Wallace. Bell out.
Kyle Busch trying to mount a charge topside. Here comes Wallace breaking to the outside of Larson. Side by side for the lead. We reach the white flag. This will be the final lap at Talladega. Larson and Wallace for the lead in 1.
And Briscoe and Byron close together for second and third in the second row. Larson has his nose in front through the corner. Briscoe will push his Toyota teammate to the front. They've got Ty Gibbs in the middle of this as well with another Camry. Byron to the back bumper of Larson. He's pushed him out of the way. He might be out of fuel. Larson is done. Wallace leading from Briscoe, heading to 3.
Wallace to the lead now. Briscoe dupes Wallace to the inside with a push from Gibbs. Gilliland now gets to Bubba Wallace. Wallace alongside Briscoe. Hold on, everybody. It's going to be a frantic fight to the finish. Briscoe, Wallace, Matthew Owens. Who's it going to be?
2 Toyotas to the tri-oval side by side. Briscoe now pulls ahead. William Byron gets turned out of the pack at the checkered flag. Chase Briscoe has just scored the most significant win of his life. Chase Briscoe has won at Talladega, and by doing so, he's clinched his spot into the championship race at Phoenix in 2 weeks' time. Joe Gibbs Racing has the 2 championship spots clinched through Hamlin's win last week and through Chase Briscoe's last lap pass at Talladega. Chase Briscoe will chase a championship in Phoenix, Matt. It's the biggest win of his life.
And much like we saw at the end of the race last week, a Toyota driver with tears in their eyes at the end of one of these races. The visor is up on Chase Briscoe. He is going to roll around and burn that thing down. This is how it came to be at the end. He was being pushed by his teammate, Ty Gibbs. And William Byron got shot out of the cannon by, I think it was Carson Hocevar in the run to the line. No fault of Carson's. Everyone under a very small piece of cloth. But Chase Briscoe will, as you say, make chase for a championship trophy in 2 weeks' time.
And we'll see over the last half of the lap how many positions and points did Kyle Larson and William Byron lose. And how will it affect the standings? Because I think you're right, Matt. I think Larson's car ran dry with half a lap to go.
Yeah, he was being pushed by Byron and he was trying to get left and get out of it. That thing had died. What a 30 seconds that could be in the terms of this season for Hendrick Motorsports.
And in the sequence, how many positions did those 2 lose? And then how many positions did Logano and Blaney make up? Particularly Logano, because, boy, he was passing cars at the back off the top like crazy. Same can be asked about Christopher Bell. Chase Briscoe planted the nose of his Toyota up against the wall, and to what Matt said, he did not lift off the throttle. He has burned it into the seeps of the concrete, or the asphalt, here at Talladega. Not a single person has left, and Chase Briscoe on top of the car has scored the most monumental win for this driver from Indiana. Yeah?
When the green flag flew on that final restart, the Hendrick cars were running 1-2. They finished 25th and 26th.
And we'll see how it affects the playoff standings. Chase Briscoe has his 3rd win of the season, biggest win of his life. Mitchell, Indiana's Chase Briscoe, a Hoosier at heart, to fight for a championship.
Wow, kind of heard tears in your eyes on that cool-down lap. Go grab the checkered flag, absolutely, and wave it to these Talladega fans here, Chase. From your windshield, how in the world did those final few laps play out?
Ty Gibbs, just an incredible teammate there. I mean, I honestly would not have won that race without Ty. So just an amazing team effort. I can't believe I won a super speedway race. I haven't done it at any level anyways. Thank you guys so much. Every time we come to Talladega, this place is sold out. And this is an unbelievable atmosphere. I cannot believe I won here. Johnny Morris is here with Bass Pro Shops. And yeah, it's not hit me. We're going to Phoenix.
You have raced for a championship in the Xfinity Series, but this is the first time in the championship for a Joe Gibbs or for you and Cup. Is this a dream come true?
Yeah, absolutely. Just so thankful that the Lord's blessed me, you know, opening doors and even closing doors at times, but certainly, you know, open an incredible door here with Joe Gibbs Racing. And yeah, I mean, God is so good. I say it all the time. And even today, I just had such a peace. Normally I'm scared to death, nervous wreck around this place. And I just had such a peace that regardless of the finish, he was going to use it, you know, somehow for his glory. And pretty cool that it ends up in victory lane.
All right, now 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars into the championship 4, Lee. Chase Briscoe wins it at Talladega.
The round of 8 of these playoffs, after a chalky start to the playoffs, think about this season's NCAA tournament, where it was all chalk at the start, which led to an elite Final Four. NASCAR playoffs, very similar. Very chalky first 2 rounds. The best 8 drivers, the best 8 teams, the most elite 8 teams in the round of 8. 2 Penske's, 3 Hendrick, 3 Gibbs. 2 Gibbs already to Phoenix. 2 spots to play for heading to Martinsville next week. What a magnificent day for NASCAR, a day that NASCAR has needed for a long, long time. This race being on NBC is going to do a massive number, as super speedways always do, and that kind of finish, it not bleeding into football, none of that silliness, and a race that really from start to finish was as good as it gets for super speedway racing, and seemingly, and we mentioned this at the end of Daytona in the regular season finale, all the talk about how in these cars on these tracks, you can't break out and run 3 wide when everyone's full throttle 100%. You can only run in 2 big lines. We proved that wrong at Daytona, and we proved it wrong again here with all the 3 wide racing we had at the end. But, Seth, what a day. What a day.
So funny, people talking about Briscoe going, Briscoe showing the emotion, tears in his eyes and whatnot. That's weird, though. I was told by all the people that hate the playoffs that these championships mean nothing anymore, So I don't know where that nonsense comes from, but
progressive.
I'll tell you what, he is, what's the first thing I was saying? Chase Briscoe now has put himself in a spot where he can win this championship at Phoenix. It's where he got his first career win. He's good here.
We'll get you the playoff standings here in just a moment as they have been updated. We're going to get a few more interviews for Matt White's sake and all of our European listeners. My God, we're done just past 6 p.m. Eastern. Can you possibly believe it? But we are going to stick around because you'd love to hear from a few more drivers here if we have the opportunity to do so. We'll give you the results. We'll give you the updated playoff standings because next week we head to Martinsville, and the round of 8 elimination race at Martinsville has given us the most drama in the past handful of years, and the way these championship standings stack up heading to Martinsville next week, we're just going to get everybody going at 150% next week, aside from Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe, perhaps. What an incredible day. Actually, we're not going to get more interviews because the race ended so close to 6 o'clock, NBC can get off and get to local news, so post-race is moving to Peacock, so very good. That will allow us to continue with the post-mortem, if you will, and just dive through the layers of this race. Matt, where do we start? I mean, I guess where I want to start real quick, super speedway racing, 6 of them this year, all bangers.
Yeah, that was the adjective I had ready on the tip of my tongue. You stole it pulled the rug from under me there. Another banger of a race, and all day it was fast and frantic. We avoided the big one. We had a medium-sized one, didn't we? At the end of stage, kind of at the end of stage 1, was that 7-car incident. Took out Chase Elliott. He'll definitely be having to win his way in next week. But we got to the end, relatively speaking, fine without silliness. Both the end of the stages, which I know is a pet peeve of yours. We got to the end of the stages without accident. And a very deserved winner, someone that had been up front generally during the day, but he put together that great run. And as he said, thank Ty Gibbs that it wasn't for his push, he wouldn't have won today. What a couple of weeks for Joe Gibbs Racing. They have got 2 of their 3 guys locked in, and they will be all in on trying to get Christopher Bell, a redemption story from last year, to get him through Martinsville this year and get him into that playoff round. Another guy that can go to Phoenix and win.
3 things had to happen for Chase Briscoe to win that race from where he was when he started the last lap, and they all happened. Larson had to run out of fuel. to make an opening on the inside line. Then he had to make that move to the inside and needed Ty Gibbs to go with him. That happened. But then when they had such a massive run, they needed to actually pull their run back so they didn't get too far ahead of Wallace and give Wallace a big run coming back to the flag. That happened to Chase Briscoe wins. JT, I know you've had your hand up for a long time. Sorry.
Yeah. Do you want some interesting stats from, once again, the stat man, the other Seth Eggert? Well, he has pointed out with his millions of spreadsheets, and well, if you think my spreadsheets are bad, just look at Seth Eggert's. This is just the 5th time that all 3 of NASCAR's National Touring Series have had overtime in the same weekend. The second Phoenix in 2012, the second Martinsville in 2021, the Gateway Portland weekend in 2023, and Texas 2025. He also then goes on to say, and for the 5th time that all 3 NASCAR National Touring Series had overtime in the same weekend, at least one of the drivers leading at the advertised finish did not win the race.
Wow. By the way, there's no way we could sit here long enough and catch up on all the comments we missed while we were just...
lead changes.
Yes, right. We were just yelling and screaming out of our minds those last 10 laps and overtime, so we can't go through all the comments we missed. Do just want to mention, though, the comment from Tycho here. Caught you the last 30 laps. Good job, guys. I don't do TV, just internet, so you guys did a great call. Will subscribe. Huge thank you for that. I have words to mention about what we just went through, the 4 of us, physically, what we went through, but I'll save that for the end. Let's do the final results. You can see it on your screen if you are watching on JBM. If you're listening on USR and Mixler, you can't see it. So here is how they finished today at Talladega. Chase Briscoe gets the win, 3rd of the season, 5th of his career. Todd Gilliland ended up winning a 3-wide photo finish for 2nd, ahead of Ty Gibbs and Darrell Wallace Jr. Cole Custer, who nearly won the regular season finale at Daytona, finishes 5th today. I don't think we mentioned him whatsoever. Carson Hocevar 6th, Tyler Reddick 7th, Christopher Bell 8th, 9th to Zane Smith, who led late, and 10th to Brad Keselowski, Matt.
Shane Van Gisbergen just misses out again on the top 10, 11th position, and considering he was stuck in the mud in stage 2, great recovery, just pipping both his teammates, in fact. Trackhouse 11, 12, 13, SVG Suarez and Ross Chastain. John Hunter Nemechek, who had some time at the front, he finishes 14th, just in front of Ryan Preece. Joey Logano 16th in the end. All fell apart for Penske in that run before the final caution. Michael McDowell 17th, ahead of Casey Mears getting a top 20. He's 18th, ahead of Kyle Busch. And Ty Dillon is 20th, Seth.
21st was Anthony Alfredo, Austin Hill 22nd, Ryan Blaney 23rd, Denny Hamlin was 24th, William Byron 25th. 26th goes to Kyle Larson, 27th Austin Dillon, 28th BJ McLeod, 29th Alex Bowman, 30th Chris Buescher, who spun while blocking for the lead in the final laps.
Last time Casey Mears finished 18th at Talladega was in 2012, driving for Germain Racing. Race that he could have won, as our guy Seth will tell you.
Oh, it was that one, okay.
Yeah. Cody Ware finished 31st. Riley Herbst was 32nd this afternoon after leading laps. Who didn't lead laps today? 33rd, Josh Berry. 34th was Austin Cindric. Eric Jones came home 35th after a good run of form at Talladega of late. The final 5 finishers, Noah Gragson, A.J. Allmendinger, and then 3 drivers that we anticipated being contenders to win today, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Justin Haley, and playoff driver Chase Elliott. What this does to the playoff standings going to the round of 8 elimination race at Martinsville next Sunday. Briscoe and Hamlin now are through into the championship race at Phoenix, and now it's 6 drivers fighting for 2 spots, and there is a huge gulf of points for the drivers above the cut line versus the guys below it. Here we go. Christopher Bell at 3rd, plus 37. Kyle Larson at 4th, plus 36. Below the cut line, William Byron minus 36, Joey Logano minus 38, Ryan Blaney minus 47, Chase Elliott minus 62. Now, I just gave you a bunch of numbers right there. Matt, what I'm basically going to be telling you when we come on the air next Sunday at Martinsville is, I'm going to give you the numbers and then I'm going to tell you this. Bell and Larson are racing each other, 1 point between them, to find out who gets the final spot on points, if there is a new winner. And then the 4 below the cut line, got to go out and win it, baby. There's no other way you're getting in.
Absolutely, especially for Chase Elliott. He is more than 60 points out, and we know that's the magic number, so he definitely needs to win. Both the Penskes, much like this week, and I stand by it, they needed to win to get in, and it's fallen for them. But 3 of those 4 guys, you would perhaps take Logano out, kind of absolutely race their way in by winning at Martinsville next week. You know Joey Logano will do everything he can to make that happen for his team. So going to be absolutely on again next Sunday at Martinsville at the Paperclip. Cannot wait.
Final thoughts and driver of the day, a staple of the post-race show on USRN that we'll bring to JBM here. And as always, we go in the order of how we are spaced around the racetrack. So let's start in turns 1 and 2. Matt White, your final thoughts from a great day at Talladega and your driver of the day. Good luck.
Yeah, super day of racing. Thank you everybody in the comments. You've been tremendous, and we hope we've shouted out as many of you as we can. It's something we're trying to get up to speed and used to for next year. So bear with us on that one, but more of the same next week. What a race. A very deserving winner in Chase Briscoe. Can I take the field as driver of the day? Because they all performed tremendously. It's a cop-out answer, but that's what I'm going with, Seth.
I second the opinion of what Matt said about thank you to all the fans out there that were listening to it. We hope you like what you heard. Just another typical day at Talladega, and Matt goes with a cop-out answer for driver of the day. I'll go with a cop-out answer for driver of the day. Actually, it's drivers of the day. Chase Briscoe and Ty Gibbs with the teamwork that made the dream work and sent Briscoe to Phoenix.
JT, what you got? This was fun.
Classic Talladega.
And as much fun as we had, your face never changed.
It's because I'm full focus to the production screen on my left. Is what it is. Now, I could go the easy way, Matthew, and I could go. I am just gonna pick the full field as my driver of the day. No, I have 2 possibilities. Todd Gilliland and a driver that we didn't really mention, who had a quiet 5th place, Cole Custer.
Yeah. And by the way, too, we talk about everybody that commented on YouTube. Big hi to Pierre, who did join us for that last run on Mixler, in the Mixler chat on USRN. We couldn't get to him.
Number?
Sure.
At the moment, the preliminary number, before YouTube does all of its things post-broadcast, 24,889 of you.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh my God, that rated higher than Live Golf.
It did.
Considering
You're right.
we crashed with a Grand Prix, that's very, very well done to us all, and thank you everybody.
Yeah, and thanks to Pierre for joining us in the Mixler chat. He said, this is great racing. What a win for Briscoe, and great job by Ty Gibbs. Pierre says, big thanks to you for joining us as always. I'm going to finish things out here by doing a couple of promos, and then I'll give you my final thoughts and driver of the day and all of that. I want to start with huge thank you to everyone for joining us, and again, if you liked what you heard, like and subscribe to this channel, and please do the same on YouTube to the Ultimate Sports Network. Search it up, hit the subscribe button, because we have so much of this coming your way over there on our new network on YouTube. That's coming up. Again, this week we're going to have, and as I'm looking down at my phone now, I see that we have added additional subscribers since the start of the day. So Huge thank you to you that did that. Again, we've just debuted this channel. We're still getting our legs underneath us, but we've had hockey. NBA starts this week, and again, as we talked about, all the sports to come, including NASCAR. We've had every NASCAR Cup Series race this season, last season, and 2 seasons ago on our network, and we're going to do it again on the YouTube channel next year, and so much more. And with that being said, tune into this channel or USRN on Mixlr next Sunday for Martinsville, the round of 8 elimination race that has been as dramatic as any race in the history of time the last handful of years. 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time next Sunday. Note that early start time, because 500 laps at Martinsville, it's a long way, it's a long race, and it could be a long post race as it was last year, remember. So 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time next Sunday, and then the championship race Sunday, November 2nd. Now, I said earlier, great day for NASCAR for everything that I mentioned. NBC, no long red flag, no real stupidity, great 2, 3, sometimes 4-wide racing, 77 lead changes among 27 different drivers. 40 drivers started this race, 27 of them led at least one lap in this race. That's 68%, or basically 2/3 of the field, led in this race. The point situation going to next week, I know it's not close, but just because it's not close doesn't mean it's not exciting, because now you're going to have 4 guys that have to win. 4 guys that have all won at Martinsville before: Byron Logano, Blaney Elliott. Blaney the last 2 years. Elliott's won the cutoff race at Martinsville. Byron's won there in the spring. Logano's won the playoff race at Martinsville. It just wasn't the cutoff race when he did it. So, I mean, that is incredible. And then Bell and Larson being just 1 point apart. In case one of those guys does win, they've got to race each other hard to get the final spot on points. I mean, that's ridiculously good.
You wouldn't get that in a full season format.
Can we start the race now?
No.
Can we just do it now? I'm so excited. I'm not going to be able to get through this week without losing my mind getting ready for this race. And we have the Xfinity Series race even on Saturday night. This is the last thing I want to say, and we're going to sign off. For the people that tuned in, whether it was on USRN or, to what I'm about to say, more importantly, on JBM on YouTube, if you did like what you heard, and you were excited, and you were on the edge of your seat, or if you're like me, and you were just watching and listening to us pacing around in your living room, not knowing what the hell's going to happen next, what you just heard was USRN and what is soon to be USN at its absolute best. I don't say that often, and I don't say it often even on the air. To Matt and to Seth, I want to thank you, because that was our best broadcast of the year. That was great. Had everything that we needed, and my God, I can't wait to go back and listen to it, because it felt great live. I don't know if it felt that way for you guys.
I feel offended.
We love you too, JT.
You were awesome too, JT. But Matt White, Seth Eves, as good as it gets. And we jokingly, and this is a golf reference, but a couple of years ago we jokingly referred to ourselves, the 3 of us, as the USRN Super Booth. And man, it was a super day for us, and JT helped massively behind the scenes. He is great as always. No one is better.
If I work some magic, I can get the special screen up on stream. Hold on.
Oh God, please.
Matt's ready to go to bed, JT.
Aren't you tired yet? Aren't you tired? I've just made everyone
press that button, and then I need to press that button, that button, that button.
I've made everyone sit around and listen to me clamber on about next week and how great we were.
All right.
There you go.
He's got to go to bed.
So anyway,
behind the
huge
scenes.
thanks to, yes, and there's the behind the scenes. Look at him go. So again, the point is, this was USRN at its best today. It was awesome. I hope it sounded as awesome as it felt. And a big congratulations to Chase Briscoe, who has won the playoff race at Talladega. We will see you next weekend at Martinsville. Xfinity race on USRN2 and JBM. Cup race Sunday at 1:30, USRN and JBM. Good night from Talladega.